We find ourselves in an ordinary world where a game called The Scheme has been released, which has garnered huge online numbers. The dizzying success of this game, which is played by 400,000 people every month, can be explained by a very simple reason. This reason is because of the incredible level of immersion that can be achieved once you enter this game. The whole point is that the developers set themselves the goal of creating an ideal virtual reality in which you can fully immerse yourself. Even those who previously turned up their noses at the game and claimed that it was impossible to do such a thing are already busy with their own worlds in this game. Our protagonist was also a skeptic, but now he is sitting in his tiny apartment, enjoying the sea breeze in the game. It's amazing how far computer technology has come to convey the sensation of the wind. Our hero's name is Lincoln, but in this world everyone will call him Mose. Suddenly, he hears a loud shout from a group of disgruntled people who have come very close to him. Mose turns around cautiously in their direction and asks what happened. People tell him that if he wants to stare into space, he better find another place, because he is disturbing their work. Mose immediately apologizes to them, and they reply that they don't need someone getting in the way. Mose is a slug cleaner, because when this game achieved unprecedented success, in-game money became almost as valuable as real money. There are currently 3 tiers of artifacts in this game, each of which increases significantly in price. Magical artifacts that have additional properties that enhance a character's characteristics are especially highly valued. With each new attribute point, the character gains a level and becomes stronger and stronger. Certain characteristics significantly increase physical abilities in the game, turning a person into a true superhuman. That's why magical artifacts, even with just 1 stat point, are valued at no less than 10 million won. There are also rare items in this game, but very little is known about them. These artifacts are only rumors, as no one has been able to find a single item of this class since the game's release. In other words, it can now be said with confidence that the magic rank is the most prestigious. Slugs are the simplest monsters from which you can get at least some artifact. Because of this, a huge number of players hunt rather harmless monsters in the hopes of hitting the jackpot. Such players are called simple cleaners, since they perform completely routine work without any danger. Of course, the chance of getting an artifact from such an extremely weak enemy is very low and almost zero. The cleaners sigh sadly again and say that they again failed to get anything decent. Mose is such a cleaner himself, and has been hunting these creatures for 2 months now. Unfortunately, he has no results to show for it, and it's time to take stock. To do this, he comes to a special seaside town called Lindurk. Mose completes the task and receives only 20 silver coins as a reward, which is a very paltry amount of money. The merchant tells him that this slime is now being carried literally in buckets, and too many people are trying to sell it. Mose says the price has been halved in just 1 day, and the merchant replies that that's all he can offer. Realizing that he has nothing left to do, he replies that he is ready to sell her even for that kind of money, just to get rid of this burden. After this, he begins to think a little, and realizes that his adventures in this game are not so impressive. He hunted these creatures all day, and only earned 20 silver coins, which can't buy anything at all. Due to the huge number of hunters, the slug population is becoming increasingly smaller, making resource extraction more difficult. He briefly reflects on how he ended up in such life circumstances, and what he should do next. For 2 months he lived in hopes of knocking magical items out of these monsters, and killed more than 1,000 of these creatures. His iron sword, which is given to every newcomer, has almost lost its durability, and will soon fall apart. Unfortunately, the economy here is so ruthless that the money he earns won't be enough to buy a new sword. He feels a light breeze blowing towards him, but despite the summer atmosphere, he feels very sad. Small tears begin to flow down his eyes, and he realizes that this game is starting to irritate him a little. In a way, he thinks this game is absolutely idiotic, since everything here is decided by luck. He spent 2 months trying his best to save for college, but it ultimately got him nowhere. He thinks that if he had known that everything would end like this, he would not have wasted time trying to knock out the artifact, and would have simply enjoyed the game. He suggests that he might even spend more time on his part-time job, since it could at least give him some money. He takes one last look at the surroundings and realizes that all of this is starting to bore him. Looking at the sky, he says with sadness in his voice that it is time to finish, because it is unlikely that he will come here again. However, first he decides to check his inventory to make sure he hasn't forgotten anything. After 2 months of hellish labor, he accumulated 5 gold coins, which could be converted into about 500,000 won. Despite this, he would be very upset to simply exchange them for this money, since it would be too pathetic an act. He understands that if he's going to quit the game anyway, it's better to do something before leaving so he doesn't regret it later. Suddenly he turns around cautiously, hearing some suspicious noise, which immediately attracts his attention. A few dozen meters away from him, some noisy event is taking place, and probably someone is gambling. The crowd surrounded the man and the strange merchant, telling him that he should try his luck. Some people smirk and say that this is already the 8th attempt for this loser, but he still hasn't found anything. The man hopes that this time he will be able to get something interesting, and closes his eyes as his stone turns to smoke. However, as soon as the smoke clears, he receives a notification that he has discovered a fish with a human face. Everyone around starts laughing at it again and saying that it is just incredible nonsense. Mose realizes that this is all very much like a lottery, so he decides that it would be nice if he could participate in it. The merchant said that if this guy had played a couple more times, he would have definitely won something, but he decided to give up. After this, he asks if there are any other people here who want to win, adding that for 5 gold coins you can win a real treasure. Mose muses that such a high price tag for one attempt is a complete ripoff for idiots. Suddenly the merchant turns his attention to him and says that he can't wait to try it, and it shows in his eyes. He points at him and asks if he would like to try his luck in trying to find something worthwhile. Mose immediately starts saying that he ended up here completely by accident and did not plan to take part in this. The merchant tells him that there is no need to be afraid, because he has a sense for special people, and Mose is definitely one of them. His face suddenly changes and he says that he sees in it a hidden source of luck. Mose stares at the merchant for a moment, surprised, trying to understand why he is showing such interest in him. The merchant, meanwhile, declares that he has been waiting for such a person for a very long time, and that this day has finally come. Mose looks at this man in surprise, and tries to understand whether he really is some kind of chosen one. After some time, people standing nearby say that he has repeated these words countless times. Mose realizes that this is another marketing ploy designed to lure in naive buyers. However, he understands that he has nothing much to risk, since he plans to quit this game anyway. He agrees to participate in this lottery, and the merchant immediately becomes very happy. After some time, Mose returns to his apartment to figure out what he needs to do next. He peers cautiously out the window to take one last look at the street, which is teeming with people. He realizes that he is glad that he was able to get out of the crowd that constantly bullied him and called him a loser. He spent the rest of his money on this thing, and he is both sad and happy that the end is near. He sadly realizes that if he looks back, he has nothing to remember, because all this time he did nothing but catch slugs. This has a completely demoralizing effect on him, as he has not been able to achieve even minimal success. After this, he tells himself that he needs to check the contents and exit the game, and decides to open this magic stone. However, after he gives the command to this stone to open, it suddenly flies into the air and is enveloped in a purple glow. Mose is extremely surprised, because he never expected that luck would smile on him even once in this life. He asks himself if he is imagining all this, and if he is dreaming what is happening, since he could not imagine that he would get something really interesting. He recalls his words about how now, during the unprecedented success of this game, play money has become more valuable than real money. Any magical item is truly capable of bringing a person a fortune of at least several million. Mose looks at the glowing stone with fear and awe, noting that this has never happened before. Several rays of light pierce this stone, dividing it into several small pieces. Mose covers her eyes to avoid being blinded by the bright flash. This light is so bright that it can be seen from windows even in normal sunlight. People passing by turn their heads in surprise and try to understand what is happening in this apartment. Meanwhile, Mose falls to the ground, unable to withstand the incredible energy of the opened artifact. An energetic singularity forms in front of him, which is very similar to a hole in space. Mose still doesn't understand what all this means, when suddenly a strange necklace appears from this portal. Mose instinctively reaches out to grab the treasure and examine it properly. He receives a rare artifact that gives him a huge number of bonuses to a wide variety of stats. Mose looks at this thing in surprise, and the system tells him that this is a rare artifact, and therefore incredibly valuable. After a while, a news blogger named Ji-hyun, who is the second most popular streamer in Korea, begins her broadcast. This girl says that today's topic will be a new item among the artifacts that players have found. Mose decides to watch this episode to keep up with all the latest news. Ji-hyun talks about Inas's ring, which was auctioned off for 72 million won despite only having one stat bonus. The girl also emphasizes that, according to rumors, this ring dropped from the boss of the northern region and gives a bonus to regeneration. This effect is considered one of the rarest features among all magical items here. It is precisely because of this that this artifact is currently one of the most valuable that can be found on the market. Usually people who watch these broadcasts on the big screen wonder why it costs so much. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun states that if you pay attention to the second item, it has a top effect. She reveals a special relay that has magical properties and increases the strength indicator by 3. Mose reflects that he always believed that a world of such prices was extremely far from him, and that he would never get closer to it. However, this was his world until yesterday, and now everything had turned upside down. Mosey received a rare necklace that provides much more significant bonuses to characteristics than other items. In other games, such artifacts are considered something like trash, because there are much more powerful items. However, in the recently released game, everything is completely the opposite, and so far no one has been able to find an item of this status. The most valuable items at auctions still only have a magic rank, which is much worse than rare. Mose realizes that he has become the owner of the world's first rare artifact, which automatically changes absolutely everything. He still can't quite believe how lucky he is, because such an item is incredibly expensive. He starts to rejoice, laugh, and says that he has hit the real jackpot and will now provide for himself. Tears appear on his face, but not from despair, but from true joy for his own financial situation. He quickly runs out of words to describe his joy at this. After this, he falls on his knees to give thanks to the god of fortune who smiled upon him. He also thanks the stars that came to him in his hour of true despair and need. After a while, he stops his happy thoughts and thinks about the question that has been tormenting him all this time. He asks himself how much this item would actually be worth if he tried to put it up for auction. The thing is that the value of the effects of the Florin star is much higher than that of any of the magical items. After briefly calculating all the possible changes in price, he realizes that this could bring him 10 or even 20 billion won. He happily reflects on the fact that he will never have to worry about paying for college again. This money will also be enough to buy a nice apartment and more. The prospects with such a condition are really very broad, and you can even think about buying an expensive car. His hands automatically reach for the system window to open the auction and check its status. However, at the last moment, he suddenly wonders whether he should sell his pendant so quickly. He pauses for a moment to think about what he should do right now. Looking at this magnificent artifact, he realizes that it would be very foolish to refuse the opportunity to test it. Rumor has it that even 3 extra strength stat points can take a player's character to a whole new level. He realizes that before he couldn't even deal normal damage to normal enemies near him. However, by using this pendant, he can immediately become a high-level player on par with the leaders. He remembers again what he had to go through to have this pendant. It becomes absolutely logical that in his place any other person would have simply sold this thing to get rich. He decides that it would be logical to pamper himself for a couple of months, since such a chance comes once in a lifetime. He looks at his stats and realizes they look pretty pathetic, so he decides to try the pendant on. As soon as he puts on this decoration, he immediately feels a serious increase in all his indicators. This force turns out to be so incredibly powerful that he even feels how it overwhelms him. He sits up on the bed due to the pressure it puts on his body and notes that it is a very significant improvement. Gradually, the pain increases at an incredible rate, and it becomes increasingly difficult for him to hold on. After this, he falls back, no longer able to maintain his balance, and tries to catch his breath. He understands that when you jump forward 18 levels at once, you feel incredible pain as a kind of price to pay. Mose also understands that when he has to remove the suspension, it will definitely not make things any easier for him, so it is better to get used to it. Immediately after this, he opens his inventory to check how much his strength has increased. He is surprised at how easy it is for him to do things like bend coins, which were previously impossible for him. After this, he carefully rises to his feet and looks around in an attempt to check his coordination. He also asks himself why not test this artifact in action on a serious opponent. The unique feature of this game is that from the center of the continent, you can easily reach any region. Finding allies to play with here is easy, as the most popular city is located in the center. This city is called Asparaten, and it contains absolutely everything that a medieval resident could wish for. It's a bustling place, and the streets are filled with a wide variety of players looking for squads. Mosey looks around and realizes that, as he expected, everyone here is a well-equipped fighter. He also asks himself if he has thought too much of himself for deciding to come here. He realizes that, to be honest, he has nothing but the pendant and nothing but an old sword. He wonders if he should look for some solo quests, unaware that he is being watched. Suddenly a figure approaches him and asks if he is currently busy with something important. Mose immediately turns around in fear, trying to understand who decided to approach him in such a rich city. Looking around, he sees a rather simply dressed girl with a quiver of arrows and a bow on her back. The girl says that, if she understood him correctly, he was looking for a team all this time. Mose starts to get nervous, as he is quite a shy person, but confirms that this is indeed the case. After this, she comes closer to him and takes his hands in hers to win him over. She happily announces that there is just one free spot in their squad, and asks if he would like to join. Quite quickly they find themselves a few streets away from the notice board, where they usually look for suitable squads. 2 adventurers are already waiting for them, waiting for the archer to return with reinforcements. The knight wonders where Sharon went, adding that they should not miss a single raid. His comrade says that they need to wait a little longer, since Sharan probably knows what he is doing. After a while, Sharan waves her hand and says that she has finally returned with help. She happily says that she promised to find someone and points to Mose. The knight looks at the man she offers to take as their partner and carefully evaluates him. He thinks about how this man has the equipment of an ordinary beginner, and his sword is about to break. He immediately takes her aside to talk, and says that it is not worth inviting the most ordinary newcomer here. Sharan reassures him, explaining that looks can be deceiving, and that this guy is the strongest player she has seen in the square. Although the knight doubts her choice, she actually possesses a very rare talent. Sharan was also surprised when she saw him, since his equipment really left much to be desired. However, if we were to evaluate spiritual and physical strength, this guy was superior to everyone around him. After some time, the knight turns to his superior, Mr. Silborn, informing him that their quartet is assembled. Mose is immediately very surprised, because this last name seems incredibly familiar to him. The thing is that this family is a prominent aristocrat who wields enormous power in this world. This particular man is the head of the Silver Guild and a famous mage with limitless abilities. Mose recalls that this man, according to rumors, has as many as 5 magical artifacts. Silborn happily declares that they can finally move out, and Mose is delighted to have such an ally. Silborn, meanwhile, loudly thanks them for deciding to join his troll hunt. His voice sounds quite loud, but especially attentive people can understand that this person is not so simple. He adds that under the guidance of the Silver Guild, they will be able to achieve unprecedented heights. But Mose is afraid. He understands that hunting a troll is a very difficult task, because this monster is extremely dangerous. Despite being considered low level, he has an aggressive nature and high regenerative capacity. This creature possesses terrifying strength and is capable of crushing a giant boulder with one hand. However, for the adventurer group, this is not a problem, as their morale is at its highest level. Mose, meanwhile, understands that such an opponent should not be underestimated under any circumstances. He wonders if he can cope even with the help of a large group of comrades. One of the adventurers says that these beasts are very vicious, so it is better not to catch their eye. The knight adds that fire and magic bring these creatures into real terror, and emphasizes that these creatures are quite slow. He also states that the most important factor in this case is that they will be able to make a lot of money from this. Mose looks at him in surprise and asks if it is really all about money and nothing else. Sharan tells him that anything that can be obtained from this troll is quite expensive. She adds that, for example, his blood is of great value, as it is used to make potions. She also says that these creatures are usually hunted by large guilds, which are much better equipped. The knight says they are lucky to be involved in this at all, adding that the rumors turned out to be true. According to these rumors, the Silver Guild is indeed recruiting new members, which is why everyone is so tense. A young man named Guile says that a few drops of troll blood will be enough to pay for his studies. Mose asks him if he is also a student, and he replies that he earns his tuition by playing. Mose says with a smile that he also came here because of his studies, since he has quite a lot of debt. Gale says that in this case they are brothers in misfortune and will work together to obtain the necessary resources. Sharan says with a smile that she would like to go back to her student days, because being an adult is quite boring. After some time, one of the guild members asks for the attention of all his comrades. He calls them to come closer, because now they are about to be told a magnificent plan. Mose and his companions approach these people, led of course by the majestic Silborn. Silborn activates a map of the area to sketch out a more detailed plan for his comrades. He says it's time to turn on maximum concentration to figure out what to do next. He also asks the others to turn over their cards so that they can understand what to do next. He also states that the Silver Guild members have been risking their lives to set traps for the past few days. According to this plan, they must first successively lure the troll into traps set along the way. When the troll falls into the last trap, they will all have to attack one enemy together. Thus, having cornered the wounded and weakened monster, they will ensure themselves a fairly easy and confident victory. Silborn also adds that humans move much faster than trolls, and by following this plan, they will be able to catch one of them without risk. People who listen to this plan note that the famous guild has an incredibly well-thought-out strategy, as they expected. Mose muses that he wanted to enjoy his new powers, but it looks like he won't have to fight. Guile says that it's a bit unfair, but the knight replies that they can't change anything. Guile turns to Mose and says that there are no Silver Guild members on the troll lure team. The knight assumes that they will all be in the vanguard, and are probably trying to earn more points for kills, since they give more rewards. Sharan, in turn, says that we should be grateful to these people at least for the fact that they invited them at all. Mose muses that just because you're on a team doesn't mean you'll fight with everyone else. Silborn says rewards are distributed automatically based on participation. He recommends that everyone work hard, and informs that after a while, they will move to the area of the third trap. A small group wonders if all they really need to do is find a troll. His partner says that they need to meet him and lure him into a trap right away, emphasizing that it is quite simple. One of the warriors says that if the Silver Guild is going to fight him, then this is a great job. He also suggests that once they can gain the favor of the guild, they will also go hunting with them. Then one of them recommends looking under your feet after hearing a strange click, very similar to a broken branch. However, as soon as he turns to his third comrade, he realizes that something has gone terribly wrong. The thing is, they were ambushed by trolls who somehow managed to sneak up silently and kill one of them. The trolls notice their next prey and begin to make a characteristic growl as they approach the adventurers. Even though their comrade was brutally killed, death doesn't really mean that much in this game. However, for current players, it is much more important to save their lives and escape in order to lure the trolls into a trap. Trolls sense very easy prey, emit a long roar and rush to attack their victims. The players quickly turn around and realize that today is not the most pleasant day of their lives, so they better hurry. Irritably remembering that they were promised an easy walk, they realize that in fact it turned out to be another deception. Another player advises him to stop thinking about his fate and just run while he still has strength. They run out to the edge of the forest quite quickly and gain a slight advantage, since running along the edge is easier. However, the trolls continue to run after them with increasing speed, because their natural endurance is much higher. Players wonder where the trap should be and try to run to a small area. Their strength is gradually running out, and they are unlikely to be able to continue running at this pace for more than 5 minutes. However, after some time, they discover Silburn and his guild, and realize that help has finally arrived. They happily say that they have finally received reinforcements, and will now be able to deal with the trolls. The newcomer assumes that now is a good time to show himself and grabs his sword. He menacingly declares that the trolls are about to feel his incredible wrath, but suddenly slips. He comes to his senses quite quickly and tries to understand what happened, feeling a strange liquid on his face. He wonders what it all means and realizes that he has fallen into a trap that was meant for the trolls. He wonders why he was the one trapped and not the giant troll that was chasing them. Looking up, he sees that his second comrade has also been killed by the cruel trolls who caught him. Only now is it beginning to dawn on him that there is clearly something fishy here and these people were almost certainly using them. However, panic takes over his emotions and he asks to be pulled out, begging for help. Silborn and the other players just chuckle dismissively, trying to figure out how this player couldn't figure out the obvious. Only now does it dawn on him that this whole time was a trap, and he hopes that he only imagined it. Silborn calmly takes out his staff and prepares to unleash a powerful, destructive attack. He happily calls the players who believed in him pathetic idiots, unworthy of life in this world. After this, he charges a powerful spell that should wipe these trolls off the face of the earth. The player understands that he will most likely be killed now, and does not even have time to shout a curse at Silborn. A few moments later, a powerful flash occurs, but why it was necessary to ruin one's reputation remains unclear. Silborn angrily declares that he always knew it would be a quick and safe hunt. Although killing other players was not necessary, he may have wanted to save experience points. Meanwhile, Mose stumbles upon a rather difficult troll, namely, the entire location boss, who is several times stronger than the usual ones. This troll has much more serious attack stats, and he also has additional abilities. Mose realizes that there couldn't have been a worse time to go hunting, even if he tried. Some time ago, one of his squad members said that he could deal with any troll alone. The knight proudly pointed to his shield and declared that the force of the troll's attack could not damage his armor. Sharon and Gale smile and say that if you underestimate your enemy, you can die a heroic death. The knight begins to put on a brave face and say that it is too early to bury him in such a shameful manner, when suddenly a crunch is heard. Mosey has the highest perception score of the group and turns around immediately. However, there is absolutely no one in the place where this sound was just heard, and he tries to understand whether he imagined it. Sharon looks at him in surprise and asks why he was distracted by some quiet sound. Mose, as if nothing had happened, stretches out his hand towards a small rock and says that there is someone there. Sharon looks in that direction and suddenly notices a huge shadow looming over them, which makes her surprised. All of a sudden, a giant troll, about 8 meters tall, lands here. Mosey is a little incredulous that he managed to predict the appearance of the giant troll so quickly. The monster, meanwhile, decides not to waste time and immediately swings his arm to strike. The noble knight manages to react to this attack in time and immediately rushes forward with his shield. However, this blow turns out to be quite powerful, and he immediately realizes that he was being too brave. He loses his balance almost instantly from just one blow from this giant troll and falls backwards. Guile screams in fear to his comrade, hoping that he will be able to recover from such a serious injury. Mosey is still trying to come to his senses, realizing that he really did encounter a giant troll. Meanwhile, the terrifying monster turns its head towards the protagonist, considering him as a new victim. Mosey reflects on the fact that this troll is actually completely different from the ones he has heard about before. His insides turned cold, as a low-level player like him didn't stand a chance against such monsters. Meanwhile, the monster decides to use the Bloodlust skill to further increase its stats. Mose realizes that this is probably the end for him, when suddenly several arrows fly past his body. These arrows immediately hit the troll straight, causing him to try to shield himself from them with his hands. This turns out to be an unnecessary precaution, as his hide is too thick for arrows to pierce. However, it becomes clear that the brave archer has now become his new target, which must be destroyed immediately. Sharon does not fully understand the danger of the situation she finds herself in, and tries to shout to the knight. He immediately gets to his feet and rushes forward to distract the monster and give her even more space. He was able to recover quite quickly, since a tank-class warrior has increased endurance. Taking aim, he delivers a powerful blow with his shield to further confuse the enemy with a blunt blow. Before delivering this crushing blow, he further strengthens his stance. Besides a simple blow, it also creates a powerful energy blast. This flash shoots forward to further knock the target back and deal minor damage. The force of the blow is great enough to send even a giant troll flying. However, despite the fact that this troll is very large, it is quite agile and manages to stay on its feet. Clinging to the trees and skidding to a stop on the ground, he takes a moment to catch his breath before rushing into the attack again. Such actions only provoke additional aggression, which makes his eyes glow even more intensely. The knight looks at this in surprise and understands that in front of them is definitely not a simple troll, but someone more serious. Sharon asks his uncle if he is okay, hoping that he feels normal. Uncle says that the damage was 0, despite the fact that this blow was delivered at full force. Sharon sadly says that her arrows were also useless, and tries to figure out what to do next. Mosey suggests that it would be a good idea to simply lure him into a trap and take advantage of the troll's slowness. Guile says that he finds this troll unusual because, judging by its size, it looks like a boss. They also note that he came here alone, which means he must be a very important mob. Mosey wonders in surprise if they would even be able to kill him in that case, since they are too weak. Guile says that even if he reduces this monster's regeneration, its strength and defense will still be very high. Uncle says that in this case they have no choice but to resort to extreme measures. He states that they need to hold off this troll until the Silver Guild can come to their aid. Thus, their battle begins to drag on, since they certainly do not have enough strength to win on their own. However, each member of this squad gives their best to show their best side. They, of course, don't have much success in piercing the beast's thick skin, but it still takes some damage. Sharon begins to become genuinely irritated that all her efforts are in vain, and she still cannot kill this troll. The knight tries to command his squad, saying that they need to change positions in time to avoid being attacked. Mose also tries to act within the general scheme of these orders, so as not to let his new squad down. However, he asks himself what he is doing here at all, since he did not plan to go this far. He understands that this team has been playing together for a long time and works well together, and these are the kind of people who are called a real team. Against their background, he feels like a simple idiot who lives only in the hope of snagging a serious reward. He had been killing pathetic slugs day after day for 2 months, but this was not at all what he wanted to do. It finally dawns on him that somewhere deep down, he actually wanted to have a real adventure. Just like this. His fantasies are interrupted by a loud scream, ordering him to come to his senses and be extremely careful. Mose immediately looks up and realizes that if he doesn't jump out of the way right now, he'll be crushed by the club. Mosey is instantly confused and begins to convince himself that he won't be able to dodge this attack. Time seems to stand still, and all he can do is watch as the club comes down on his head. However, when hope is almost lost, a knight comes to the rescue, crashing his body into the troll's body. This blow is enough to break the momentum of the attack, although it greatly harms the overall tactics. The knight loudly addresses the protagonist and asks him to pull himself together, since a lot depends on it. Mose asks himself if a person like him can change, even if he starts acting later than others. He grits his teeth and realizes that he has had enough and that he should no longer constantly hide in the shadows. He rushes into the attack, declaring that he will now do what he has been wearing this pendant for all this time. He unleashes all his might on the troll's arm to instantly cut it off. However, the sword turns out to be too fragile and is quickly destroyed by just one blow. Mosey is very surprised by this sad outcome of events, and even the giant troll is surprised by this. The system notifies him very promptly that the weapon's durability has reached a critical point. The sound of a split blade carries for many meters in this forest. But now we need to think of something urgently. Mose is knocked aside by a powerful blow from the troll, who is a little scared at the risk of losing his arm. Mose feels incredible pain inside his body, but due to his increased parameters, he still remains alive. However, he is thrown to the side several tens of meters, and now he needs to somehow break. He falls to the ground and bounces a few more times before coming to a complete stop. His health drops below 20%, and all his leather equipment loses its durability to 0. Sharon says that this troll is heading towards Mose, so we need to urgently stop it from finishing him off. Guile lunges forward to distract the troll, but also takes a powerful blow to the body. Sharon says that this troll can take out any of them with one blow if they are not careful enough. After this, she recommends slowly backing away so as not to provoke his aggression. The knight hears this command perfectly well, and says that he knows how to ensure the safe retreat of the group. After this, he quickly approaches the giant troll, which continues to growl. Gradually, he gets tired of messing around with these pathetic little people, and he decides to resort to a more effective weapon. With his gigantic hands, he quickly grabs the tree and squeezes it with such force that he tears off a huge piece. Despite such a swift attack, the knight manages to react in time and dive down, avoiding damage. Immediately after this, he has a small window of opportunity to deliver a brutal blow to the leg. He puts in maximum force to give it his all and stun the troll, at least for a short time. The boss starts screaming very loudly because the blow broke several of his toes. However, despite such painful damage, this still proves insufficient to disable the troll. Guile yells at his comrade to be careful as the boss is still fighting. The knight understands perfectly well that he needs to focus on his defense if he wants to survive this attack. Moments later, a powerful explosion is heard, causing a shockwave that throws the others back. Mose loses his footing and falls to the ground, having received a fair amount of damage, but is still alive. Gradually, he opens his eyes, feeling that, surprisingly, his strength is still not at its limit. The only thing that accompanied this was a slight headache, but overall it can be said that he was not injured. Looking at his hands, he receives a notification that his stamina has been fully restored. He notices the pendant, which gradually begins to glow, activating the regeneration effect. Mose realizes that he feels fresher with every second, as if he had drunk a powerful healing potion. Now he finally understands what the regeneration effect that everyone dreams of looks like. Although the battle is still very far from over. The knight also survived this blow, but the troll began to hit him with all his might with a giant tree, trying to break the shield. Mose hopes that a serious tragedy can be avoided, and shouts at his uncle to dodge. However, this is easier said than done, since the knight found himself in a very difficult situation from which it was almost impossible to escape. In order to gain at least some window of opportunity to retreat, he turns to Sharon, who immediately takes aim. A few moments later, the arrow quickly heads towards the giant troll. He doesn't have time to react in time, and as a result loses one eye, which causes him to scream loudly. However, due to this rage, he does not weaken the onslaught, and begins to hit the knight's heavy shield with all his might with his hands. Uncle feels absolutely terrible, and wonders if this is how it will all end, and no one will come to their aid. Gradually, his will to live begins to fade, and he is already preparing to accept death in this video game. However, a few moments later, a silhouette passes by him, which makes him a little surprised. Mose accelerates to incredible speed, hoping to save his new comrade in time. Gathering a good amount of speed, he slams into the giant troll, using his strength to knock him down. This reckless impulse, oddly enough, bears fruit, and saves the knight from a rather inglorious death in battle. At first, Mose himself doesn't believe that he managed to move such a gigantic creature as this troll. Guile wonders what just happened, trying to figure out how a small boy could knock down a troll. Mose lands successfully on his feet, and sees that his opponent has fallen to the ground and is temporarily unable to move. Mose reflects that he had no idea that such a colossus could be brought down with just one push. Mose immediately asks Guile if he's okay, and he replies that their comrade is seriously injured. However, after some time, he begins to feel a strange aura that envelops him in a soft light. Guile realizes that this is a healing aura, which makes him wonder where this light could have come from and who decided to cast the spell. Mose guesses that it's all about the effect of his item, which increases the health regeneration of allies. After some time, this aura reaches the knight's head, and his vital signs rapidly rise. He comes to his senses quite quickly and wonders what happened here and why he is still alive. He immediately finds that his life bar is full again, and that he is healed incredibly quickly, as if there was a healer there. Sharon also discovers the effect of restoring health to allies, and tries to figure out who is the source of it. The knight looks closely at the protagonist, and now understands perfectly well that this guy definitely does not look like a newbie. Meanwhile, Mose hears the slowly growing roar of a giant troll behind him. Turning around, they see that the monster is still alive and is gradually coming to its senses, recovering from its wounds. Sharon prepares to fire another arrow at him, saying that this time she will aim for the back of his head. The knight throws his sword to the protagonist and says that he is the one who must finish this fight. Mosey quickly snatches up the offered two-handed steel sword and finds that it fits into his hands like a native. After this, he carefully analyzes his opponent and realizes that one blow is enough to cut off his head. Within moments, he is at his victim's side and unleashes the full force of his weapon upon them. Meanwhile, Silburn is happy that there is not a single free slot left in his inventory due to valuables. He understands that if things continue like this, they will be able to earn more than 100 million in just 10 minutes. Smiling, he realizes that his plan was simply brilliant, and that he was able to bypass the limitations created by the game. The thing is that, according to the rules, at least 120 people must hunt a troll, and their guild only has 40 fighters. They had to find the remaining 80 players elsewhere, but he quickly figured out how to profit from this. To add credibility, he even took several experienced players so as not to arouse serious suspicion. The automatic reward distribution system is based on the quest participant's contribution to its completion. He also understands that if his reputation is damaged, he will simply go into hiding and then pretend to be an altruist for a while. However, his brilliant and sinister plans quickly collapse due to the fact that the system reports that the quest has been completed. Silburn looks in surprise at the notification, which states that the troll's main boss has been defeated. Everyone else also receives a notification that the boss named Blackrock has been destroyed. The system also states that the group with the highest participation percentage has won all the awards, and Silburn is not included in it. The system also reports that Moose was awarded the most valuable player title for his greatest contribution to the victory. After some time, Silburn finds himself in an extremely awkward position, as he has received many wounds. Blood runs down his cheeks, and he wonders how he got into this situation in the first place. He remembers that just recently his comrades were next to him, but now they were all killed by unknown entities. He notes that these entities had no mana or health indicators, as if there were some kind of glitches in the system. Silburn wanted to get to group number 13, who received the reward, in order to take credit for defeating the boss. However, now their plans have gone to waste, and several people come after him, claiming that they have finally found him. The figures indicate that they were always interested in seeing a top player run away like a rat cornered. Silburn realizes that the Dark Guild has come for him and asks them what they want, but they advise him to surrender. They also state that he understands perfectly well why they came for him, after which they gradually approach. His fate remains unenviable, and due to the impossibility of escape, he falls victim to this strange organization. After some time, the action moves to the main square, where life continues to boil. Mosey enters a small building where you can buy or sell various types of equipment. The merchant asks him if he is really looking for something interesting, and he replies that this is not entirely true. He says that he needs an auction and that he would like to put up a lot, showing an interesting ring that he did not have before. Mosey looks at the seller quite determinedly, but we still have no idea where he got this artifact from. To find out what this ring is, you need to travel back a few hours to the moment when they killed Black Mountain. Mosey and his comrades saw a strange glow coming from the sphere left behind by the boss. Sharon says that the core of the award this time was especially large and different from the others. Mosey carefully approaches this core in order to finally enjoy his first catch. The core is an item that can be obtained after killing a monster, and it is something like a treasure chest. Its appearance varies depending on the monster, and it features different colors, as well as cosmetic changes to its shape or pattern. However, the stronger the monster, the larger the core, and the higher the chance of getting good items from it. Mosey realizes that this is the first time he has encountered such a large treasure chest, and he even feels a little uneasy. Sharon tells the protagonist that he has rightfully earned the right to open this chest himself. Mose asks them, surprised, why they think that, and they state that he has the highest participation rate. Mose feels a slight tingling sensation in his legs, and slowly approaches the core to open it. Gradually, he directs his thoughts towards this object in order to initiate the opening procedure. Mose realizes that he has nothing left to fear, since the hardest part has been overcome, and the time for rewards has come. Sharon and the others watch him closely, hoping they can see what he's about to get. Mosey feels the core begin to generate more energy, causing a warm feeling to appear on his fingers. The flash of light begins to grow stronger and stronger, almost completely blocking Mose from the others. The system notifies them that they have received quite a lot of different items that will be distributed among everyone. Mose realizes that all those days of hunting forest rangers pale in comparison to what he has received now. However, what interested him most was a specific item that the system offered him as a personal reward. Mosey examines the item closely and discovers it is the Mountain Ring of Power, which he decides to put up for sale. Mose realizes that if he decides to sell this ring now, he will get about 8 million won for it. However, it is difficult for him to navigate, because the cost can vary greatly depending on the type of effect of this artifact. Lately, prices for such items have been falling as their quantity has increased exponentially. Despite everything, he decides that the time has passed when he needed to be afraid, and he begins to act. After a while, evening comes, and the action moves to Mose's house, where he decides to take a little rest. Mose wonders if he should have raised the price, as the item was bought almost immediately after it was listed. With tears in his eyes, he realizes that it is too late, and there is no point in regretting it now. He tries to console himself by saying that he set a fair price, and then falls onto the bed from exhaustion. After that, he decides to wipe his forehead a little and think about what they had encountered during this long day. He reflects on the fact that he killed the troll himself in his first group quest, and it seems simply incredible to him. Besides everything else, he killed not just a simple troll, but a real boss, which is several times stronger than usual. He also received a pretty good reward, which he was able to sell fairly quickly for a substantial sum. And more importantly, he made new friends who now promise to complete missions together. Mose understands perfectly well that if he hadn't won some sort of star in this lottery, he would hardly have been able to make friends with them. After a while, he exits the game and his virtual reality helmet gradually brings him back to consciousness. He wonders, suggesting that perhaps he's played too much. He also hears short beeps from his phone, which signal that he has received a message. Taking a closer look, he realizes that it was his mother who wrote to him, asking him to eat better and adding that she transferred him some money. Mose texts her that he'll get his paycheck from his part-time job tomorrow, so she shouldn't have spent so much. Sometime later, he receives a notification that money has been debited from his account to pay for utilities. Mose speaks with a little irritation about being robbed blind without even being given the chance to enjoy the moment. He receives the next notification, and with his usual grumpiness, he assumes that this is another write-off. However, after a few moments, his face immediately changes as he realizes that this is something completely different. Only at this moment does he realize that his life has been divided into before and after, and the expression on his face begins to slowly change. Gradually, the sad mask is replaced by a sincere smile, and he begins to laugh loudly throughout the apartment. The thing is that he received a whole 30 million won after exchanging this money for real currency. After some time, Mose is already heading to the official representative office of this game in the Republic of Korea. This trip does not take him much time, especially since he already has money in his account. Mosey realizes that his future will now be tied exclusively to this game, so he makes a to-do list. He takes another semester off from school and also sends a lot of money to his mother. He also buys special powder from the player store, items and schematics that are critical for development. This powder is a special food supplement for restoring and maintaining nutritional balance. When a player consumes food in the game, they receive the supplement through VR glasses, thereby not having to stop to eat. All the necessary microelements enter the bloodstream through the skin of the face, and this is a real find for gamers. Mose understands that it's best to go offline and eat properly, and besides, no one has cancelled trips to the toilet. Upon returning home, he decides to check out the game news and comes across several very scandalous headlines. According to popular search queries, the community of the scheme most often discusses Silburn, as well as a player named Mose. The protagonist freezes in place and tries to understand how he became a forum star overnight. The thing is that the news of the last day spread throughout the forum in a matter of seconds, and now everyone is looking for him. Mosey also learns that Silburn was murdered, and that Dark Guild members are suspected of this. Mose also reflects on the dangers of his sudden popularity, which has skyrocketed in a matter of hours. He understands perfectly well that now almost every squad leader will try to add him as a friend and take him with them. Besides, there will surely be many people who will want to challenge him in order to increase their own popularity. Mose is also well aware that being so popular is a real target on the head. This kind of popularity falls on him like a giant stone, and he needs to think about his next steps. He understands that this won't work, so he quickly runs to his home to avoid being seen by others. Once he gets home, he barely has time to close the door to his room and take off his shoes before starting the game. He also puts a few packets of powder in his glasses to prepare for a long gaming session. Mosey realizes that if he doesn't take action, his freedom and future in this game are at risk. That's why he decides that the time has come to heroically escape from this city and disappear for a while. After he goes through the authorization process, he finds himself on a giant rock near the city. Mose realizes that he's been given $1 million chance, and he can't let it go under any circumstances. He decides to move away from everyone to avoid unnecessary public attention. After some time, he leaves the rock to move to a more secluded place. However, before that, he decides to quickly run to the forge to get himself some good equipment. The blacksmith informs him that everything is ready, noting that the equipment was made from black rock troll skin. Mosey looks at his armor and realizes that he looks incredibly cool now, since everyone loves black armor. This armor gives him quite a few bonuses to his stats, and the blacksmith says he hasn't come across anything worthwhile in a long time. Mosey realizes that such equipment would be perfect for a wanderer like him. He thanks the blacksmith and says that he made excellent armor, to which the blacksmith reciprocates. After this, he goes outside and reflects on the fact that the very hour has come when he needs to go in search of adventure. At least that's what it seemed to him at first, until he spent a lot of time wandering aimlessly. Sitting down to rest near a tree, he wonders where the very place he was looking for has gone. Mose comes to the conclusion that he really is lost and tries to figure out what to do. However, after some time, he discovers a strange mark on the ground from which the wind is blowing. Mose puts his hand to it and realizes that there is a light breeze blowing from underground, after which he decides to press the plate. Of course, this device turns out to be magical, opening access to unknown lands. Mosey immediately feels a slight earthquake and tries to stay on her feet so as not to get her armor dirty. Gradually, the giant cave begins to open, and the stone gates begin to move thanks to a strange force. Mose also feels a gust of wind that draws him inside in the hope that someone will solve the mystery of this place. Mosey wonders what this all means when suddenly the system throws him another notification. Mosey realizes that he is the first one to open this dungeon, which is called the Black Root Dungeon. Mose is surprised that fate has led him to unknown lands that no one has yet discovered. Once inside, he finds it incredibly dark and decides to look at his inventory. After this, he stays near the stone and realizes that this place is really very mysterious and ominous. He passes by giant walls and notes that there are strange patterns on them, applied by someone unknown. Mose also notices that the further he goes, the darker the area around him becomes, and this puts a lot of pressure on his psyche. He understands that this could even cause attacks of fear, since there are quite a few skeletons around him. After some time, he finally reaches a giant pedestal that looks like a burial site. Mose comes closer to it, wonders what it is, and decides to read the inscriptions on the tombstone. The inscriptions say that the creature in the grave cannot express all its hatred towards the one who wore it down. Mosey learns that the dark forces have ambushed their troops, and the smell of rotten blood fills the air. Mosey quickly turns around, hearing a strange noise that sounds more like a squad approaching. A detachment is indeed approaching him, but it consists of monsters and cannot be called small. Mose grins and realizes that he wasn't born yesterday, so he understands perfectly well that trouble is brewing here. After this, he notes that he never expected that there would be so many opponents here with whom he would have to fight. Despite this, he is quite good at taking out multiple opponents with his quick strikes. However, the skeletons have nothing to lose, as they feel no pain and rush to attack. Mose somehow manages to avoid getting stabbed in the throat with a blade and quickly twists away. After this, he dives down to prepare the ground for a new counterattack and notes the enemy's numbers. He also realizes that he is still not a combat class member and needs to do something quickly to survive. He also realizes that his weapon skills still need some work, as he has only recently started learning. Meanwhile, skeletons continue to exist in immeasurable numbers that must be taken into account. Gradually, they begin to jump on him from all sides, so that he has no opportunity to block the blow. Mosey realizes that not every warrior can handle such a number, when suddenly they knock him to the ground. Gradually, these monsters form a giant mountain, under which the main character ends up buried. Mose, however, still maintains his presence of mind, and realizes that the time has come to use one of his trump cards. His trump card is the special effect of his armor, which allows him to create a flash of powerful light. This flash is quite fast and turns into a real shockwave that should knock back opponents. The powerful explosion is so destructive that even skeletons are blown apart with incredible ease. Mosey realizes that the armor's effect was indeed very useful in this situation. After this, he decides to take a little breather and prepare for the fact that his opponents will attack him again. The opponents do not disappoint the protagonist and immediately attack, raising their weapons. Mosey smiles as he suddenly feels like he'll definitely be able to make quick work of these enemies now. After some time, almost nothing remains of the skeletons. Mose is convinced that in this damned cave absolutely no one moves except himself. He carefully wipes the sweat from his forehead and wonders if this is all these monsters have to offer. After some time, he feels a bright glow coming from the system notifications. The system provides him with new rewards that rain down on him like water from a cornucopia at an incredible speed. Mosey receives a notification that he has leveled up twice and is surprised that it has brought him so much. He smiles and notes that he has now definitely raised his level above 10, even though he was only fighting skeletons. However, After a few moments, he hears a strange sound and feels the presence of destructive auras. Mosey turns around and prepares to engage any creature that attacks from the darkness. He reflects on the fact that he just heard a strange sound that scared him quite a bit. It becomes clear that in order to get the maximum reward for completing the game, you need to move forward despite the fear. He moves forward gradually, constantly looking around to avoid falling into another trap. He hears a strange hum and realizes that there is definitely someone else here, although they are still hidden in the shadows for some reason. After passing through a small crevice, he finds that he seems to have almost reached his destination. Almost immediately, a pungent smoke hits his nose, which also spreads an unnatural, otherworldly aura. Mose covers his nose and starts coughing, realizing the smell is simply incredible. He also looks around and discovers a large number of corpses. Moving cautiously further, he realizes that there is a real stench in this place, as if someone had recently died. However, he finally reaches at least a minimally illuminated area of the cave. He also finds himself on small steps, and strange sounds, similar to whispers, begin to reach his ears. He decides to follow these whispers, takes a few steps up the stairs and listens carefully. He discovers another rather massive slab, which is also engraved with magical symbols. Mose studies the slab closely to see what story it is trying to tell. He quickly discovers that the person connected to this slab was burning with an incredible burning hatred. This man claimed to hate the Imperial army that burned down their village using their own resources. He also forever remembered that the army mercilessly killed his entire family for their own amusement. The creature believed that they were all scoundrels who hid their faces and who had attacked the village silently, like ghosts. The shaman who lived in this village put a curse on them so that they would never leave this place. Mose carefully reads the text of the curse, which states that they will wander forever in torment and suffering. He also notes that the writings here are significantly different from the previous ones he read. Mosey learns that the Imperial army has plundered the village, killed the inhabitants, and burned all the houses to the ground. He understands that these scoundrels deserve such an unenviable fate, because it is impossible to behave so badly. After a while, a giant system notification appears behind him, distracting his attention. The system issues a task to eliminate the leader and deserters of Giratina. Mosey also receives the information that the curse words must be spoken to awaken the boss, and repeats them exactly. Immediately after this, he begins to feel a strong earthquake that prevents him from staying on his feet. Strange clots of energy appear in front of the tombstone, collecting in parts of the organs and bones. Mosey tries to dodge the bones flying at him, realizing that they are gathering together, awakening the boss. He watches this terrifying sight and tries to figure out how to defeat the boss. Giratina regains consciousness and utters a curse, declaring that everything must burn in hellfire. He wonders how this pathetic shaman dared to defile him with his unworthy words, adding that his organs should have been removed alive and ground into dust rather than starved. Mosey suddenly feels an incredible fear and his hands begin to shake violently. Giratina turns his attention to him and asks if it was he who freed him by uttering the curse words. Mose realizes he has no choice but to retreat and notes that the strange creature has correctly guessed what happened. After this, he declares that Giratina must answer for the murder of innocents and the destruction of the village. Hearing the accusations, Giratina becomes even more furious and his eyes flash red. He immediately launches a powerful and fast attack with his fist, which smashes into Mose's fist and does not give him time to react. Mose is amazed that a pile of bones that large, clad in armor, can move so fast. His body crashes into the rock, causing a small explosion that causes a collapse. Giratina asks him how he dares to judge him when he has never been in his place and doesn't know this life. He is also called an arrogant and stupid man who has no idea what a powerful warrior he is dealing with. He begins to threaten him, saying that he will suck every last drop of life out of him before he returns to this world. Each boss in the location has its own unique name, and they are several dozen times stronger than regular mobs. That is why there is no point in putting them on the same level as ordinary opponents, because the difference in strength is too great. Mosey knows full well that he is facing a boss fight, but he couldn't imagine that this boss would be so difficult. He understands that the fight will be much harder than the previous one, since he went out alone against such an enemy. Giratina suddenly notices that his opponent is acting too calm to have taken that much damage. Mosey realizes that as long as he holds on, he can heal his entire body, since regeneration is almost instantaneous. Giratina immediately attacks the boy and asks what kind of dark magic he is using. At the moment, the boss doesn't have any melee weapons, so he uses his fists. Mosey understands that such actions require immediate response before another attack hits him. After this, he grips the hilt of his sword tighter and realizes that a powerful blow must follow the turn. He counterattacks almost instantly, aiming straight for the opponent's head to cut it off. Although the blow does not fully reach its target, it definitely shocks and stuns the opponent. Mose looks happily at his opponent and understands that he can be defeated, which means there is no point in being afraid. The incredible strength, health, and agility that the equipment grants him allow him to move as he wishes. He understands that with such an armor set, he can defeat even such a boss, given the boost from the rare pendant. Giratina angrily states that his body is cursed, but he cannot fall at the hands of a newbie. He also promises that he will kill him to finally be free from this annoying curse. Mose notes that Giratina can talk all he wants, but it won't change anything. Giratina declares that he will now show how strong he is, even against a small bug that doesn't know its place. Mose steps aside, sensing that the magic seal Giratina just created is truly dangerous. After a few moments, Giratina decides to use the spell to remove the delay seal. In this way, he almost completely unlocks his potential and acquires serious weapons. Giratina is level 35, which is significantly higher than what he was initially at in the first phase. Immediately after this, he takes off with such speed as if he were some kind of robber. He delivers 2 cross-shaped attacks, each of which hits its target and deals heavy damage to Mose. Mose realizes that his armor is too weak to protect him from these blows. Giratina turns around and prepares to deliver one more blow to finally end the fight. Mose doesn't turn around fast enough to get a chance to defend with his left shield. That's why the next blow hits him in the back, causing serious damage and sending him flying a long way. He falls to the ground several times, doing somersaults, and feels his health decreasing. If the blow had been a little stronger, it could certainly have sent him straight to the grave. Giratina is annoyed that he couldn't cut him in half with one hit due to some kind of defensive magic. After this, he declares that there is no point in swinging his sword anymore, because he will put an end to the enemy's worthless life. Mose is in incredible pain, and realizes that if it weren't for the armor, he would have died 20 times over. However, a smile spreads across his face again, as he realizes that he is no longer the same person he was before. Having risen to his feet, he notes that he already has 300 units of health, and his recovery is incredibly fast. If you translate that into raw numbers, he's regenerating over a third of his maximum health per second. Until he dies, he will always have a few seconds to quickly regenerate his wounds. So, to kill Mose, you need to perform the most powerful attack that the boss is not capable of. Giratina asks how he survived the hit, and Mose notes that he took advantage of the opportunity and is back in action. He also says that he will destroy the boss and avenge all the dead villagers. Giratina calls him a cheeky brat who has lost his bearings and must answer for his insolence. Mose raises his steel sword to block the blow, though he struggles. He understands that in front of him is not some pathetic skeleton, but a truly serious boss of incredible power. After this, he takes a few steps to the side to relieve serious pressure from the body. In this way, he manages to transfer the momentum of the blow to the side and completely neutralize its effects. Immediately after this, he jumps into the air, thinking that he had been waiting a long time for the moment to strike. This moment has come right now, and now we need to put all our remaining strength into a decisive blow to the head. Mose uses a powerful swing to pierce through several pieces of armor and Giratina's body at once. Looking closely at the results of the blow, he realizes that the boss's bones have cracked. Mose comes to the conclusion that you can't lose momentum to keep the punches coming one after another. He uses all his remaining strength to attack as quickly as possible. Giratina understands that if he doesn't do something urgently, he will have to spend countless years in the abyss again. After this, he suddenly swings his dominant, albeit slightly damaged hand, and orders Mose to die. Mose pretends he's too slow to dodge the attack, but it's all part of his plan. He understands that during such an attack his opponent is very vulnerable, and he needs to take advantage of this moment. He makes a deft leap, delivering a powerful blow with his sword that's severing Giratina's arm and leaving him weaponless. Mose has greatly improved his swordsmanship in just a few battles against countless undead. Now his determination pushes him forward to reach new limits of his incredible strength. Giratina doesn't even have time to react to these attacks in time, since now he has absolutely nothing to defend himself with. After one of his legs is severed, he falls to the ground, no longer able to maintain his balance. Mose quickly climbs on top of his opponent and brings his sword to his skull, hinting that he is defeated. He looks at his opponent with a defiant expression and takes a moment to catch his breath to finish him off. He also decides to finally note that this is where his endless atrocities end. Giratina realizes that he is unlikely to be able to escape and wonders how this is even possible. He asks Mose how he was able to defeat the former Golden Predator Knight of the Grand Imperial Army. Mose is amazed that this man still considers himself a worthy knight, and demands to be treated accordingly. He calls Giratina a pathetic murderer, who brings dishonor to the Empire, and is not worthy of being called its loyal knight. Giratina asks how Mose dares call him a murderer when he has no idea what it means to be a warrior. Mose reminds him that he attacked a peaceful village and killed every living thing, and that is definitely not the act of a warrior. Giratina explains that they had no choice, as famine had set in and the war was in full swing. They had nothing to eat and were forced to ask for help from the inhabitants of the village they were defending. He adds that, despite everything, the residents stubbornly saw them only as enemies and even decided to attack. It was this incident that prompted Giratina and his subordinates to commit bloody vengeance. He accuses the peasants of lacking gratitude for their efforts to protect the village. He also states that these little bugs have no honor, since they tried to fight the Imperial army after everything that happened. Mosey asks if that's why they killed everyone, and Giratina states that he doesn't see a problem with it. He adds that one pathetic worm would not have survived if not for the shaman's curse, and that would have been a glorious memory. Mose understands that he is dealing with a real scoundrel who cannot be treated with ceremony, and he must pay for it. He claims to know what it means to be a warrior much more than someone like Giratina. He adds that he served for 2 years and took a soldier's oath when he joined the service. He raises his sword and says that they swore in front of the people and the nation to protect the people. He then performs a powerful jumping attack, declaring that he represents the Republic of Korea army. Immediately after, he delivers a powerful blow to the surprised Giratina, who understands nothing about Korea. However, it doesn't matter, as Giratina's lifespan ends almost instantly and he crumbles to dust. Mosey turns around with a pompous look and steps aside, not looking back at the enemy's body. After this, the hair is gently swayed by the wind that appeared after the death of the final boss. He begins to feel ashamed of the strange, slightly stupid phrase he decided to say in front of his boss. A few moments later, a system notification about the quest being completed appears in front of him. Mosey gains several levels for defeating the boss, and now he is much stronger. He is surprised that he jumped 6 levels at once just for a short, albeit difficult fight with the boss. He receives a corresponding achievement, which adds 2 more points to all characteristics. Mosey hears strange sounds and turns around sharply, trying to figure out what decided to sneak up on him. However, it turns out that the sound belongs to the sphere, which cracked a little after falling out of the boss. He approaches the sphere closer and notes that this core is noticeably different from all that he has seen before. He carefully brings his hands to the sphere, which immediately begins to open, preparing to release the rewards. Mosey watches the core closely, trying to figure out what he will get for this battle. A mountain of various artifacts falls on him, as well as a huge amount of gold, which belongs entirely to him. He happily thinks that he needs to quickly take all of this into his inventory. However, his attention is immediately drawn to a strange glow emanating from an object behind him. It turns out that the glow belongs to the very sword that Giratina was trying to use. There are special runes on the sword that indicate its great power. Mosey remembers that this weapon will surely be valuable and decides to learn how to use it. After some time, the system notifies him about the properties of this weapon. He understands that the sword provides fantastic increases in strength and dexterity, and has the status of being unique. He notes with horror that among the ranks he is rare, and the unique artifact is even more valuable. He is surprised that there is an item of higher quality, because he has never heard of such a thing even in legends. He notes that if the sword is unique, it is unlikely that anything similar will be found in the future. He is amazed that he was the first in the game to receive a rare artifact, not suspecting that he would become the owner of a unique one. However, after a few moments, the sword suddenly begins to dissolve, and Mose becomes seriously scared. He wonders where the sword went when he suddenly notices the mist it had turned into heading towards him. Mose is surprised that the sword has dissolved, but for some reason it decides to return to his hand. The system notifies him that he has received the skill to summon an engraved sword, which is permanently assigned to him. The skill has a cooldown of 1.5 seconds, but while the player holds the sword, mana is consumed. Mose notes that this is a very interesting skill and, moreover, it is the first skill that he finally got. He decides to heroically summon the sword right now to test this skill. Immediately after this, a special magical seal appears above him, and the air around him begins to tremble. Mose experiences an incredible sensation and notes that he has never felt so exciting. Slowly, a sword appears from the seal, and he is surprised that it actually works. He immediately takes the sword in his hand and tries to test how comfortable it is to hold it and perform combat techniques. He notes that the blade fits comfortably in his hand, and its weight is ideal for his fighting style. Smiling, he decides to try this weapon in a real battle with other opponents. After this, he hears strange crunching sounds and wonders if he has stepped on something. Looking at his leg, he realizes that there was a gold ornament underneath it and decides to pick it up. The decoration turns out to be the seal of the defeated knight, which has a unique rarity rank and grants a quest. Mosey looks closely at the ring and realizes that it allows him to use it once to obtain a quest. He also understands that the conditions of the task are hidden, so now it is better to focus on the wealth obtained. Mosey wonders how much all this treasure could sell for, figuring it would fetch him 500 gold. After a while, he feels warm rays of light that hit him sharply in the face, forcing him to cover himself. After this, he understands that since it has already begun to get light, he needs to go with the loot to the nearest village. As he heads to the city, he reflects that with this money he will be able to forget about poverty for a while. After some time, a crowd of people appears in the market square due to some amazing events. Players look at the auction page in surprise and wonder what these artifacts are that have recently been put up for sale. Due to the incredible exoticism of these artifacts, their prices are rising extremely rapidly. What surprises everyone even more is the fact that all these items were put up by just one player. They quickly realize that the player is Moose, who has already been in the news. Mosey decides to auction off a skill book of rare quality. Players remember that this is the same Mose who was with Silborn during the troll hunt. Meanwhile, events take us to the Central Trade Committee of Arantes, to one of its branches. Mose came here to finally appreciate the amount of gold that the trade had brought him. However, he was incredibly surprised when he saw real mountains of gold bars and coins. The Goblin's secretary informed him that he had earned 8,726 gold at the auction in a surprisingly short period of time. Mose asked the amount several times, and the Goblin repeated it without any problem. Hearing such a huge amount, Mose had difficulty keeping his balance. He knows he should be happy, but he still finds it hard to believe that what is happening is real, because he has received so much. After this, he discovers several strange coins and notices that they do not look like gold. The Goblin explains that Mose doesn't seem to realize that he has an Ormacon token in front of him. He adds that one such token is equivalent to 1,000 gold pieces, and Mose is amazed and goes into shock. After analyzing the token, he realizes that this currency has a magical effect, something he has never seen before. That's why he decides to carefully examine each coin to make sure it's not a misperception. The Goblin warns that it is good manners to remain vigilant. He also states that now everyone in town will want to know who Mose really is, and that could cause problems. Mosey recalls that a dark guild has formed in the game, whose members kill and rob players and NPCs. He suggests that extra caution should be exercised to avoid running into these scoundrels. Players all over the city are talking to each other about who Mose is, and how much money he has made. Some of them laugh and say that when they meet, they must definitely rob him in order to get rich. Mose moves slowly through the city, hiding her identity, and realizes it's time to lay low. After some time, he decides to turn to a blacksmith to help him. Coming to the shop, he explains that he needs armor that completely covers the body and face, and has high durability. The blacksmith says that armor with full camouflage and high durability will be expensive. Mose notes that he wants to see the selection because price is not an issue for him. Suddenly, the blacksmith shows him a giant suit of knightly armor, shining as if it had just been polished. Mosey looks closely at the armor and realizes that he would hardly be recognized if he wore this equipment. He notes that it is a real work of art, which he has seen at competitions, and asks about the price. The blacksmith says that the set costs 200 gold and is not going to bargain. Mosey, with a slight huff, says he knows it's expensive, but the kit is worth the money. A few moments later, he hears a suspicious loud jingle of coins and looks down. Mose happily lays out the required amount in front of the blacksmith and agrees to the price. He also states that he wants to buy the entire set, and is willing to pay the full amount right now to get it. That night, an unknown girl, trying to hide her identity with a hood, looks around. One of her comrades calls her Kia and asks if it's time to go on another mission. Kia tells Veyron that he has guessed correctly and agrees that he can help if she wants. Kia reminds him that the mission took months of preparation, and Veyron chuckles slightly. He also notes that she speaks a strange language, being a simple, common girl, which immediately irritates her. Mosey notices that Kia decides to explain to Veyron that he needs to watch his language, even if he is talking to someone from an ordinary family. Veyron immediately decides to surrender, noting that it is not worth killing colleagues on duty, and admits that he was just joking, albeit unsuccessfully. Kia looks at him sternly and doesn't say a word, hinting that she could kill him at any moment. After this, she advises Veyron to watch his weapons and be especially careful with his tongue. Immediately after this, she carefully takes a small stone and says that it should take her to the city of Astana. She throws a pebble on the ground, after which it soon dissolves into thin air in a few moments. After this, a small portal is formed, which allows her to quickly move between different cities. Kia jumps into the portal and disappears, leaving behind characteristic energy bursts and sparks. Veyron looks after her with disdain and remarks that she is an insolent mongrel who thinks too highly of herself. He opens a special sweater to think about what he needs to do next. He wonders where he could give the treasures, since he still hasn't been able to find them. He is looking for the very same Flora star that Mose received as a reward for buying a lottery ticket. Meanwhile, events take us to another place, when the sun has already risen over the continent. A simple peasant carries the chained knight Vlad and tells him that he is his savior. Mose says there's no need to thank him, since he agreed to let him down, and so they're even. The merchant states that he thought the monster would have already eaten him, so he is very grateful to Mose. He also asks if Mose is a student, and he replies that he wants to earn money for his education. The driver remarks that Muzu's parents must be proud of him, and asks how he got into this game. He says he was fired from his company, after which he opened a restaurant, but it soon went bankrupt. After this, he adds that he decided to work here as a delivery man, and this allows him to stay afloat for now. The driver says that he is ready to take Musa to the ends of the earth, but he declares that he would not like to impose himself. Uncle notes with a smile that Mose can be calm, because for him he is a reliable bodyguard. After he reaches the city, he thanks the driver and says that he will meet him later in the center. The system immediately warns that the armor needs to be repaired, as it has been severely damaged. Mosey is surprised that the armor requires maintenance so often, and realizes he has no choice. In order to quickly repair his armor, he heads to the forge to take a little rest. While the blacksmith works on his armor, Mose reflects on the ring he received after defeating Giratina. He realizes that he still hasn't been able to fulfill the conditions to start the hidden quest, because he doesn't know them. He also realizes that the longer he thinks about it, the more he realizes that he is at a dead end, and this irritates him. After some time, he leaves the forge, thinking that he needs to meet the cab driver and only then think about the future. After this, he notices that there is too much crowd gathered near the forge, and tries to understand what happened. An aristocrat surrounded by bodyguards beats up an unfortunate cab driver, claiming that he is late. People cannot believe such cruelty, and note that the man was only slightly late with the delivery. The arrogant boy grabs the cab driver and says that he will be buried today for such an offense. However, at the last moment, when he was about to hit the cab driver, his hand was intercepted. The nobleman turns around irritably and asks what is going on, when he suddenly notices a knight nearby. Mose explains that unexpected events can happen on the road, which is why he was late. The aristocrat jumps aside and asks the knight if he understands who is standing in front of him. He adds that everyone in the valley is obliged to obey him, and if the mood is spoiled, he uses force. Mose asks if such a small thing is enough to hit a person, and receives an affirmative answer. In a burst of self-confidence, the aristocrat rushes forward, assuming that he can strike the knight with his bare hands. Mose dodges the blow, noting that if he had stood still, the nobleman would have broken his arm. After this, he notes that he will not be held responsible for further actions, since this is self-defense. Immediately after this, he delivers a mirror punch, and the aristocrat is sent flying. The boy gains such speed that he crashes into the wall, creating a powerful explosion and breaking the baskets. The blow makes the aristocrat think hard about whether he is doing everything right. The other residents who were watching this were shocked, since no one had ever allowed themselves to do something like this before. The cab driver slowly rises to his feet and looks gratefully at Mose, noting that he did not expect his help. Other people begin to worry about the fate of the stranger, because he hit the heir of the clan. Mose tries to help the cab driver up when suddenly an irritated old voice calls him a pathetic scumbag. A nobleman named Morik claims to be in charge of the place, and Mose dares to hit his son. After this, he turns to a guard named Python and orders that the scoundrel be punished for his misdeed. Python throws away the scabbard of his sword and announces that the freak will pay for attacking the master's son. After this, he rushes into the attack, swearing on his name that he will deal with him. Mosey realizes that there is no need to be afraid, and immediately summons the sword he received recently. In a few moments, the blade that previously belonged to the boss appears in his hands, and he manages to block the blow. Python looks at his opponent in surprise and wonders how he managed to react so quickly. Moose realizes this is a good time to keep the pressure on his opponent and land a punch. The blow is powerful enough to disarm the opponent and throw him aside. The python hits the aristocrat's son, who is just beginning to recover from the previous blow. This way, Mose takes out two opponents at once and makes it clear to everyone else that he is not so simple. Morik watches in horror as his best bodyguard is taken down with just one blow and doesn't know what to do. Morik orders him to get up immediately and asks if he really considers himself his knight after such a defeat. Mosey, meanwhile, points his sword at Morik and notes that now is the time to answer for his actions. People gradually get closer to Mose and wonder if he is the hero they think he is. Suddenly, they all unanimously name him as a member of the Order of the 14 Knights, and Mose is very surprised by this. The crowd begins to chant loudly, rejoicing that the hero has come and defeated the enemies. They also demand that Morik answer for his words and actions, recalling that he has already executed several people. Mosey realizes that Morik has no idea who the 14 Knights are, but now is not the time for explanations. Suddenly, Mose turns to Morik and asks if everything the good citizens said was true. Morik begins to justify himself, saying that this is not entirely true, and that perhaps they are partially right, although he is to blame. Mose wonders if he should visit Morik's house to make sure he's cleared of the law. Morik falls to his knees and begs for forgiveness, admitting that he committed a terrible crime and begging for mercy. Mose looks at him carefully and says that she accepts his apology. He also states that if Morik admits to his crimes, then he must now compensate the victims in order not to lose his life. Morik swears that he will fulfill these demands in full, and the crowd begins to rejoice. Mose's fame level increases significantly, and he also receives notifications for completing several quests. These tasks were hidden in nature, and now he receives a hint on how to obtain a very rare artifact. The system tells him to head to Phallop, which is located on the edge of the continent. Meanwhile, two hooded figures belonging to the Order of the 14 Knights are watching the events. One of them says that there is no need to name this imposter, since according to the prophecy, everything should be as it should be. One of the knights notes that thanks to this guy they have a lot less work, and that's good. One of them wonders who this man is, and his comrade assumes that it is the same Mose. They realize that they are probably looking at a famous person and decide to continue observing him. They come to the conclusion that they need to establish surveillance to find out more about him and his affairs. Meanwhile, Mose looks at the maps and realizes that the next place he will go is the city of Phallop. The city turns out to be very beautiful, and also holds many secrets thanks to its rich history and geographical location. This city also serves as the border of the continent, giving it special importance in this universe. Events take us to the city employment office to follow Mose and his new adventures. Mose falls to the ground and remarks that he doesn't understand anything at all, and this begins to anger him. He looks angrily at the sky, and wonders how many days this has been going on, and how much longer it will last. The thing is that he has a secret class that is significantly different from all the other players. These classes are so rare that they are virtually unknown in the community, and this can be a problem. Unfortunately, the bureau employee was unable to help him because he could not determine who he was. Mose wonders irritably if he'll actually have to search the city for the new quest. After a while, something unusual catches his attention, and he freezes for a while. Looking closer, he notices a pair of elves he has never seen before. Mose is lost in thought about how the city is full of surprises, as elves are a real rarity here. After a while, a robber runs past him and pushes him aside, despite the fact that he is wearing armor. Mose angrily calls him an idiot and orders him to watch where he's going so as not to crash into people. He accuses the robber of impudence, noting that he crashed into him and even shouted for no reason. After this, he seriously wishes that he would fall into a dung heap from which it would be impossible to wash off. A few moments later, wherever this bandit is, a powerful explosion is heard. Mose feels a little uncomfortable and hopes that it wasn't his curse that led to this result. The bandit, meanwhile, finds himself thrown back and tries to get back on his feet as quickly as possible. He also notices that the wallet with money, which he had been hiding all this time, fell to the ground and opened. After some time, a majestic figure in a cloak approaches him and calls the bandit a dirty swindler. Weirin suddenly accuses him of trying to deceive him and of hoping to escape after that. Mose realizes that this man is quite strong and perhaps a much more experienced fighter than he appears. He is surprised to discover that the man is wearing a familiar ring on his finger. The bandit realizes that he has no choice but to desperately rush into attack. He suddenly takes out his knife, hoping to catch his opponent off guard. A spark from a blade flashes in the air, and it becomes clear that only one will emerge from this battle alive. Weirin quickly strikes twice with his swords and gets behind his opponent, killing him. The robber doesn't even have time to understand what happened, and now his soul dissolves into nothingness. Nearby residents become frightened and try to run away to avoid becoming the next victim. Weirin irritably hides the swords behind his cloak and realizes that he wasted his time. Mose admires Weirin's fighting prowess, noting that his movements were so fast that he didn't notice them. After this, he wonders who this man is and how he achieved such combat effectiveness. The system reports that the quest has been completed, and he has now found a clue to the secret class reward. Mose wonders in amazement how he managed to complete the hidden quest completely by accident. The system informs him that he has received another quest to awaken his secret class called Swordsman. According to this quest, he must talk to a man in a black robe, who is precisely Weirin. Mose decides to follow Weirin, and this process dragged on until the night, because he was constantly visiting different places. However, closer to night, he suddenly decides to turn into a gateway to make sure that he is not being followed. Mose tiptoes after him, not caring that his heavy metal armor might give away his presence. He reflects that he had simply assumed back then that their rings were similar. But now, there can be no doubt. Mose also recalls that Giratina said that he himself was a swordsman when he was still in flesh and blood. He notes that he could not have imagined that this would lead him into such a strange and dangerous situation. However, suddenly, during another attempt to spy on Veyron, Mose discovers that his target has disappeared somewhere. He carefully asks himself where the man went, when suddenly Veyron appears right behind him. Before Mose can react, Weirin grabs him with his arms, preventing him from moving. Any attempts by Mose to somehow escape from the tenacious clutches of Veyron prove to be absolutely futile and fruitless. After some time, Veyron finally lets him go to interrogate him, since he had noticed that he was being followed for a long time. He immediately thrusts his sword forward to make it clear to Mose that if he moves, he will not survive. Weirin calls him a pathetic little rat and asks why he decided to follow him for so long. However, he suddenly notices something that makes him pause for a moment and look at Mose in surprise. Having caught the pendant with the blade of his sword, he asks where he got this valuable artifact that he had been looking for so long. Weirin demands an immediate answer, adding that someone more worthy than Mose deserves this artifact. Mose calmly explains that he won the pendant in a lottery, hinting that he did not steal it. Veyron immediately delivers a powerful blow to bring the enemy to his senses, leaving them with less than 5% health. He asks irritably if he really thought of joking in such an important situation. Mose explains that he seriously bought it from an old man in one of the cities who sold stone runes. Veyron decides to interrogate his opponent more seriously and grabs him, pulling him towards himself. After this, he asks what the man looked like, and Mose gives the most detailed description possible. Veyron listens carefully to every word and understands that this is exactly the person he was looking for. After this, he irritably lets go of Mose, who falls backwards due to inertia, unable to cope with the weight of the armor. Veyron smiles slyly and explains why this man hid for so long. Mose is fully restored to health and asks who this man is that Weirin has been looking for so long. Veyron replies that in the criminal world this man is known as a high-class criminal. He adds that he is called the gambler Lyro, and he is much more powerful than he appears. Mose remembers that same merchant and wonders if this man was really a criminal. Weirin states that he needed to track him down because he knows about the disappearance of the languorous cavalcade. Mose asks what this means, and Weirin is surprised by the knight's low knowledge of history. Weirin states that the cavalcade was considered the greatest fighting force on the continent, but one day it disappeared. Mose guesses that this pendant may serve as a clue to the location of these people. Veyron confirms that this is true, and adds that the pendant belonged to Florin, the commander of the cavalcade. Mose looks at the pendant and reflects that he was mistaken in thinking it was just a magnificent artifact. Veyron carefully pays attention to the enemy's health, and realizes that he has already managed to heal. He adds that the star is indeed real, as Mose already feels like new. Smiling, Weirin quickly takes out 2 swords and says that it is time to end this stupid conversation. Immediately after this, he rushes forward, hoping to instantly finish off Mose, but he dodges. Mose senses damage to the armor and asks why Weirin chose to strike in such a way. Veyron explains that since Florin is gone, they can simply kill him and take the pendant for personal use. He smirks and notes that Mose must be obedient and not resist his disposal. Mose accuses him of treachery, claiming that Weirin had intended to kill him from the start, and he confirms this. He says that he has already learned enough information, and there is no point in leaving him alive. After this, Veyron rushes forward, claiming that dead men tell no tales, and it will be better for everyone. Mose reflects that it now becomes clear to him why he simply gave away all the information. Weirin moves incredibly fast, despite Mose's limited mobility and armor. Mose doesn't have time to react and receives several powerful blows that almost kill him. Veyron happily declares that now the pendant will belong to him, and he will become even stronger. However, after a few moments, he looks at his opponent in surprise, realizing that he is still standing on his feet. Weirin asks how Mose even survived the blow, while he is fully recovered. Suddenly he comes to the conclusion that in front of him is one of the immortals about whom they talk a lot. He quickly begins to circle around Mose, remembering that such immortals are called players. After this, Weirin attacks the back, noting that even if the enemy remains dead, he will look for him again. Mose realizes that he only needs to wait a couple of seconds to stabilize again. Veyron immediately rushes into the attack again and wonders if he was expecting a break. After this, he delivers several more powerful blows, and Mose's health drops below 3%, leaving him on the verge of death. Mose is horrified to realize that his consciousness is slowly fading due to the massive amount of damage he has received. He wonders how and where it will all end, because he will probably be robbed after the murder. However, someone suddenly blocks the attack and announces that swordsmen keep all the truth in the sword and dedicate themselves to it. After this, the young man explains that he should have reminded Veyron more often that this was a top-secret mission. Mose watches the 2 swordsmen fight and wonders what is going on. Veyron's boss says that he not only spilled all the immortals' secrets, but also succumb to temptation. After this, he calls him a traitor and states that because of this, he must be immediately destroyed. Weiren calls his superior Master Robin and assures him that everything is not as he thought. He asks him to forgive him and give him another chance to atone for his guilt. But it is too late. A huge amount of blood spills onto the walls and stone floor of the gateway, foreshadowing the end of Weiren. Master Robin turns away from the traitor and explains that his apology will only be accepted in hell at the trial. Mosey watches in amazement as he tries to understand how this man could kill Weiren so quickly. Master Robin meanwhile turns to Mose and says that his fate will be similar, no matter what. He adds that now he knows too much, and he himself understands what this is fraught with. Mosey realizes that his first fight with these swordsmen had scared him a lot, and he even thought about giving up. However, Master Robin seems to him to be a real monster, on another level that is not yet attainable. He wonders if things will end as usual, but his fortitude will prevail again. He reflects that he told himself that he would be different, and now he is ready to put all his strength into this game. Master Robin nods approvingly, saying that he didn't expect such a sharp rise in morale. He looks at Mose and asks if he doesn't want to give up, even though he's completed the quest. Mose understands that even if he dies and has to pay a fine, he must not retreat, because he must find out about the ring. Master Robin asks if he realizes the difference in their skills, surprised that he still challenges him. Mosey explains that if he dies and comes back from the dead, his enemies will still be after him, so he has no choice. Master Robin mentally marvels at his resilience and understands that this boy is shaking, but his will to live is strong. He also notes that even among swordsmen such a person is rare. Suddenly his attention is drawn to the gloves. It is a knight, and he notices that there is a strange ring there. Master Robin is genuinely surprised, but he doesn't dare rush into battle and still tries to make sure. Taking a closer look at the ring, he comes to the final conclusion that it is the swordsman's seal that is in front of him. Master Robin immediately grabs Mose by the throat, preventing him from fighting, and asks where he got the ring from. Mosey is unable to move and honestly admits that he received the ring after defeating Giratina. Master Robin asks again if he just said he got it after killing Giratina. Mose repeats his words again, and Master Robin continues to stare at him, trying to figure out what to do next. After a few moments, he releases Mose, saying that he can't believe the boy was able to defeat Giratina. Mose wonders in surprise, since Giratin was a swordsman and once followed the Great Code. Master Robin confirms this, noting that it was a long time ago and Giratina is no longer a swordsman. He adds that several hundred years ago he defected to the Imperial Army and handed over his clan. Master Robin also notes that there were few of them in those days, so no one could resist the army. Mose muses that it now makes sense where he got such an unusual ring, despite its geolocation. He apologizes, saying that perhaps he shouldn't have killed the man, but Master Robin states that it is as it should be. He also states that after what he has learned about the mission, there is only one very specific circumstance in which Mose can escape alive. Master Robin explains that in reality, every time Mose is revived, she will die in agony. He also adds that he can become a replacement for the dead idiot and work for them. Master Robin, with a menacing look, orders Mose to choose who he is going to be in this situation. Mose immediately announces that he is excited about their new partnership, and that they will be working together from now on. Master Robin is a little surprised and wonders why he made such a responsible decision so quickly. He further asks if Mose will think about it, noting that it is unthinkable. Mose nods, realizing that there is no point in thinking twice, since he needs to continue with the quest. Master Robin places his hand on his shoulder and tells him that he has made a choice, even though it will not be an easy journey. Immediately after this, Master Robin swings his fist straight at Mose's head, knocking his helmet off with one blow. Mose feels the ground shift from under his feet and wonders why. Master Robin explains with a slight smile that this was just another greeting for a newcomer. After some time, Mose comes to and realizes that his armor is gone, and he is in bed. Looking around, he receives a system notification that he is now in a new location. The Luminary. Mose wonders what this luminary is and how it got there, but it's pretty obvious. After some time, he finds himself in a training room, where he must fight with a girl he already knows. Mose and Kaya look at each other closely, and it becomes clear that there is a friendship between them. Mosey charges in and decides to give it his all, asking her not to count him out. Immediately after this, they cross their wooden blades, preparing to continue the fight. Mosey feels a lot of pressure from Kay, who turns out to be a much more skilled warrior than he thought. Kay asks with a smile if he really thought he could handle her in a one-on-one fight. Immediately after this, Kay unleashes a barrage of blows on Mose, and he manages to defend himself from them with great difficulty. Mosey explains that he still won't give up, even though she can track his sword's movements. He understands that he cannot yet match her in speed and technique, because she is Master Robin's best student. Kia freezes for a split second, realizing she has a perfect window to strike. She proudly states that Mose made a mistake and left himself open, before delivering a swift punch straight to his shoulder. Mose loses his balance almost instantly and falls backwards, no longer able to stand on his feet. Kay extends his hand to him, and Mose is genuinely surprised that someone would treat him with respect even after his defeat. Kia explains that he has done well, but there are still areas he needs to work on. Mosey grins and realizes that he really needs to train a lot to fight better. After this, he extends his hand to her, and tells her that next time, he will definitely win once he has mastered his skills. After some time, they return to the real world, as Mose decided to transfer money to his mother. Mose explains that she should just accept them, and when asked where he got that kind of money, he tries to lie. Unable to think of anything better, he says that it's just a gift, since he saved them up for a long time from his part-time job. The kids ask why he's become so polite, and Mose says he needs to run. After the alarm goes off, he quickly activates it, realizing that he can't be late. After this, he exhales, realizing that now he has to immerse himself in the game and continue training. A few days ago, after he woke up in the shrine, he learned that swordsmen swear allegiance to the goddess of blades. Master Robin is one of 10 masters who manage this order and carry out international orders. Mose received an invitation to join their ranks and knew it was destiny, so he joined them immediately. A little time passed and he already regretted his decision, as he had to undergo a lot of training. For someone as untrained as Mose, intense exercise and maintaining muscle tone were new. He also needed to learn a lot about other countries he might be sent to. Any disobedience or mistake was met with severe punishment, so there was no room for relaxation. The only reason he was able to endure this was because Kay was kind to him and helped him in many ways. After some time, their training ends, and for the first time he is given an official mission to work alone. Kay explains that it's normal to be nervous before a task, but he has to make sure he doesn't screw it up and does it right. Mosey states that he already knows the rules, and Kay expresses hope that he will still see him alive. Mose says goodbye to her, explaining that he will be glad to see her at the monastery, and then watches her go. After this, he reflects on the fact that he will have to return to Aspargan according to the task he received. After some time, we transfer him to this city to observe Mose's actions. Mose recalls that he successfully completed post-training and is now a full member of the organization. He notes that this is confirmed by the swordsman's seal, which is their distinctive ring. Gradually looking around, he discovers that there are many more players here than he remembered. He also notices that they are all dressed stylishly, which means that the level of the players has also increased. Some wonder why troll hides have become so expensive and decide to continue hunting. Mose recalls that a few months ago, everyone was beating up regular fawns in hopes of getting items. But today the situation has changed. Suddenly his attention is drawn to the loud cry of one player, who is begging the others to help him. The young man explains that all the artifacts he collected in the nearby hunting grounds were stolen from him. Players nearby understand that this is a territory captured by the #1 guild. They also note that they consist only of players with magical artifacts. Mose listens attentively to the sympathetic townspeople who understand his misfortune but are unable to help. After this, he looks up briefly and realizes that he needs to intervene. After a while, we are transported to a small island, where another brawl between players breaks out. Guild #1 is trying to drive away other members who came here in search of adventure. They attack newcomers and ask if they will leave on their own or if they need special help. After some time, they discover the house of the boy who was robbed and begin asking him about the money. Mose realizes he has no idea how much the artifact the guy scratched, thereby setting them up, was worth. After some time, he sees that Mose has come with this boy and wonders who it is. Mosey explains with a smile that the hunting grounds are a public area open to all players. Guild #1 reports that they are already known big shots in these parts, so he must leave their territory. Mose smiles and says that they are occupying public lands and now they are trying to threaten him. He grins and explains that they are in fact pathetic and worthless, not worthy of life. One of them loses his temper and rushes to attack, declaring that he will now teach him a lesson with blows. Mose explains that they need to be afraid of him because he is going to punish them. The villain flies off a few meters to the side, and his comrade is frightened that they were defeated so easily. He turns to the rest of the fighters and orders them to all rush Mose and attack simultaneously. Mosey cracks his knuckles, thinking that he wouldn't even have to use a sword for a fight like this. One of the opponents rushes at him with a weapon to cut off his head, but Mose easily dives down, dodging. Immediately after this, he quickly counterattacks, landing his fist right in the opponent's face to stun him. Immediately after this, he rushes forward to maintain the pace and pressure in the fight. He jumps from one opponent to another, delivering a powerful blow to the head of each of them and incapacitating them. The remaining conscious fighters wonder who he is and why he has such skills. Mose grabs another villain and lifts him into the air, then asks if they don't know him. After this, he explains that he is an ordinary player who decided to hunt in these lands, and stood up to protect the weak. The fighters wonder if they will continue to stand and watch, but doubts paralyze their movements. After a while, a powerful silhouette appears behind them and asks them why they are screaming. This man belongs to the guild's leader and chief thug, nicknamed Saksa, who wields a large sword. His henchmen explain that Mose is now dead, as there is a powerful rancor in front of him. One of them points at him and says that he was impressed by one small detail. This detail is that Saksa has a bronze rank, which is only achieved by players in the top 9,000. Ordinary players are wondering what to do now, since it is clearly impossible to defeat such an opponent. While he was training in the swordsman clan, a lot changed, and a real ranking system appeared. Saksa loses his temper and calls his charges idiots, asking if they are not aware of the latest developments. He explains that the guild has 7 rankers, and they are behind schedule in delivering resources. After this, he orders the regular players to leave the area before he can call the guards and throw them out. Immediately after this, he approaches Mose, points his finger, and declares that he is not finished with him yet. Looking at him closely, he explains that he must pay for raising his hand against his people. Mose immediately delivers a powerful punch right to his face so that he doesn't forget who he's talking to. After this, he decides to call upon all his allies, explaining that he must gather everyone who is here. With a characteristic gesture, he says that he would like to meet the security that should be here from the very beginning. After this, he declares that everyone should see how his business crumbles to dust right before his eyes. Immediately after this, he rushes forward, dissolving into thin air like a flash, but this is only the beginning of his attack. Immediately after this, he uses a special skill that allows him to quickly move from enemy to enemy. All opponents are seriously injured after just one blow from a powerful sword. Mose continues to incapacitate his opponents, hoping that he can take them all out. The surviving fighters wonder what they are doing there at all, realizing that it would be better for them to retreat. Mose decides not to waste his energy holding them back and allows them to escape so they can tell the others that such tactics won't work. After this, he puts the sword back into his necrotic space, declaring that his work is finished. He receives a notification that the airship he has booked will be arriving in 10 minutes, and knows he needs to hurry. Immediately after this, he decides to run off to do his business, while the joyful players continue to praise him. After some time, he finds himself on an airship called the Velis Dawn, and is amazed by the beautiful view. He notes that he has never seen anything so beautiful, despite having visited many places. After some time, one of the soldiers approaches him and addresses him to attract his attention. The soldier asks if he's here to complete the mission, and Mose realizes it's his information. An additional signal that this is one of our own is a special ring that this person wears. Mose makes a small bow, declaring that he is one of them and obeys the rules. The man responds with mirror words, after which he also bows briefly, spreading his aura. Mose tries to figure out what this strange aura is about a man who looks atypical for such a warrior. After this, he decides to use the ability of insight, which allows him to see the name and level of another player. Taking a closer look, he realizes that the person in front of him is a level 91st person. However, despite this incredible level of strength, this man remains calm and friendly. Mose immediately assesses its power and realizes that it is unlikely to harm him. He also notes that he could not imagine that he would meet another swordsman who would help him with the task. He reveals that the man's name is Kalawar, and that he is a swordsman based in the city of Luswan. He adds that, apparently, something serious has happened in the north, and thinks for a moment. To emphasize his guesses, he notes that 5 important people gathered on one airship. Mose tries to figure out what he meant, while Kalawar states that he is going to see them. Mose smiles, admitting that he is curious too, and his companion agrees with his feelings. After this, he opens the doors and invites Mose to follow him. Stepping inside, Mose is surprised to see the incredibly ornate corridors, as if it were a palace. Mose admires the architecture for a moment, noting that it looks absolutely gorgeous. After a while, Kalawar pulls him back a little, explaining that everyone is already gathered. He adds that some of the strongest people on the continent are at this table. Mose immediately tenses up, realizing that he is about to meet very influential people. One of them is the level 201 mercenary Aurora, who asks if they came here for a mission. Level 217 merchant Ivan states that they don't look like experienced fighters, and will likely fail. The members of the Order of the 14 Knights note that they do not make a serious impression, but one of them is immortal. Mose looks at the man who said this in surprise, carefully analyzing him with his eyes. He wonders in his mind if this man actually knows him, and has somehow figured out that he is a player. Suddenly, one of them stands up and explains that he heard about a wanderer who managed to become a swordsman. A level 244 man named Gon extends his hand to Mose, and explains that it appears to be him. Mose is incredibly shocked by the man's high aura, and realizes that he is facing a true god. He realizes that in front of him is the highest level of swordsman called Grandmaster of the Sword. Mose kneels before the King of Swords and reveals that he belongs to the shrine of Aspargan. Kalawar does the same, explaining that he has come here from the Luswan Sanctuary to assist with the task. Gon gives them a stern, assessing look, but Mose and Kalawar stand firm. Immediately after this, he allows himself to relax a little, and a semblance of a smile spreads across his face. He laughs sincerely and notes that the young fighters do not cower before the Grandmaster, which means they will succeed. Mose receives a secret achievement that increases his strength by a full 2 units. He is shocked to find that he received several stat points just for meeting such a legendary person. Looking at all these people, he wonders how strong these creatures are. He notes that it now becomes clear to him why he was entrusted with the S-class mission, given the composition of the team. After a while, the radio on the airship begins to jitter annoyingly, attracting the attention of everyone present. A tired voice introduces itself as the airship's captain, McGroffin, and announces that they will arrive soon. The captain also explains that the journey is coming to an end, but he is sure that for them it is just beginning. Gon states that they need to move out, and they will discuss all the details at their temporary deployment location. Mose takes a few steps forward, agreeing with this, when suddenly a system notification appears. He looks at the quest level, and realizes that its difficulty has now doubled. After a while, we are transported to a fortress with soft walls, which will serve as a temporary base for the heroes. Aurora explains that the quest level has recently increased, which has surprised him greatly. Gon states that if this continues, the mission will most likely have to be cancelled immediately. Aurora initially grumbles, but comes to the conclusion that this might be the best solution in this situation. Looking at the 2 newcomers, he notes that they clearly won't be able to withstand such an onslaught of difficulty. Ivona wonders why the difficulty has suddenly increased and tries to figure out what to answer. He reads the notes carefully and notes that there is some information in the document. He claims that this happened due to some supernatural activity. Mose looks at him in surprise and mentally tries to figure out what kind of source it is that has doubled the difficulty. Sir reports that numerous red lightning bolts have appeared on the eastern continent, causing damage to all living things. Aurora explains that red lightning is a specific sign that does not bode well. Gon agrees with him and states that the cause of the red lightning is most likely a creature named Garnus. The sire emphasizes that they do not know how exactly this creature got here. The thing is that the Elder Dragon still made it to the continent, being a disaster-class monster. At first, it might seem like this information should scare all players, but it doesn't. Mose is watching the reactions of the continent's strongest people closely, when he suddenly hears Aurora's voice. The warrior wonders with interest what the reward will be for destroying this monster. The Sir happily announces that as a reward, he will give 50 Ormacons, each of which is equal to 1,000 gold. Ivona notes with a smile that she expected nothing less from 14 knights. But she needs something more than just money. Sir explains that this gives her the right to trade food in Aspargan, and she agrees. After this, he turns his gaze to Gon, noting that this fighter is very special. He points out that Gon is so powerful that he doesn't know what to offer him as a reward. Gon suddenly states that it doesn't matter, as he doesn't really care what he gets. Smiling, he explains that he's in if the 2 people join the quest on his terms. Immediately after this, he sends them an invitation to join the team, and Mose cannot believe what is happening. After some time, we move to another part of the garrison, which holds the defense in the mountains. Our heroes head to the hotel located here, which is called the Dragon in the Snow. A caravan member named Cyrus greets the heroes, explaining that they are saviors. Gon notes that they don't deserve such high praise, while the others are surprised that this man arrived here so early. Cyrus, who is level 177, explains why he behaves atypically compared to others. After some time, he gathers his friends around a large table to outline a plan of attack on the monster. Aurora watches Cyru closely and asks how things are going in these parts. He explains that there is no red lightning currently being observed, but this does not mean that we should relax. Gon agrees, noting that now is a lull, which means it's the best time to act. Aurora declares that she will go to the vanguard, showing her shield, and take the full brunt of the attack. Gon says that this plan suits him, and adds that he will take care of the swordsman in the rear himself. Mose realizes that this means they will have to attack from behind and wait for the right moment. Ivona states that her power should immobilize the enemy, after which the others assign their combat roles for the operation. Cyrus notes that he is now using a special spell that will bring the heroes closer to the enemy. Gon gradually warms up the muscles and says that they should act as quickly and efficiently as possible. After some time, Sire uses a spell to move the heroes closer to the mountains. Mose walks with difficulty along with his comrades, noting that he can hardly see anything due to a strong blizzard and large snow. For a moment, Mose raises his head to look at his comrades in front of him, but sees nothing. A few moments later, a red bolt of lightning strikes the ground directly behind him. Mose realizes that if he had stayed a few more seconds, he would most likely have turned into a pile of ash. He suggests that the lightning was caused by Garnus simply flapping his wings, and is amazed at his strength. Callower turns to his comrade and tells him that he must hurry so as not to be late. Mose and Callow rush forward to reach their battle brothers and prepare for battle. Cyrus states that now that everyone is assembled, they can begin the operation to fight this creature. He raises his staff up and begins to recite a complex and ornate spell. After he finishes chanting, he slams his staff into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. This shockwave then fades away, creating a zone of dead silence that left some participants with ringing in their ears. Mosey realizes that this is very powerful magic, and feels it pass through his entire body. After this, he continues to listen to his feelings, and suddenly notices that he can hear Cyrus again. The chief magician and his assistants continue to cast the spell to enhance the effect. Hare uses a special bell to enhance the effect of the spell and help his comrade. Cyrus gradually falls into a special trance, which allows him to better sense the flows of magic. The fighters feel a surge of energy and strength, as they have just been blessed with a blessing that increases their strength. Ivona notes that any enhancement will definitely be useful, as fighting this creature is not easy. Mosey feels himself filled with a tremendous amount of power and realizes that he is now ready to move mountains. However, after a few moments, his optimistic thoughts are interrupted by the loud and deafening cry of dragons. Mose turns around in horror and wonders what those sounds are, knowing the answer perfectly well. Gon smiles, takes out one of his swords and explains that the enemy, apparently, has already gotten very close. He also advises his comrades to remain calm and be extremely careful not to take too much damage. Aurora happily takes out his weapon and leans on the ground to withstand the shockwaves from the screams. Ivona calls upon the power of plants, which is capable of confusing absolutely any creature. Kyr also prepares for battle and takes out his sacred sword. Mosey summons his weapon and considers where the enemy might strike and where he will come from. However, a few moments later, a powerful noise is heard behind him due to the flapping of giant wings. A giant creature lands right next to them, creating a shockwave that they need to take cover from. Mose realizes this too late, and slowly begins to turn around, trying to figure out if he imagined hot breath. Unfortunately for him, his fears prove correct, and the dragon they are hunting lands nearby. Mosey asks his comrades in horror if he is seeing a giant dragon. Without waiting for an answer, the dragon opens its giant mouth and begins to scream loudly. However, behind this cry lies not just an attempt at intimidation, but preparation for a powerful attack. Mose is so shocked that he can't react in time and falls to the ground from the powerful sound wave. This wave turns out to be incredibly strong, which is why he simply cannot resist, even if his resilience was higher. In addition, intense fear makes his legs buckle and prevents him from getting up quickly. After this, he is overcome by sad thoughts that he will certainly die here. The dragon charges up a powerful fire attack and aims it straight at Mose, releasing a massive amount of flame. Mosey instinctively tries to take cover from the attack, realizing that it will hardly help. His comrades, however, are more experienced and not so fearful, since they have already encountered similar things more than once. That's why Aurora makes a daring dash to come to his comrade's aid. He also sternly yells at Mose to come to his senses, calling him an idiot who can't stand up. Ivona enters the fight to help the group retreat calmly and close the most dangerous lines of attack. Thanks to its immobilizing effects, it manages to close the dragon's mouth for a while. She informs them that they need to hurry, as she is unlikely to be able to maintain her grip for long. Gon looks at Ivona happily and notes that she behaved correctly and chose the right moment. After this, he and Sir rush forward to strike the enemy. Gon aims carefully and puts in maximum force to weaken the enemy. Together with their comrade, they fall down, delivering powerful blows to the creature's face. These blows are so powerful that they even penetrate the dragon's thick armor, which is quite difficult to pierce. Gon explains that his plan was successful, and this tactic will buy the team some more time. Mosey watches this with glee, realizing that this is exactly how the world's strongest players operate. However, it is too early to rejoice, since the dragon quickly frees itself from the trap it fell into. Gon orders all raid members to prepare, and Aurora notes that she is always ready for further challenges. After this, he carefully aims his shield and prepares to use one of his skills. He then directs a fiery energy beam at the enemy. Garnus tries to attack with magic, but their streams cross and neither gains the upper hand. Aurora's position gradually worsens, since the dragon has much more stamina reserves. Aurora understands that her strength will soon run out, so she needs to come up with something as quickly as possible. Kair and Sire create a special dome to keep the fighters relatively safe while they support their friends. Kair prays to one of the deities that reside in this world to use the buff on his friends. After this, he informs his comrades that they need to send a blessing to their worst enemy. Garnus rises up and discovers a giant seal above him, which is striking in its appearance. Under the influence of the enemy's characteristics, his strength is significantly reduced, and this gives Aurora some advantage in battle. His red magic gradually takes over and approaches the giant dragon's face ever closer. After some time, Garnus finally loses his ability to resist and receives a powerful blow. However, this still isn't enough to disable him, and he reacts to it with displeasure. Aurora notes that the creature is quite tough, and Mose discovers that Aurora's level has increased by 150. Mosey remembers seeing something similar during the battle with Giratina and concludes that NPCs can level up. Meanwhile, the giant dragon spreads its wings to gain more attack power. Aurora wonders if the dragon is about to attack them from the sky, and Ivona confidently states that this cannot be allowed. To do this, she uses her White Rose skills and commands the plants to confuse the dragon. The dragon doesn't have time to suddenly rise into the air to close the distance, and begins to feel irritated. Ivona significantly increases her influence level for a short time, but understands that this will not hold the dragon for long. Sur understands this, and decides to wait a little to use the spell at the moment of takeoff. Immediately after this, he uses a skill that allows him to gain a pair of wings for a while. Mosey watches the battle with genuine surprise, noting that he has never seen anything so impressive. Calloware explains to them that this is their chance, since the dragon has not yet been able to fly, and they need to take advantage of it. Mose agrees with him, and together they cover a great distance in just a few moments. However, once they get close to their target, it becomes clear that they haven't thought everything through. Mosey realizes that the dragon has noticed them, so he is now using any opportunity to get rid of them. The next moment, the dragon sharply moves its head, trying to knock its opponents off their feet. Mose quickly gets to his feet and makes sure his comrade is okay too. He realizes with irritation that the creature understood their intentions perfectly well and acted in accordance with their attack. The dragon is gradually coming to his senses and is ready to get rid of the restraining spell, so we need to hurry. Gon smiles and notes that he is glad to see such enthusiasm in his swordsmen, but they still have a lot to learn. He states that the tension from the encounter with the dragon weighed on their shoulders. After this, he adds that they can speed up and deliver a stronger blow, because the sword and technique are the main weapons. He then finishes charging his special super move and says that he will now show them how to do it. Sending forth a powerful wave of energy, he explains that they are destined to become such masters one day. This wave flies at such a high speed that it causes even more damage to the dragon. The giant creature begins to roar even more desperately, feeling its life force gradually being depleted. Having received a large amount of damage, the dragon falls to the ground, creating a powerful snow explosion. Mosey notes that Gon's level is now even higher than Garnus, even though he's a disaster-level monster. He adds that Gon's technique is virtually unmatched and takes years to master. Mose looks at this incredible man and concludes that, apparently, he has found himself an idol. Gon, meanwhile, explains that this is their chance, since the monster is wounded, and they need to finish it off before it gets up. Mose and Callow run forward, obeying the orders of the chief, and assure that they will carry out everything. Mosey realizes that the battle can't end until he does something, so he decides to give it his all. That's why he puts in maximum effort to summon his swords again and deal more damage. Gon's gaze shifts slightly towards Mose, noticing that he's starting to notice something strange. After this, he watches the boy closely and understands that now everything is clear to him. Mose jumps forward while his master reflects on the boy's bright future. Mosey launches a quick strike at the dragon, hoping to create a hole in its defense. His plan works, and the giant creature begins to scream loudly in pain. A few moments later, Garnus makes several sharp blows near him, and they only miraculously manage to jump away. Mosey watches his enemy in surprise and realizes that any mistake could cost him his life. Gon addresses the students and reminds them not to overexert themselves in such a situation. Smiling, he adds that they are still beginners and don't yet know when to give their best. Immediately after this, he rushes forward, hoping that he will be able to pierce the enemy with his sword. Even though the attack's power wasn't fully utilized, he manages to inflict significant damage on the dragon. Garnus lets out a mournful, drawn-out roar and falls to the ground, kicking up the snow around him with his paws. Mose watches this and realizes that he expected nothing less than outstanding from his boss. Gon turns to Mose with a smile and asks if the blow was strong enough. Mose looks up because something very interesting is happening. The sire finishes preparing his attack and announces that everyone should move away from the creature to avoid harm. After this, the sky forms giant clouds, from which a powerful energy blade appears. The sire, realizing that Garnus will most likely not survive the attack, mentally asks for forgiveness from the ancient creature he is about to kill. Aurora shouts to his comrades to quickly take cover behind his shield before it's too late. Sir explains that these actions are necessary to save millions of innocent lives. Moments later, the spear strikes Garnus and begins to torment his body with hundreds of millions of volts. After this, such a powerful flash is created that it is better not to look at it, so as not to be permanently blinded. This blow is enough to slay the giant creature, and now the heroes can share the reward. Mosey looks at the defeated dragon in surprise and can hardly believe that they were able to win. After this, his gaze begins to search the surroundings in search of prey and stops rather quickly. He suddenly discovers that the dragon has dropped a special core, colored purple. He becomes curious as to why no one is rushing to take the core, and he turns his gaze to his comrades. After some observation, he realizes that the NPCs cannot see the core that the boss dropped. After this, he carefully approaches the core and clears his throat, hoping that this will not provoke anyone. Ivona claps her hands joyfully and announces that, fortunately, the raid is over, and now they can disperse. Mosey rose 25 levels during the battle, which gave him a significant boost in all stats. Aurora left them immediately after receiving the award, as he does not like the cold and prefers not to dress warmly. Ivona called her people from the caravan, who had already processed the dragon and taken the skin with pieces of meat. She left very pleased with the outcome of the battle and the large amount of loot she had managed to obtain. Sir thanked Gon and the heroes for their help in destroying the dragon, expressing hope for further cooperation. Gon notes that for him, among such talented guys, this is already a great achievement, and he is looking forward to the next time. Sir smiles and agrees with his point of view, confirming that these guys are really great. Mose reflects that it was a tough fight, but he feels like the master appreciated his efforts. After this, the action moves a few minutes into the future to see what Gon will say. Gon carefully examines his charges and announces that it is time to announce the verdict regarding the operation. He turns to Callowar, who kneels, expressing his willingness to hear the verdict. Gon then turns his gaze to the protagonist, who repeats his comrade's gesture, showing respect for his elders. Gon notes that one day their words and deeds will spread far and wide and reach the ears of many people. He says with a smile that he will look forward to this day and welcome them with open arms. After this, he uses the teleportation stone to transport himself to another city. Mose and Callowar watch him go, not standing up, to show maximum respect. Callowar gradually rises as the portal closes and announces that he has urgent business. He wishes Mose good luck and says that they will meet again, as the guy has an amazing future. Mosey waves his hand slightly, realizing that it was a worthy fight with good friends. He reflects that in his solitude, it felt like the battle had not happened because of his small contribution. However, in reality, he gained quite a serious experience, despite the fact that his participation was small. Looking at the core that dropped from the boss, he understands that he needs to deal with him as soon as possible. He is still tormented by pangs of conscience, as he knows that taking the award without participating is not entirely right. However, it would be foolish to refuse such luxury, and the NPCs would not be able to do anything with this core anyway. He understands that in order to stand on par with real warriors, he needs to be much stronger than he is now. With these thoughts in mind, he decides to open the core, triggering a bright flash of light. The light from the core grows brighter with each passing second, and spreads over many kilometers in the mountains. Mose waits a long time until the light begins to fade to see what he's got. The results are both encouraging and shocking, so he spends a long time examining them. As a reward, he received a large dark set of knightly armor along with a beautiful sword. Mosey notices the weapon and puts his hand to it to see what kind of artifact he received. The system reports that this is a legendary class sword, which provides significant bonuses to characteristics. Mose again does not believe his eyes, as he did not suspect that legendary artifacts exist in this world. Despite this, it will take him some time to get used to his great luck. The armor he received is also legendary and provides many bonuses. At first, Mose thinks that this is some kind of prank, and that there is a hidden camera hidden somewhere. What fell from the dragon's core is astonishing, and no less impressive than the dragon itself, as it surpasses any artifact. After a while, a second streamer from the Republic of Korea, Ji-hyun, comes on the line with a new news release. She asks the audience if they heard the news that the guild released yesterday. Ji-hyun explains that a ranker battle is coming and anyone can participate. She reports that until recently, ranks were assigned randomly based on characteristics. Now she says that everyone who wants to should come to the central square in the city of Aspargan. Mosey reflects that after deciding to become stronger in the circuit, he began intense physical training. The thing is that after exiting the game, he felt dizzy because he had been in the virtual world for too long. He wanted to change his real life, and decided to do it with the help of the scheme. but the boundaries between the two worlds became blurred. The truth is that it is only through gambling that he manages to earn fabulous money. So he decided to take the game seriously and not treat it as entertainment. For a moment, he decides to look around to enjoy the real world and watch ordinary people relax. Many of them find simple joys in the park, even if they are dealing with some business issues. What can we say about matters of the heart, which are also part of simple human communication? Mosey wonders if he would have had a chance at a normal life if he hadn't played this game for so long. However, the issue of lack of finances is not going away, so he decides to put off the rest of his affairs for later. So he decides to carefully leave this place to get to where he belongs. After some time, the action moves to Aspargan, because it is time for the hero to return after completing the task. Mose handed over all his armor to the blacksmith to have it completely repaired, and quietly snuck in here. Before heading to the sanctuary, he decides to find a secluded corner where no one will notice him. After he moves into the alley, he decides to open his inventory to try something out. Still, ever since he received the legendary artifact, he still didn't have the courage to pick it up. Mosey happily notes that he is indeed the owner of such a powerful sword. However, after a few moments, he feels that his body begins to react strangely to the artifact. He wonders why he feels so hot, and it almost makes him scream. A few moments later, a powerful flash is heard in the gateway, which, however, does not attract attention. Mosey is covered in a flaming aura and tries to understand what happened to him and what to do next. He also feels like his head is starting to split, but at the same time, he has acquired the passive skill of Atoria's fighting style. He immediately understands that special combat techniques have appeared in his head, as if he always knew them. Mosey smiles and notes that he hadn't encountered passive skills before, and now he understands how they work. A few moments later, he hears a strange noise and realizes that someone is trying to get closer. He immediately turns around and mentally wonders if there is someone there and tries to follow him. He slowly creeps up to the corner and realizes that it is a simple player who has been talking to others through a crystal ball. Mose realizes that this is an amazing technology that could be very useful to him in the future. He immediately remembers his first squad of friends and notes that this is a really useful thing. He also decides to buy himself the same crystal ball to keep in touch with his friends and goes to the store. With the purchase of the ball, he realizes that it is now time to go about his business. After this, he carefully examines the teleportation stone and realizes that he will now try to use it. These stones are an integral part of any swordsman's life, as they allow him to quickly change locations. After some time, he reaches a special airport to board the airship again. He is met by a staff member who says that she will do everything to make the flight comfortable. Mose announces that he is going to the bin caravan, and the girl clarifies that he needs to look into the white horse. Mose walks further and looks around cautiously, noticing that the airship looks much more expensive than the previous one. Afterwards, he receives a note from Robin and remarks that it is surprising that he was left only a note and nothing else. Suddenly, he hears a familiar voice behind him, gently asking why he has been gone for so long. Kia asks him with a smile if she will have to wait for him forever now. Mosey asks in surprise if she is flying with him, and Kay confirms that he understood correctly. After that, she tells him that they have a joint mission, so she will not leave his side for a single step. For several hours, they stay in the bin caravan, which is a large trading city. There are a huge number of different people here who have come to exchange experiences and goods. Mose notes with irritation that the journey took much longer than he expected. Kia turns to him with a smile and tells him that there is something that should catch his attention. It points to the caravan tower, which is a place of general trade and rises deep into the sky. Mose looks at the structure with a smile and notes that it looks impressive and breathtaking. After a while, a strange figure appears behind them and greets them politely. The young man reveals that his name is Russell, and that he is a silver leader, and also a member of the Information Guild. He looks suspicious, but since he is their informant, they have no choice. After a while, they board the elevator and reach the 81st floor, after which Russell announces that these floors are for guests. Russell also reveals that Kaya will be located on the 88th floor in the melting room, which surprises her a little. She asks him if he is a messenger of the court or their master, to clarify all the details. Russell looks at her carefully, his gaze quickly expressing contempt and irritation. After that, he smiles and says that he will tell her all the details after he arrives, but she already understands a lot. He then carefully closes the door and explains that there are a few things that need to be cleared up before we begin. He clarifies that everything said is equal in importance to the words of Master Robin. Mose and Kaya note that the summoned crystal balls have arrived to complete the task. Russell quickly takes out a small envelope and studies it carefully to figure out what to say. After this, he announces that the two of them have been chosen to carry out the organization's assigned mission. He says that recently, artifacts were illegally brought into this city that should not fall into the wrong hands. He specifies that these artifacts are called the Rhapsody of Julicinea, and that the 7th through 14th Rhapsodies inclusive are located here. He also informs that they will soon be put up for auction on the top floor, and that they must be carefully bought. He adds that even the guild itself cannot officially intervene, so they have to act secretly. According to the plan, Kea will participate in the auction under the guise of aristocrat Ariane Marie, and Mose will be her bodyguard. After some time, the official preparations for the operation are completed, and Kea approaches the auction. She goes inside and notices that the hall is filled with a huge number of aristocrats and rich people. The butlers open the doors and announce that they welcome the Ariane family, who have arrived here. Kea cautiously enters, shocking everyone with her incredible outfit. But it remains unknown what exactly she looks like. However, it is obvious that she looks amazing as everyone's eyes immediately turn to her. This is especially true for male aristocrats who see such an incredible beauty for the first time. Kea has worked hard on her image, and Mose, willy-nilly, is also beginning to succumb to her charm. To participate in this auction, he had to go out in public, so he decided to wear armor that covered his face. Kea walks calmly forward, when suddenly several very noble ladies with difficult characters appear in her path. The girl introduces herself as Remy, and asks her if she would like to join their table if that would be convenient. Kea, in accordance with the rules of etiquette, greets her interlocutor and says that she will be happy to join her. Immediately after this, they slowly follow the girl, trying to understand what her motives are. Suddenly, the other aristocrats watching the scene begin to chuckle discreetly, showing their disdain. Mose immediately notices the strange change in people's mood, and tries to understand why they are laughing. After some time, they finally reach a very rich painted table, at which other aristocrats are sitting. Remy politely introduces Kay to the others, but deliberately mispronounces her last name to make it look funny. The other sisters begin to laugh at her, noting that it is not right to behave so impolitely. Mosey takes a few steps forward, but Kay quickly raises his hand to stop him. Remy wipes away tears of laughter and says that she apologizes because she expressed her respect using dialect. She also asks if her family has vineyards, and Kea states that their homeland is famous for such structures. The other girls immediately start laughing and point out that Kea earned her title through farming and hard work. She also claims that he should find something better to do, since she has elven blood, and elves in this world are slaves. One of the girls is surprised, as she is not used to such rude communication. The rude girl asks why Kay is wearing her necklace backwards, suggesting that it looks stupid. Remy turns to his knight, Orf, and tells him that he must be kind and adjust the lady's jewelry. Orf immediately approaches Kea and confirms that he will obey any order of his mistress. He then extends his hand towards her, clarifying that he hopes she will not blame him for these actions. He adds gloomily that he is simply following his mistress's orders, and could not resist, even if he wanted to. Mose helps him stop messing around by quickly grabbing his hand and squeezing it hard. After that, he asks him how dare he touch him with his dirty hands. He also wonders if he came here to find a quick but painful death. The aristocrats immediately become frightened and take a few steps back due to Mose's sharp tone. Kea decides not to pretend that she is a weak aristocrat and begins to defend her honor. She wonders if all the knights from Remy's family are such idiots, or just this particular one. The ladies are surprised and ask how she dared to speak so about the appointed knights, accusing them of stupidity. Kea emphasizes her noble origins and wants to resolve the situation with dignity and fairness. Immediately after this, she gives a false name and reports that she has become the victim of a major insult. After this, she declares that she challenges the knights to a duel, and Mose agrees to this. He then draws his legendary sword to prepare for a powerful duel. The other aristocrats watching the proceedings understand that it is better not to mess around with the Akazit family. One of the girls orders Orf to defend the honor of their family, and he immediately takes a few steps forward, confident of victory. After this, he states his name and says that he is a knight of the Akazit family and defends the honor of his family. Mosey carefully assesses the level of his opponent and notes that he is not that big and dangerous. A few moments later, Orf literally leaps from his seat to catch up with his opponent. He launches a sharp attack, but Mose manages to quickly dodge it despite his heavy armor. However, the movement was too slow for him, so he prepares to attack. With one powerful thrust of his sword, even while on his knees, Mose knocks his opponent off his feet and incapacitates him. Orf didn't even have time to understand what had happened and almost immediately lost consciousness. Immediately after this, he falls to the ground, and part of his armor is destroyed by a powerful blow. The aristocrats watching the duel look at Mose and Kay in horror, which doesn't surprise them. Remy begins to get angry, and this feeling is fueled by the other aristocrats who note Mose's strength. She turns to her loyal knight, Launchel, and tells him that he must deal with the enemy. Launchel immediately jumps out of the crowd, clarifying that he is a knight of the wind and immediately carries out her order. He looks haughtily at the protagonist and emphasizes that the order from Lady Akazit must be carried out in any case. A few moments later, thanks to his speed, he finds himself behind Mose, intending to attack him. However, in order to confuse Mose, he makes several feints, after which he attacks repeatedly. Mosey manages to track all the enemy's behavior patterns and already anticipates his intentions. After this, he moves his arms with incredible speed, blocking blows from all sides. Launchel is shocked and asks how this is even possible. After his stamina runs out, Mose comes closer to him and asks if he's finished. Launchel takes a few steps back and in horror calls his opponent a real monster. Mose quickly calms him down with a powerful punch right to the head, knocking him unconscious. The aristocrats are once again amazed at how quickly this bodyguard was able to deal with experienced knights. Kia steps forward to draw attention to herself again, and bring this unpleasant situation to a close. She again gives her fake name and says that she is deeply disappointed with what is happening here. She accuses Remy and her sisters of deciding to laugh at those who came here from distant lands. She expresses hope that in the future their events will welcome guests from afar much more warmly. She also asks them to remember that this city is a place where all the world's cultures meet and interact. Kaya's impressive speech makes the aristocrats who still retain a sense of dignity clap their hands. Gradually, other aristocrats joined in, realizing that it would be inappropriate to behave differently in public. Kia is a little surprised that her words caused such a strong reaction, and is glad that everything worked out. After this, an unknown man begins to watch them, who says that he has been waiting for this moment for a very long time. However, his attention is not directed at Kay, but exclusively at Mose, who does not reveal his identity in any way. The man smiles and announces that the moment he has been waiting for has arrived, and quietly calls Mose by name. After some time, night falls over the city. Kia settles into the guest room and announces that their mission has finally truly begun. She reports that the reception went well, but the main goal is still the auction for the purchase of the Rhapsodies. Mose had been watching her the whole time, without taking his eyes off her, and didn't even notice that it looked a little suspicious. Kay asks him in surprise what he's staring at, and he tells her that she's gotten into character very well. Kia explains that there was nothing to play for, since she had already dealt with aristocrats and knew how to behave. Mose asks in surprise when she managed to meet aristocrats and learn their manners. Kia says that she had never been to the aristocrats' house before, so she kept a close eye on them the whole time. She also admits that their behavior and way of thinking seem to have become ingrained in her skin, and now cannot be removed. She says that as a half-elf who had been enslaved, she wanted to finish him off on the spot. After this, she states that the real Kaya, who suffered because of her position and status, has long since died. Mose looks down cautiously and says he's very sorry he brought it up and apologizes. Kay slaps him on the back and tells him that everything is fine. He can relax, adding that they have solved everything. Immediately after this, her tone softens a little and a slight smile appears on her face. She reports that the master told them that she would give them a good rest after completing the task. Mose notes that this is a very good prospect, and Kaya reports that this is precisely why the mission must be carried out with excellence. After a while, they board a carriage to go to the auction site. As they climb up the giant tower, Kaya reports that they have 25 more Ormacon and 7,000 gold coins. She emphasizes that if they can buy the artifacts for a smaller amount, that would be good. Mose informs them that someone else is after these scores, and then they need to decide whether to get rid of them. Kia confirms that this is indeed the case, and that first we'll have to haggle to figure out the owners. Mose realizes that he has finally arrived at the city's auction house, and notes that he has never worn a suit before. The doors slowly open and they rush forward, ready for any difficulties along the way. The auctioneer welcomes all guests, and asks for their attention for a moment. He informs that only today, and only now, will they be presented with artifacts more valuable than anything else. He adds that there will be treasures here that contain the secrets of the world, and artifacts that increase the level. After this, the lights in the hall suddenly turn on, and he announces that it is time to begin this amazing event. Almost immediately after this, an auction employee emerges from a special room and carries an unknown artifact. The stand on wheels moves slowly towards the leading auction and stops a few meters away. He approaches her cautiously and informs her that it is time to show the first lot that is on display today. Mose and Kay closely monitor his movements so as not to miss the announcement of an important artifact. The presenter announces that the first artifact will be a nail from the index finger of the last Princess Ezrindel. Mosey and Kay watch tensely and report that they have already thought that there will be something really worthwhile here. However, Mose is immediately notified that this item contains a hidden quest. The host announces that the starting price for the artifact is a whopping 3 Ormacons, in order to whet the participants' interest. Kia hears the aristocrats behind her suddenly spring to their feet, ready to raise the stakes. The price of the item quickly skyrockets several times, and someone is already offering 17 ormacons for this nail. The presenter, with growing enthusiasm, asks if anyone is willing to provide a larger sum. After some time, having made sure that no one is ready to bargain further, he announces that the artifact has been sold. Mosey feels tense as a rather valuable artifact has just left his hands. Kia tries to cheer him up, noting that the auction has only just begun and he is already upset. Mose quickly slaps himself across the cheeks and says that he needs to pull himself together, because none of this is that important. Meanwhile, the host announces that it is time to announce the next lot, which will be put up for auction this evening. He reports that this item was created by the most talented and at the same time, the most malicious composer. Mose notes that information about the item has become unavailable for some reason, which surprises him. The presenter informs that the starting price of the item is only 4 ormacon. Everyone starts shouting that they are ready to bet 9 ormacons, and the host asks who wants to raise the bet. After waiting for a little silence, Kea calmly announces that she is ready to pay 25 ormacons for possession of the score. The host is very surprised by such a large sum, and asks who is ready to offer more. There is not a single sound from the hall, creating the feeling that victory is already in the pocket of our heroes. Mose and Kaya look at each other with a smile, realizing that, apparently, they will be able to complete the task easily. The host makes strange gestures and announces that if no one shows up, the item will be sold. Suddenly, a voice comes from the crowd, announcing that someone is willing to pay 50 ormacons for the item. Mose immediately starts to fuss over the ad, trying to figure out who would be willing to pay such a large sum. Kay immediately stops him, telling him that he needs to be as quiet as possible and not make any unnecessary noise. After this, she announces that she is ready to pay 75 ormacons, significantly increasing the bid for the item. The host continues to rejoice, and announces that if no one bids more, the item will be sold. Mose asks her if she's in her right mind because it's a very large amount, and Kea says it's a test. The mysterious voice appears out of nowhere again, and announces that it is ready to offer 100 ormacons for the score. The presenter is delighted, and announces that this is the highest price for a lot in the history of the auction. Kia smiles and says that he knows perfectly well what he is doing, and that it is necessary to camouflage the enemy. Mose turns around slowly, thinking that all he has to do is catch this customer. Almost instantly he meets his eyes, and realizes that he has seen this man somewhere before. Kay turns to the protagonist in surprise and asks what surprised him so much. Mose looks at the same homeless man who sold him the artifacts, and realizes that this is the same person. He goes through his memories and realizes that this man is named Gambler Lyro. Lyro looks at him with a slightly empty gaze, but radiates a powerful aura and a strong threat. After a while, they block his path, preparing to knock the object out of him. The gambler Lyro reports that they had been following him at the auction the whole time, and now decided to give chase. Mose watches him closely, trying to understand his motivations and feeling a constant threat. The gambler Lyro suddenly announces that he is even glad, because he has been waiting for this meeting for a long time. Mose wonders about Lyro's strange aura, realizing that one wrong move could cost him his life. Lyro, however, tries not to reveal his true strength and says that he just wants to introduce himself. Mose immediately tells her ally to be careful, realizing that she is just an NPC and cannot see the enemy's level. He also understands that this man is level 10 and is a real monster. The gambler Lyro suddenly announces that this is a truly historic moment and their meeting was destined. After this, he thoughtfully scratches his beard and calls Mose by his game name, expecting to surprise him. Kay asks the protagonist if he knows this man, and Mose says that he once bought an artifact from him. However, he found it strange that the merchant remembered him out of all the others. The gambler Lyro smiles and says that there is nothing surprising about this. Immediately after this, he jumps up and says that their meeting was destined. Mosey wonders in his mind how Lyro managed to move so quickly. Kia states that she will have to perform multiple attacks to secure the area around herself and Mose. Kia also reveals that she has no idea what this fateful meeting between the couple is. She adds that she will not simply stand by and watch her friends suffer in a fight against such an enemy. After this, she rushes into the attack, saying that she is a swordswoman, and her weapon will help to find out the truth. Lyro ignores her almost immediately, moving over to Mose and declaring that he will show him something interesting. A few moments later, he calls Mose by his game name again and snaps his fingers. After this, he creates a special sphere that entangles them both, and after a flash, they disappear. Kay looks at the place where her comrade had just been in fear and wonders where he had disappeared to. Meanwhile, Mose finds himself in an unknown space and wonders what it all could mean. The gambler Lyro reports that now his girlfriend will not be able to find them, since he wanted to talk to Mose alone. Mose listens attentively and asks why Lyro suddenly wanted to talk to him. Lyro chuckles slightly and asks if the immortal Mose was afraid of him. After this, his face changes. Darkness appears behind him, and he says that he really is worth fearing. Mose looks at Lyro in surprise, trying to understand what kind of creature it is, and whether it is even human. However, after some time, Lyro's demonic fervor gradually subsides, and he decides to talk normally. He reports that during this lottery he selected over 1,000 immortals to distribute artifacts to. However, for some reason, they all rush to sell them as soon as they receive them, without even properly trying them out. Smiling, he says that Mose turned out to be different from everyone else, and so he came up with a cunning plan. He proudly points his finger at it and says that he thought of everything especially for it. The gambler Lyro recommends remembering what happened before he became a swordsman, hinting that all the events were not accidental. He states that the meeting with Giratina was not at all accidental, as were the other events that led him here. Mose quickly makes the connections in his head and wonders if this is really true. The gambler Lyro says that he thought he was lucky, but in reality, it was all just his cunning plan. Mose has a hard time believing what he just heard and wonders why it had to be done. A chilling feeling makes him wonder if this whole time everything was happening according to Lyro's plan, and not just by luck. The realization of this fact does not make him fall to his knees, but he wonders what is going on here. The gambler Lyro says that the answer is simple. He simply wants to conquer this world with the hands of the immortals. He suggests that Mose unleash his anger and unleash it on the Empire, emphasizing that he has the power to do so. He also reveals that he can rule the world, and at the same time avenge the Lyro family, who were killed by the Imperials. Mose quickly comes to his senses and asks if revenge for his family is really behind all this. The gambler Lyro calmly places his hand on his shoulder and announces that he intends to kill everyone who wears a golden crown and take revenge. Lyro claims that everything will be in his hands, and he will be able to rule this world as his own. He emphasizes Mose's importance, adding that he chose him for this plan because of his exceptional qualities. Mose listens to all the stories with a cool head and realizes that Lyro used to be human. This man hated the world that destroyed his family, became angry at everyone, and now thirsts for bloody revenge. Mose wonders if meeting Kay is part of this plan, or if it happened by chance. After a few moments, he realizes that it was his choice, and the time has come to take his life into his own hands once and for all. He slowly rises to his feet and announces that he will not be a pawn in someone else's game, and that he makes the decision only himself. He also emphasizes that he made the decision to become a swordsman and train for this purpose on his own. However, he decides to thank Lyro for the pendant he gave him, as this artifact gave him a future. However, at the same time he raises his sword, saying that this does not mean that he is now obligated to Lyro for the rest of his life. Mose proudly declares that he now makes choices according to his desires, and nothing can influence him. The gambler Lyro cannot believe the audacity he hears and asks Mose what he said. Mose receives a new quest to defeat the gambler Lyro and launches an attack. For a moment, the gambler Lyro is surprised that the boy dared to challenge him in his space. Mose decides to take advantage of the enemy's pause and hesitation to strike him with his sword. However, he quickly realizes that something is wrong with this man, and that simple blows will not kill him. Lyro begins to wheeze quietly in pain and curses Mose, promising to make him pay for this. Mose notices that a strange dark liquid is starting to leak from the wounds he made with his sword. He immediately jumps to the side, realizing that the liquid could be material and capable of killing him. Watching his enemy closely, he discovers that a black haze has appeared around him. The gambler Lyro smiles and asks Mose if he is scared, adding that this is his new power. He also states that the power is limitless, and he can share it if he wants, but time is running out. Lyro emphasizes that Mose has one last chance. If he doesn't join, he will die. Looking resolutely at Mose, Lyro orders him to make a choice that will determine his future destiny. Mose realizes that the situation is stacked against him and that he cannot act in the usual way. Having calmed his mind and body, he announces that in this situation, he will have absolutely no choice. The gambler Lyro is a little surprised and asks why Mose made such a decision. In a hysterical fit, Lyro announces that everyone will bow their heads before him if he accepts the offer, which is too lucrative. He adds that all that needs to be done is to convince the Empire's minions and send them to their deaths. Mose says that he doesn't want to disappoint the man who helped him, but he has no intention of destroying the Empire. The gambler Lyro asks if Mose really wants to live in this world and be a submissive dog. After this, he says that nothing can be done about it, and that he will have to kill him with his own hands. Mose grins and says that he can wish Lyro luck in this difficult task, knowing that the fight will be tough. Immediately after this, they rush at each other, trying to catch the enemy in a mistake. Moments later, Lyro suddenly intercepts Mose's sword for a time. He says that he knows very well how immortals differ from him, and see what is inaccessible to him. He also adds that it is known that they came here from their own world, which cannot be entered. The gambler Lyro angrily declares that he had to sell his soul to the devil to gain knowledge about them. Mosey throws the enemy back a few meters and continues to try to block the claw attacks. Lyro asks if he came here to have fun and find the meaning of existence. He adds that he gave Mose everything, because without him he would be nothing. Lyro emphasizes once again that without him, Mose would never have received his new power, and would not have been able to evolve. He also claims to have given Mose dreams and meaning, which allows him to return here as often as he wants. Mosey continues to listen to him, observing the enemy's actions, and realizes that Lyro is indeed right. The gambler Lyro asks why Mose refuses to fulfill a small request, and waits for an answer. He begins to get angry and says that in his world, immortals only seek fun and pleasure, but that is all they are capable of. He adds that in fact he doesn't give a damn about what's going on around him. Mose honestly says that he came here for money, like most immortals. After this, he thanks Lyro, adding that thanks to him he gained incredible power and a career start. He says that he has traveled around the continent, visited many places, and now understands well how many good things there are here. After this, he names the cities he has visited since he first entered the game. Mose reports that his heart beat with joy every time he found himself in a new place in this world. He states that his gratitude knows no bounds, and he understands perfectly well how the card player Lyro feels. After this, he apologizes and says that he cannot fulfill Lyro's wish and will not destroy the world. Mose justifies this by saying that he knows him too little and assumes that Lyro himself does not want to destroy everything. He adds that he decided to take the pain upon himself and bear this heavy burden on his own. The gambler Lyro begins to laugh, covering his face with his hand, showing that he considers Mose a boy who does not understand anything. Mose patiently waits for his opponent's fit of evil laughter to pass, and does not move from the spot. Lyro asks if Mose really thought that he, Lyro, who had suffered for years, did not dream of revenge. He charges at Mose, saying he didn't expect him to spout such nonsense. He also states that if Mose doesn't want to listen to him, he will simply kill him and find a new ward. Mosey blocks the attack, but some of the damage is transferred to his body, leaving him with only 70% health. The gambler Lyro informs him that Mose will now die, and will forever free him from the need to deal with him. Mosey charges forward, dodging shadow projectiles and delivering powerful blows. He takes another hit, and this time his health drops to 30%, increasing the danger. Card player Lyro prepares to perform his ultimate move and asks Mose to watch. Summoning a massive amount of shadow energy, Lyro declares that it is his hatred and revenge that he is ready to unleash. Mosey tries to block a powerful blow, feeling his health drop below 10%. He wonders what is happening and why he cannot attack back. His determination tells him that if he doesn't pull himself together and stop Lyro right now, it will lead to disaster. He understands that the enemy will plunge into an endless cycle of destructive desires, and this cannot be allowed to happen. Mose frantically goes through ideas in his head, realizing that he has to come up with something to win. After a few moments, a bright spark begins to shine in the darkness, emanating from Mose's sword. He looks at the weapon in surprise, asking himself how this is possible. The system reports that Mose has destroyed 100 monsters, and the effect of Atoria's brand has been activated. He receives a notification that he has now gained the Solar Storm skill, which deals high damage. In addition, for a moment his eyes take on a divine appearance and his aura becomes noticeable. Mosey begins to act as if against his will, slowly raising his sword, preparing to strike. A few moments later, he very quickly thrusts the sword into the ground, which is saturated with Lyro's corruption. At the point of impact, a powerful fiery whirlwind is created, spreading in both directions and throwing the enemy back. The gambler Lyro looks at this with fear and wonders where such a phenomenon came from. Almost instantly the fire begins to consume him, causing him to scream in unbearable pain. After some time, Mose finds himself in one of Lyro's memories, when the Imperial Army killed his family. His wife and children were victims of the Empire's soldiers, and Lyro vowed never to forgive them. The thirst for revenge, mixed with incredible grief, remained forever in his heart, changing his soul. He spent a lot of time planning the operation and collecting the necessary equipment and funds. After some time, he finally managed to prepare and find what he needed in the houses of his enemies. The children of these soldiers, who did not know the atrocities of their parents, were forever traumatized by the murder. Lyro always remembered the child's tear-stained eyes begging him not to kill him. Mose recoiled, realizing that at this rate he himself would turn into a true monster. He tried to justify himself, believing that it was not his fault, and that only the Imperial soldiers were to blame. Lyro told Mose that he knew he was wrong even then, but he couldn't stop. Gradually dissolving into thin air, he said that deep down he regretted not having acted differently back then. Suddenly, He apologizes to Mose and tells him that they will never meet again, and he is glad to find peace. Mose watches as Lyro's glowing ashes fly into the sky, hoping that they will achieve their goal. He reflects on how the man was not intentionally evil, and yet atoned for his guilt by giving him the artifact. After some time, the special barrier that isolated them from the outside world begins to crack. Kia turns around sharply, hearing a loud crack behind her, and tries to understand the cause of the sound. Mose reflects that he will always remember Lyro, and remains unresponsive for a moment as Kay approaches. He gains a hidden trait called Lucky Destroyer, and goes on an airship with Kaya. It was only after some time that Mose decided to explore the passive effects he now had. The skill turns out to be difficult, as it opens up access to new abilities. These two abilities allow you to create spheres from items, and combine them to create new loot. Mose almost instantly realizes that Lyro himself used this skill when running lotteries. He fully understands that in the virtual world, NPCs are actually conscious. This is explained by the fact that entities have human feelings, such as anger and empathy. Mose notes that some NPCs are equal to players, but different from those who simply follow the program. He wonders whether this scheme can be considered a game or a parallel reality. The reflection is interrupted by a voice asking if everything is okay. Kay slowly approaches Mose, who tells him that he is fine and was just thinking. Kay wonders if this is really the case and asks what he plans to do on vacation. Mose replies that he doesn't have many plans and asks Kay what she plans to do. Kia says she'd like to visit her family, and Mose tries to find out where she's from. She reports that she comes from a small village located in the town of Ajdaris. Kia smiles and says that he should come over sometime, and Mose asks if that's okay. She adds with a smile that she will look forward to seeing him, as it was very comfortable to work with him. After some time, Mose returns to the capital of Aspargan, realizing that he cannot find a place for himself. Looking around, he catches himself thinking that he has completely lost his mood, although he does not understand why. After saying goodbye to Kay, he realizes that it is finally time to rest, when suddenly his crystal ball begins to rattle. Mose immediately grabbed it, and wondered who had suddenly decided to contact him at such a moment. Sharon tells him that she finally answered him and asks how he is doing, offering to meet. Mose agrees to the invitation, and after a while they gather at a nearby tavern. They clink glasses with giant mugs, and remark that they are very happy that this meeting took place after all. Guile says they haven't seen each other for a long time, and Sharon asks what he's been doing all this time. Mose says he worked various jobs and was often talked about because he was involved in many events. Gale notes that in that case, it's time to brag about the events that have happened recently. After this, he solemnly puts his hand in his pocket to surprise everyone else with something amazing. A few moments later, he shows them a magic ring, telling them that his girlfriend has one just like it. Sharon and Uncle comment that it is very cool and assume that the ring is of good quality. Mose congratulates his friend on finally getting a girlfriend and says he's happy for his success. Sharon smiles and says that she has already heard that Gala's girlfriend is an elf, noting that this is an interesting choice. Mose is very surprised by this, and Guile asks with bewilderment what is wrong with this. Mose muses that it feels strange to meet NPCs, but they are actually human here. Looking at his comrades, he understands that those who have exchanged reality for a game do not discriminate against anyone. Especially considering that most NPCs behave like living people, it can be easy to get confused. However, Mose still sees that some people, like himself, are surprised by Guile's words. He reflects that he personally finds it quite difficult to decide how to perceive such revelations. His thoughts are interrupted by Guile's approach, who says he would like to speak with him. Smiling, he states that the issue is delicate and he doesn't know how to approach it. Afterwards, he thanks Mose for his help, noting that he didn't do anything special in that battle, but was able to pay for his studies. He also reports that he had difficulties with money both in the game and in real life, but now things are better. Afterwards, he conveys his sincere gratitude to Mose, noting that without him they would hardly have been able to defeat the troll. Mose smiles, realizing that his contribution to the battle was much greater than he himself imagined. He says that they would not have been able to save their wounded uncle if it had not been for his help. Mose reminds Guile that he was the one who helped him get out, so Guile should thank him. Sharon adds that if it weren't for Mose, they would all have fallen victim to Silburn's machinations. Uncle notes that most people who have suffered from such individuals quit the game. Sharon says that they defeated a strong boss, and without Muzu they wouldn't have succeeded. Mose recalls a recent adversary and notes how much he impacted his life. Looking at his comrades, he realizes that the chance he received affected the destinies of other people. Sharon happily announces that she has decided to quit her job to focus on the game. She adds that she was short on money, so it will be easier to earn money here. She also opens her inventory and says that she wants to show off her career progress. After this, she shows a well-made bow and says that she earned it herself. Mose examines the bow closely, realizing that it is a rare item that has recently become more common. He understands how many difficulties one must endure in order to earn even one artifact. Mose looks at the success of his comrades and realizes that they have done the real work they have been working on. However, he cannot say the same about himself, since he always tried to get something out of the game. Ever since he received Florin's star, things had started to go too easily, as if everything had already been done. He reflects that he is just lucky and that he didn't really put in that much effort. The only test for him was to undergo training as a swordsman, but even there he was helped by Kea. He obtained high-level artifacts and skills faster and easier than other players. Mose realizes that instead of developing on his own, he relied on luck and the help of the card player Lero. He goes into deep self-reflection, realizing that he had taken all these gifts for granted. Looking back, he realizes that he used to try and ask for a chance, giving it his all. He even promised himself to enjoy the game like Guile and Sharan, but in the end he did the wrong thing. He comes to the conclusion that it is worth going back to the beginning and giving it his all. Immediately after this, he decides to approach his comrades with an interesting proposal. He says that they haven't seen each other for a long time and suggests completing some quests together. Mose doesn't yet suspect how this venture will turn out and into what dark depths it will lead them. After some time, he decides to put on the legendary armor in order to somehow survive. Guile and his comrades watch him in fear, noting that they didn't expect things to go so badly. They try to retreat from the superior enemy, but quickly run into a cliff. The enemies are a large number of anthropomorphic lizards, each of which is extremely dangerous. However, to understand how everything went wrong, you need to go back a few hours, to the very beginning of the quest. According to the quest, it is necessary to destroy a colony of monsters that are monitor lizards. Mose asks his companions if they know anything about these creatures, and Guile shows him the book. He states that these monsters belong to a family of deep-sea monsters that live in schools. He also says that there can be hundreds of individuals in a single flock, and this immediately increases the difficulty of the task. Sharon notes that if the quest has the same difficulty level as the Wyvern, then there are at least 500 of them there. Mose says that someone has to be the head of this colony, and it's better to get rid of the leader. Uncle agrees with Mose and emphasizes that usually the leader is in the rear and watches. He also says that in order to lure out these creatures, it is necessary to take control of key areas for the colony. Guile says that roles need to be determined and sends Sharan to the top of the mountain to scout. He adds that since they have magic, she can help Mose in battle, and Uncle covers him. Mose looks at them in surprise and wonders why they are so worried. Sharon explains that he is the backbone of their team, which is why he is so valuable. Guile says it may not be easy for him, but with this plan, their chances of winning are higher. They also say that they are counting on him a lot, after which each of them looks at each other and nods. Guile and Uncle become more serious as they want to show their best side in this quest. Mose still can't believe what he sees, trying to understand the reason for such a good attitude. However, after a while he decides that there is no point in trying to think about it, and he just needs to enjoy it. Smiling, he says that he agrees with this arrangement and promises to give it his all. After some time, they enter a cave and decide to use a special stone that lights the way. Sharon advises them to watch their step, and someone asks how much longer they have to go to complete this journey. Sharon suddenly stops because she hears a very strange sound that immediately alarms her. She signals to her other comrades to stop and not make any sudden movements so as not to disturb her. She quietly says that there are suspicious sounds coming from below, similar to the sounds of monsters. Uncle prepares to take out his shield and notes that they have certainly arrived at the place. Guile tries to take things more slowly and says that everything needs to be thought through carefully. After they get down, they find that the road ends here and there is only a cliff ahead. Uncle comes closer to the edge and realizes that this is indeed the case, which means that something is clearly wrong here. Guile loudly tells his comrades to be careful and not fall down, as the fall will be very long. He doesn't even notice that a pair of red eyes suddenly light up behind him. The comrades quickly detect a strange sound and order caution, but the monsters are already attacking. Sharon desperately screams to his comrade, but realizes that he won't have time to shoot the creature to save it. Mose reacts quickly and gets next to his teammate to block Varan's attacks. He understands that he can't act slowly in this situation, so he delivers 2 quick attacks to push the enemy back. Uncle asks Guile if he is okay, to which he replies that only his pride was hurt, and he got off with a fright. However, due to the noise after this brawl, even more red eyes appear from the darkness. Within seconds, it becomes clear that this may be the center of this colony. Mose says there are too many of them and tries to call the system to determine their exact number. To his utter horror, the system tells him that he needs to destroy 1,568 monsters and 1 boss. Sharon understands that there is no point in panicking and says that they need to act according to plan. Guile jumps to the side and somehow miraculously dodges the powerful attacks from the monitor lizards. Uncle immediately rushes forward, hoping to protect his comrade and push back the opponents. He additionally activates his class skill, which allows him to knock back enemies even further. These monsters do not have enhanced intelligence, so they continue to attack him like a battering ram. Even though he manages to partially push them back, their number only increases with each passing second. Mose says they are in a bad position because they won't be able to line up the way they originally planned. Gale suddenly turns her attention to her battle comrade and tries to figure out how to help her. Sharon, being an archer, is standing a few meters away from her comrades, and now she is surrounded and cut off from her enemies. Mose knows that if she gets blocked, it will be difficult to save her, so she needs to act now. He shouts at her to jump over the heads of her opponents and get next to them. Mosey rushes forward, saying he'll take the hit, and continues to fight opponents left and right. Sharon makes several incredibly agile leaps at the unsuspecting lizard and rushes forward. A few moments later, she lands next to her comrades, in relative safety. Mose says he has a very long day ahead of him, as it will take many hours to kill all of these creatures. Guile feels a little scared, and wonders if they will actually have to fight these creatures. Sharon tries to cheer him up by saying that now is not the time to panic, but he makes a valid point. He notes that there are too many of these creatures, and even if they are full of fighting spirit, it will not help them. He also notes that their plan is failing, and they are putting themselves in a situation where they have nowhere to retreat, because there is an abyss behind them. Sharon wonders if they should give up, then states that they have to at least try to win. She notes that in order to achieve something, you can't just give up. He says that they don't even see the leader of the colony, and they will need to find out what he is like. Mose wonders in his mind what he can do in this situation, noting that he won't be able to get through the crowd. He takes too much damage and it prevents him from completing the task, but the system gives him a new hint. After this, he smiles, realizing that luck does exist in this world, and it is certainly on his side. The whole point is that it destroys 100 enemies and activates the effect of Atoria's brand. Uncle says he will protect them, so we need to try to make a breakthrough. Mosey rushes forward and asks his uncle to hold the shield tightly, saying that he can handle everything on his own. After a while, he takes a few steps forward to allow the monsters to get closer to him. After this, they begin to surround him, trying to fall upon him with their heavy bodies and crush him. The uncle looks at his friend with fear and asks if he is really deciding on such a reckless act. A few moments later, a powerful fiery explosion is heard, which destroys all opponents. Uncle rises higher to avoid getting hit himself and feels a lot of pressure. However, he still doesn't understand how such a powerful spell could be created. Mosey strikes a heroic pose and finds that he is able to use the skill, dispatching the enemy. After this, he encourages his comrades to move forward, saying that his skills are enough to help. After some time, the number of monitor lizards decreases significantly, and only about 1,000 remain. With each blow of each defeated enemy, the heroes feel more and more confident in success. Although the number of monitor lizards seems endless, the rate at which their numbers are disappearing is quite astonishing. Mose continues to improve his fighting skills along the way, relentlessly fighting his opponents as they close in. Uncle watches what is happening with genuine surprise, and Guile notes that they expected nothing less from Mose. Sharon reflects that she always knew about the man's strength, but she had no idea that he was so powerful. She says she has never seen a man who could take out an entire crowd without blinking an eye. Meanwhile, Mose continues to complete the quest, and he only has 500 enemies left to finish off. He reports that most of the enemies have been dealt with, and his comrades respond that everything is fine with them. After this, all that remains is to make the final push, and they rush into the attack together to do it quickly. The entire team moves forward confidently, and each of them gets the opportunity to prove themselves in battle. Guile constantly strengthens his comrades and gives them various opportunities for new maneuvers. Mosey continues to act as the vanguard, and together they manage to stop the attack of these bloodthirsty monitor lizards. During the fight, he even finds a few seconds to remember the past and enjoy nostalgia. Within moments, everyone receives system notifications with an unknown task. Smart players almost immediately realize that they are talking about destroying the leader of these creatures. Guile and Uncle wonder where he might be, but Sharon recommends looking deeper into the enemy lines. Mose immediately turns his inquisitive and attentive gaze there, and immediately freezes in place in surprise. The whole point is that the silhouette of the leader who controls this army is suspiciously similar to a human one. Upon further examination, it becomes clear that these lizards are not controlled by some monster at all. Sharon and Gale wonder if this is the man who was somehow able to reach an agreement with them. Suddenly the monster stops attacking, and their leader slowly approaches the heroes, without making a single sound. After this, he extends his trembling hand forward, and turns his attention to Mose's arms and legs. After this, he suddenly becomes happy, noting that the person's arms and legs are completely normal. Mose slowly approaches him and asks who he is and what he is doing here in the middle of nowhere. The man explains that he is a fallen man, no different from ordinary people, but he is fallen. Mose doesn't quite understand the concept the man is holding and asks what he means. The lizard leader points to his hump, saying that he is a fallen man, despite the resemblance. After this, he tells with amazing enthusiasm that his mother threw him off a cliff when he was very little. The uncle is furious at such injustice and says that this is simply an inhuman act. Mosey, surprised, asks Hunchback if there are people here who look like him, but he states that they have become bones. Afterwards, he remarks that they look like his mom and dad, and asks who they will dump this time. Guile says that's not why they came here, but Hunchback refuses to believe them, accusing them of killing his friends. He also states that these creatures cared for the abandoned Hunchback and promised to fulfill his wish. Mosey looks at him in surprise and asks what wish he made that needs to be fulfilled. The Hunchback begins to smile madly and looks at the giant hole behind them. He says that his sincere desire was to destroy this hole, since it was bothering him. Mose looks at him in surprise and asks if he's really going to do that. Gale says that if he collapses the mountain with rocks, all the nearby villages will suffer, and many people will die. The Hunchback notes that there are more bones here than living people in the area, and the king of the village throws out all the disabled. Sharon wonders if the governor is really carrying out such monstrous executions, and Gale understands the situation. The uncle also guesses what the Hunchback is talking about, and notes that the governor threatened ordinary people with death. He guesses that this man forced parents to disown their own children, just so that the village would look good. This makes him genuinely angry, and he says that this crazy scoundrel needs to be taught a lesson. Sharon says that this explains the strange reaction of people when they came here to take this quest. The Hunchback gradually loses patience, and says that if they interfere in his affairs, he will become very angry. Uncle Sharon and Gale understand that this issue is better resolved by talking, because they would not like to fight. Mose notes that, regardless of the reward, these people don't like the idea of deciding who lives and who dies. He reflects that this is probably the first time they have had to make such a choice. Mose adds that he himself could not imagine that he would ever face such a dilemma in a regular quest. Uncle says that they are endangering people's lives, but killing them all would be terrible, and the others agree. Mose approaches them cautiously and wonders what they need to do to complete the task. Uncle notes that it might be worth looking for a way and trying to somehow negotiate with Hunchback and the Monitor Lizards. After this, Mose does not turn to his interlocutors and tries to figure out what is best to say to them. He comes closer to the Hunchback and apologizes for killing his friends, explaining that they had no choice. He also states that he should not get rid of the hole, because if he does, the village will collapse. Mose says they'll deal with the bad king and then they won't throw him here anymore. The Hunchback notes that this would be great, as he doesn't want anyone to turn into bones again. Mose says that then he must leave here, and leave the city to help other unfortunate people. He adds that they will punish the king, and he will become the savior of these people, because he will return hope to them. The Hunchback asks if Mose will promise to do everything he says, and states that then they will do as he says. Mose takes his little finger and swears on his knight's honor that he will keep his promise. After this, he slowly rises and says that it is time to radically change the plan. He turns to his comrades and says that he has an idea on how to deal with this. After some time, they are transported to the Information Guild, which is located in Leadwood. Mosey chooses a secluded place and contacts his secret companion through the crystal ball. He says that he has one little matter that he can entrust only to him and no one else. After some time, another man comes into the cave and says that he is very happy about this surprise. He adds that there really isn't a single Monitor Lizard left here, and Uncle notes that they tried. He emphasizes that they are truly great guys, and hands over the 6,000 gold he honestly earned. The comrades say that if they are finished with their business, they need to go to the castle to finish what they started. Guile hopes Mose has everything under control, as the plan is quite risky. 2 hours ago, Mose told them that he wanted to get the reward for the quests, and punish the king for his cruelty. Sharon and the rest of the group actively support this decision, stating that it could not be otherwise. Uncle thinks for a moment and says that there must definitely be a way to do something like this. Mosey notes that they all know very well that this game is popular because of the freedom in gameplay and quests. He adds that by freedom he means the possibility of any events within the game. He says that the goal of the quest was to destroy all the Monitor Lizards, but this can be interpreted differently. The uncle slams his fist into his palm and says that he now understands why he told the boy to leave the mine. Mose notes that this is exactly how it is, and if everything goes according to plan, they will be able to get revenge and get the reward. After a while, he rides around the city, and the others look at him like a knight. A familiar silhouette of a beautiful girl, also dressed in a green cloak, passes by. Kia orders the king, the ruler of the castle, to answer for the evil he has committed. Mose watches what is happening and notes that his friend arrived just in time to help him. Kia once again plays the role of a noble aristocrat to carry out an interesting operation. After some time, the village chairman comes out into the street, saying that he did not expect such a visit. The king of the castle, Larry, asks what the noble lady is doing in this place. People, seeing the king, immediately begin to back away, because he gives them goosebumps. A simple peasant almost immediately falls to his knees next to Kea, and says that she must listen to him. He tells how much he loved his daughter, but he was threatened with death if he did not throw her off the cliff. He adds that the king made the threat, and Kei's companion notes that the proof of guilt was simply presented on a silver platter. After this, Sire throws back his hood and turns to the king, wondering if this is really so. People who finally see his attire understand that a member of the Order of the 14 Knights has arrived here. Larry notes that he defends his country like no one else, and healthy citizens are the foundation of the future empire. He adds that those who are cursed from birth have no right to live on these lands and only anger others. He says he has solved the problem, and his policy is not up for discussion unless the emperor intervenes. Sir looks at him with interest and notes that he actually came here for a slightly different reason. He states that he has heard rumors that there is a task for a swordsman of vengeance here. Larry immediately becomes very nervous and wonders who dared to do this, after which he makes the wrong decision. He orders the guards to arrest everyone who is here to bring them in for questioning. The frightened residents understand that if they are caught, they will be tortured, so they try to escape, explaining that they are innocent. The sire repeats the name of the fortress king in a tired voice and says that he has no time for this nonsense. After this, he opens his eyes wide, decides to use magic and asks the king what he is doing. He adds that he faithfully serves the shrine, and everything Larry said contradicts its laws. After that, he says that such creatures are poisoning the continent, and he does not understand who is really trash. Larry asks in despair how he dares to insult the owner of the castle, because this is absolute ignorance. Sire gradually begins to lose patience with this question, wondering if this is really what he wanted to ask. After this, the magical aura becomes stronger and stronger, and he notices that his behavior begins to irritate him. The sire advises him to take a good look at the person in front of him before being rude to him in the face. After a few moments, the aura gradually subsides and he calms down quite quickly. Smiling, he states that since this is not his task, he has no right to interfere in the swordsman's vendetta. Larry looks at him in surprise and tries to understand what it all means, trying in vain to figure out the plan. After a few moments, he notices that some clouds are starting to gather above him. If he had been smarter, he would have tried to kneel down and beg for mercy, or tried to dodge. Due to his slowness, he instantly loses his head, which is cut off by Kei with a powerful blow. This is how the life of this cruel tyrant, who killed many people, ended ingloriously and with lightning speed. The civilians watching this are wondering if this scoundrel has finally died. After this, they begin to cry with happiness and say that the glorious knight has freed them from such oppression and incredible grief. The system notes that the boss of this quest has been destroyed, and Uncle and Guile praise Mose for his quick thinking. After a while, Sharon comes up to him and tells him that he has to look at something very interesting. She hands him an envelope, saying that she found it in the mine and that it probably belongs to the hunchback. Mose opens the envelope and quickly realizes that it contains a very sincere letter. The letter says that Hunchback and his friends left according to the map. Mose wonders why there is a ship on the map and why he needs to go there. A few moments later, he hears Kei's disgruntled voice asking if he knows how long it took her to get here. She looks at him carefully and asks if his conscience will allow him to ignore her appearance. Mose smiles and notes that he misses her very much, as they haven't seen each other for a long time. Kia blushes a little and confirms that this is indeed the case, and they haven't seen each other for a while. After a while, they all go to the tavern to discuss the details of the case in more detail. Kei asks with a smile if he needs help with this difficult task, and Mose quickly nods. Sharon suddenly turns to Ki and asks her what her relationship is to Mose, trying to get to know her better. Kia looks at Mose with a smile and says that explaining their relationship won't be very easy. After a pause, she notes that, to put it bluntly, they could best be described as colleagues. Mosey is upset to hear this, and Kaya notes that this is usually how immortals characterize them. Mose reflects that he had hoped they were more than colleagues and realizes that the mission is paramount. After some time, he returns to the cave again, dressed in his standard swordsman's cloak. Descending to the sea, he reflects that it has become much quieter here due to the departure of the large monitor lizards. He wonders if the place mentioned in the letter is here, or if he went to the wrong place. He notes that the presence of any ships here is unlikely, as the water level is beginning to rise sharply. A few moments later, he discovers that a giant ship of unknown origin has appeared next to him. Mose remarks that it is an incredible sight, and he cannot understand how they managed to drag the ship here. The frigate takes to the air, and it becomes clear that its nature is entirely magical. Mosey receives a system notification that he can convert the ruins of the skyship into a core. He thinks it's a perfectly obvious choice, and immediately hits the recycle button. A few moments later, a powerful flash occurs that blinds Mose, and he covers his eyes with his hand. A little later, a sphere falls into his hands, inside which a stunning ship is visible. The system reports that this is a legendary vehicle, after which an old friend appears next to it. Mose looks at his comrade in surprise and tries to understand why he decided to come here and now. Sir notes that he is surprised and intrigued, as this is the first time he has seen the immortal so often. Mose says he didn't expect to meet him here, and Sir adds that he wasn't particularly interested in the castle. Mosey asks if Sir is going to accuse Kay of killing the king, because it sounds logical. The sire says that there is no need for this, since there is a code of honor of the Order of the 14 Knights for this. Mose looks at him in surprise and notices that Kaya broke the law even according to the Order's interpretation. Sir agrees with this, but states that he needs to know that he is also human. Mosey asks what he means, unable to understand why the NPC would suddenly address him like that. The sire, with a cold gaze, says that he hates those who torture people and keep others in fear for fun. After this, he expresses his gratitude to Kay for her participation, and then turns around and leaves. Mose remembers his words about them being basically normal people and thinks about it for a bit. After some time, he returns to the nearby settlement to talk to Kaya. Kia isn't feeling her best, and remarks that perhaps yesterday's couple of mugs were too much. She smiles and says that at least she has made one friend, and Mose is glad that she considers them as such. Kia notes that she likes immortals because they have no prejudices about this world and her race. She adds that no one here cares that she is a half-elf, and that is why she likes immortals, including Mose. Mose starts to feel a little embarrassed as this is the first time in his life that a girl has complimented him. Kia, apparently, doesn't attach much importance to this and says with a smile that it's almost lunchtime and they need to hurry. Mose decides to join her and sits down at a common table where there are already many other people. His friends also come and wonder what his plans are for his future adventures. Mosey muses that he'd like to find a new quest for now and asks if his friends want to join him. Guile and Uncle immediately express their strong desire and announce that together with Mouse, they are afraid of nothing. Sharon quickly finishes his sandwich and tells Guile that he will have to earn his own fame. After a while, the friends gradually get up from the table and go outside to get ready. Kia asks where they're going this time, and Mose states that he was thinking of going to Aspargan. Kia looks away sadly and notes that everything is clear to her now, after which she does not say a word. Mose suddenly turns to her and asks how she feels about going with them. Kay is genuinely surprised that her partner suddenly decided to invite her on a mission. Afterwards, she smiles sincerely and says that she is glad to have the opportunity to go with them. After some time, Mose decides to activate his newly acquired vehicle to fly through the sky. Guile is incredibly surprised by the capabilities and artifacts that his older comrade possesses. Sharon and Uncle are also impressed by the curiosities that Mose has. Kay asks where he got this ship from, and Mose, scratching the back of his head, says that he no longer remembers. After this, she notices a strange entity and wonders who it is. Mosey announces that he is pleased to introduce them to Elsha, who is the fairy of the sparkling tree and the guardian spirit of the ship. Elsha explains that she is steering the ship on the orders of the master, and reports that they will soon reach their destination. Quite quickly they arrive at the right place and decide to moor to disembark. Kay wonders if he is a secret wizard from the White Fortress or something like that. Mosey laughs it off and says that they need to go to the Information Guild to take the quest. As soon as he steps off the pier and onto the street, he finds a crowd of people. He carefully pushes past curious townspeople and players who have come to find out what happened. A nearby employee reports that all Information Guild offices are closed. Sharon wonders why all the offices in this city and on the entire continent suddenly closed. Their thoughts are interrupted by a loud cry from a citizen who announces that everyone must go to the square. Mose immediately realizes that these changes are clearly not good, but decides to follow further and find out everything. They rush forward to understand the strange details of the guild's closure as quickly as possible. They discover a large broadcast showing the horrific murder of an unknown number of people. Mose feels uneasy at this sight and tries to understand what is going on here. The broadcast states that the circuit is under the control of the invaders, and the immortals cannot switch it. The armored youth says that he wants to address all the immortals watching this broadcast. He adds that, as was prophesied, the invaders came to their lands to do their business. Suddenly he wonders who allowed them to do this, and why they thought someone was waiting for them here. He notes that they entered this world without permission, and therefore must pay a high price for the intrusion. He rudely states that no one welcomes their presence, as the immortals have invaded their world for evil. He adds that the invaders rob, deceive, and destroy ordinary people, hoping that others will stand aside. After this, he raises his hand and says that he has a spectacle to show everyone else. He states that in a moment the invaders' lives will be in danger, but they will no longer be able to return to their world. Mose understands that these are ordinary people, and despite the threatening words, in reality, they are not in any danger. The young man calls himself Prince Lidorn and declares that he declares war on all immortals in this world. Mosey almost immediately receives a new system quest, which requires defeating Lidorn. After Lidorn's appearance on the forums yesterday, real panic broke out and the players became divided. On forums, many users express words of support for the Schema TV channel, while others express sympathy for Lidorn. Soon, many begin to look for teams for the quest to fight back against Lidorn. When so many players of different levels decide to unite, it is unlikely that anyone has a chance of success. Meanwhile, Mose returns to his ship to think things over carefully and make a decision. He stares out the window for a long time, trying to understand why the rebellious prince decided to declare war on the immortals. Kia comes closer and says that she has made tea from the leaves of a special plant to make him feel better. Mose sincerely thanks her for the service and asks what she thinks about everything that happened. Kea says that she doesn't have any special thoughts and that she was simply surprised to see the scene. Looking down, she notes that she was not very surprised, since she had become accustomed to such events since the war. She adds that this war could be with fate, to survive without parents, or with wolves, to avoid becoming prey. She reflects that the universal struggle for life and the war against mockers have already merged into one. She also says that all her life she had to defend herself, so other people's squabbles remained on the sidelines. Mosey notes that he should apologize for this, and Kay states that everything is in the distant past. She also says that she once mentioned the instability of the world and the passages between dimensions. Kia adds that every time creatures from other dimensions come here, and elves are one of them. She notes that at first many people attacked and persecuted them, but now they seem safe. She adds that now there are immortals who are bright and brave individuals like Mose. She also says that sometimes they cause trouble, but that is part of human nature. Mosey asks her what she personally thinks about immortals and their actions in this world. Kia notes that she already said that she likes immortals because they don't call her a half-breed. After that, she turns her gaze to Mose and says that he is also one of those people that she likes. Mosey immediately looks away, and Kaya adds that the world would be a better place if everyone looked at it the way she does. Mosey speculates that some people simply don't understand or accept players, and they probably have their own motives. He notes that it is always difficult to watch someone else's grief, but the method he chose brings suffering to those who are not guilty. He notices that the problems are only getting bigger, and ultimately it doesn't matter what drives them, because it can't be that way. He is determined to put an end to this, as such tyranny must not last another day. Meanwhile, we are transported to an unknown battlefield, over which leaden clouds have descended and rain is pouring down. An entire guild came here to fight the cruel Prince Lidorn, but they are losing. One player notes that this is impossible, as an entire army of players and NPCs was wiped out in the blink of an eye. He wonders if it is possible to defeat this man who rides a griffin. Mosey receives another news report stating that the guild that declared war on Lidorn has been destroyed. Kaya reports that the situation is getting worse, and Mose notes that they need to join in and help others. Uncle asks if he plans to fight right now, and Mose states that he has to do something. He asks his comrades if they will go with him, emphasizing that he is not forcing anyone. After a while, everyone looks at each other, then nods and says they would like to join. Mose looks at them in surprise and asks if they really want to go with him. Uncle notes that he is obviously much stronger than each of them if he leads the team. Sharon agrees with his uncle, adding that their team needs a leader, and no one can handle it better than Mose. Mose muses that he's not really sure he's cut out for the role of commander. After that, he suddenly hears Kay coming up to him and quietly tapping on him with her hand several times. Looking at him, she nods quietly, making it clear that he should be more decisive after all. He took an oath. Mose closes his eyes for a moment to gather his strength and prepare for what lies ahead. He informs his comrades that nevertheless, the situation is getting worse with every second. He delivers a fiery speech, and his comrades remark that it was said very well, after which they rush forward. Kia says that she promises to help him until the very end, and makes characteristic gestures of an oath. Mose thanks each of them and notes that he will always move forward and not give in to fear. After a while, we are transported to the battlefield, where another guild is fighting, challenging Lidorn. The soldiers talk to each other and note that they have only 10 combat-ready tanks left. One of them wonders how they can stop the cursed prince if he is so strong. One of the squads approaches him and reports that most of their warriors have been killed, asking about the situation. They answer him that they have almost the same situation, and they have no one left to continue the battle. The commander announces that they need to join forces and notes that their detachment is located on the riverbank near the plain. The fighter confirms that he has understood everything, after which they report on the advance. Suddenly, the comrades notice that the enemy is approaching them again, and fear can be heard in their voices. The riders on the black griffins continue to attack their targets, constantly descending from the sky and taking off again. The frightened soldiers note that they need to flee or unite with other units. Of course, panic is the worst ally in war, but the soldiers are no longer able to change their behavior. One of them decides to show heroism and tries to buy some time so that the others can escape. However, the griffin rider is too quickly at his side and swings his spear to kill him. The player realizes that the opponent is too fast, and that he won't even be able to block the attack. A few moments later, a powerful spell is cast, causing a bright flash that knocks back enemies. The magician comes to the rescue and says that everyone else must leave this place as quickly as possible. The watching players realize that this is the same guy who first entered the White Tower. His name is Kellyan, and he is ranked 3rd in the official ranking of all mages on the server. After a while, we are transported to a small military camp built by players from another guild. The commander irritably hits the sketches and wonders if everything really turned out as he feared. He asks the counselors how nearly 1,100 users and NPCs were destroyed so quickly. Kellyan notes that it wasn't just an enemy NPC army, and they were lucky to get out alive. Some military leaders begin to argue with their comrades, claiming that their warriors died for nothing. Kellyan tries to prevent senseless conflicts, and says that it is necessary to build a camp and gain a foothold as quickly as possible. After a while, they hear a strange noise and run out of the rooms to understand what happened. Judging by the situation on the battlefield, the balance of power is not in the player's favor. The soldiers note that Prince Lidorn's army is advancing on them, and everyone must retreat to regroup. Kellyan is genuinely surprised at how quickly the enemy moves thanks to the army of griffins. The approaching army looks threatening, and it becomes clear that it will not be possible to fight it directly. However, Kellyan remains hopeful and wonders if they can survive this tough battle. Each of the griffins looks very creepy, not to mention the riders, who have amazing skills. Lidorn asks for forgiveness from his loyal comrades and notes that they followed him, giving up everything. He adds that their loyalty is so great that even the light of the sun goddess cannot appreciate it. He draws his sword and remarks that he was a fool to entrust his soul to Lady Aina. After this, he calls upon all the knights to follow him, calling himself an angry prince who does good. He states that if he can take even a portion of the enemy's dishonor with him to hell, he will die 100 times. After finishing his rousing battle speech, he says it's time to go into battle. He orders the Black Griffins to spread their wings and rush to attack their opponents. Their attacks are incredibly fast, and even tank players don't have time to raise their shields in time. Confusion ensues as Lidorn's force is airborne infantry and attacks from all sides. Kellyan continues to fight, destroying one enemy after another, but his strength alone is not enough for them all. Also, we must not forget that he is a magician, and his powers will come to an end if they are not replenished. After some time, he receives a message that the player Elsha is asking him for 1,000 mana to help him. Kellyan notes that this means he has no idea who this player is or how strong he is, but that doesn't matter right now. After a few moments, the skies begin to gradually clear and a ship appears in the air. The players look up in surprise to see a giant floating vessel slowly approaching them through the air. A few moments later, the ship draws its firearms and takes aim. Elsha uses a light line skill, hitting all possible targets almost instantly. Numerous energy blasts are heard and defeated griffins begin to fall from the sky. Players are wondering what is going on and who this guild is that has decided to come to their aid. The more daring fighters point out that now is not the time to ask these questions, and that it is time to rush into battle. They continue to fight while Mose prepares his team for the landing. They look at him carefully and he asks how ready they are, at which point they all nod. Mosey realizes it's time for a real fight and says that in that case, they need to jump. Meanwhile, the battle shows no sign of abating, and players are given a second chance to win this fight. However, suddenly the main squad with the heroes lands in the middle, ready to change the course of the battle. Mosey looks around carefully to choose the most suitable target. All his comrades also came here, understanding that the next battle will go down in the history of this game. Mose, in a proud, commanding tone, orders his comrades to rush into battle and show no mercy to their enemies. Kay almost instantly destroys an entire squad of knights on griffins who have lost their transport. Sharon supports the rest of his comrades with accurate shots from his upgraded bow. The duo of Guile and Uncle continue to fight, helping the common players push the enemy further away from the camp. Mose realizes that this is his chance to get to the leader of the army and finally fight him. Suddenly, an enemy appears behind him, having crept up unnoticed and was preparing to strike. However, just as he prepared to deliver a sneaky blow, the energy blade flew past. Kellyan thanks the protagonist, noting that thanks to him he escaped death, and introduces himself by name. Helping him up, he says that he didn't know there was a player with such a huge flying ship. Kia notes that there is absolutely no time for pleasantries now, as the enemy army is advancing on them. Mosey says his name, after which he says that they will discuss further acquaintance after the fight. Immediately after this, he takes off, swinging his sword to make up for lost time. He manages to defeat several soldiers at once who were careless enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. However, one of them still manages to strike with a spear, and despite Mose's speed, he manages to dodge. Mose clenches his teeth in tension, and thinks that everything is not as simple as he initially thought. Looking at the enemies, he understands that they are very strong, and each one is equal in strength to a small detachment. He also understands that in such a situation, he must resort to extreme measures and activate the ability of Atoria's sword. After activating the item's legendary effect, he makes another dash and destroys all enemies. The surviving opponents gritted their teeth, realizing that they had come across a tough nut to crack, one that would not be easily defeated. Mose realizes that he made a serious tactical error and went too deep into the enemy line. The enemies try to surround him again, so he has to use new attacks to repel them. Gradually he moves back and comes face to face with his faithful comrade, who is in the thick of the battle. Mose quickly asks her if everything is okay, and she replies that there is no need to worry. He grips the sword tightly and says that there is no need to worry, as he will definitely protect her. The determination in his voice at these words makes everyone shudder briefly. Kea is also surprised by such selfless behavior, after which a slight smile appears on her face. She rushes forward and says that she will not allow defeat and will cope with all the problems on her own. She notes that he should be more careful about himself, so as not to fall into a trap himself. Mose nods quickly, knowing he can't catch up to her in terms of speed anyway. After this, he reflects that there is something he can do to deal with his opponents. However, his plan for a massive attack is interrupted as he sees his main target. Lydorn slowly approaches his main enemy, realizing that he is the vanguard of reinforcements. Mosey grips the sword tightly and notes that they have finally met, and now everything will be decided. At level 144, Lydorn is an extremely formidable opponent to be reckoned with. Lydorn watches him from a low altitude and carefully analyzes all possible opening attacks. Within moments, they both rush at each other with incredible speed, hoping to finish it all off with one blow. Mose understands perfectly well that this is almost impossible in this situation, but notes that the prince still has some illusions. However, they quickly disperse when the two crossblades, and Mose manages to block. However, the pressure that Lydorn is exerting is unthinkable, so it will not be possible to maintain it for long. His plans are instantly called into question as Lydorn throws him aside with one sharp and swift movement. Upon falling to the ground, the protagonist experiences a powerful dizziness effect, making it difficult to orientate himself in space. Mosey scratches his head and realizes that everything is swimming before his eyes, but he needs to get to his feet quickly. Lydorn makes a lightning dash towards him and orders him to die immediately for the sake of this world. Mose reflects that in the past, such things would have scared him, but now he doesn't even think about going to the grave. Suddenly, his uncle appears next to him and thrusts his shield forward at great speed. This blow turns out to be quite serious, but the uncle is strong enough to withstand it. Lydorn looks at him calmly and notes that standing in his way was too presumptuous a decision. He decides that now is the time to tell why everyone calls him the White Wolf of Logis. He proudly declares that those who decide to oppose him always die by his wolf fangs. A few moments later, the uncle feels an unbearable pain that shoots into his shoulder. The thing is that Lydorn used a small portal to teleport the sword directly to an unprotected area. Mose looks at his comrade in horror, wondering how this could have happened. The uncle falls to the ground and says that he was knocked out with one blow, noting that it was quite painful. His body gradually relaxes and he says that he will be the first to leave the battlefield. Mose even feels a little afraid for his comrade, although in reality he is not in any danger. Lydorn remains determined and says that he will take Mose out of life next. Mose gets to his feet and remarks that the prince is a real bastard for allowing himself to do such a thing. After this, he looks at it carefully and prepares to activate the additional effect. The system reports that an armor set skill and a solar fury skill have been activated, increasing attack power. Immediately after this, he rushes into battle, preparing to unleash a hail of furious blows on the enemy. Lydorn parries a series of attacks, but hesitates to counterattack and goes on the defensive. Mosey continues to vent his unquenchable rage at his comrades joining the fight. Lydorn reflects on the fact that the enemy is getting stronger with every second, so it is impossible to continue as before. Mose continues to absorb the enemy's health, and his strength and speed increase by 150 units. Having received a noticeable boost, he delivers a powerful sweeping blow that makes Lydorn lose his balance. Due to the loss of balance, Lydorn is sent into a fast and long flight, after which he crashes into a stone wall. Mose takes a few steps towards his enemy, realizing that the battle is not over yet. He notes that even immortals experience the feeling of losing a comrade, and it affects them. Mose orders himself to focus and activates additional stat boosts. After this, they cross swords once again, as Lydorn managed to regain his strength and stand up. He states that the deceased was also immortal, so there is no need to make a tragedy out of this, because he will be resurrected. Lydorn says he can imagine what it would be like for an opponent to be laid out forever. After this, he unleashes his undying rage on Mose, and now he is forced to go on the defensive. Mose muses that this is almost impossible and notes a significant increase in the enemy's stats. Lydorn has significantly increased his level, and is now level 235 with a corresponding rank. He calls all immortals murderers, and proceeds to defeat the protagonist in a fencing duel. They cross blades again, and Lydorn notes that they have no right to walk this earth. After this, a wave of pathos washes over him, and he says that Mose is looking his death in the eye. He then summons the blade again to attack Mose from an unusual angle. Mose doesn't have time to react to the attack from behind, and receives a powerful blow right to the shoulder. The blow is powerful enough to knock him off balance, and he falls to the ground. Lydorn says that they are not the masters of the world and cannot do whatever they want here. He asks who gave him the right to control the lives of people dear to him, and demands an answer. After some time, Mose hears the voices of his comrades, who say that they have come to help. Guile and Sharan quickly reach him and notice that the fight is clearly not going according to plan. Lydorn notes that the immortal also has someone close, and Mose orders his comrades to run away as quickly as possible. However, Lydorn is unstoppable and plans to kill more immortals, although it will lead to nothing. Guile is mortally wounded when he fails to notice the portal behind him. Sharan watches in surprise as his comrade falls to the ground, and his body begins to slowly dissolve. Lydorn orders the protagonist to feel his own powerlessness as he kills people dear to his heart. Mose orders him to stop as he gets overwhelmed by the drama of it all. Sharan doesn't have time to understand what's happening, and behind her, a portal with a hidden blade forms again. She turns around in fear when she hears a strange sound, but it is too late to dodge. Kellyan appears out of nowhere and announces that he has come to help in this difficult battle. Mose looks at him in fear, and wonders how he managed to get here so quickly. Lydorn is very surprised, noting the incredibly powerful teamwork of the immortals. Kellyan almost immediately uses a vanishing spell to quickly carry away his comrades. After this, only a lone sword remains on the battlefield, which never reached its target, striking an empty space. Mose looks at what is happening in surprise and cannot believe that Kellyan was able to evacuate them so quickly. Meanwhile, the players continue their difficult battle against the army of Lydorn and achieve victories. Gradually, even the Black Griffins lose strength and receive more and more fatal damage as they fall downwards. Kay continues to work hard, systematically destroying every enemy in his path. After a while, she feels the beginning of rain and notes that now is clearly not the best time for the weather to worsen. After this, she hears a strange sound and immediately turns her head to the side to find out what is happening. She finds Mose standing next to Lydorn for some reason, but they are clearly not fighting each other. Mose tries to reason with Lydorn and notes that he must stop for heaven's sake. Lydorn looks at him coldly and asks if he really wants to say that. He declares that they are hypocrites and real monsters who have been blessed by the great goddess. He adds that the sorrow they experience is but dust and self-deception compared to his suffering. Lydorn notes that they will return to this world again, despite everything that happened to them. He says that his beloved's life was forever determined by people like him, and these people always came back. Lydorn claims that he fought with his beloved and one day heard a terrible phrase from these immortals. He says they said they were tired of playing, so they were calling it quits. Lydorn emphasizes that for them, everything that happens here is just a game, and Mose takes a few steps back in fear. Mose recalls his own words and the words of others, noting how carelessly they treated the game. He loses the ability to fight for a few moments, and notes that he didn't want it to end this way. Lydorn says that not all immortals do evil, but those who do have forced him to launch a campaign against them. After this, he proudly declares that this is precisely why he decided to declare war on the unholy creatures and drive them out of here. Lydorn asks if Mose still thinks he has the right to stop him, implying that he doesn't have the strength to do so. Lydorn angrily asks what he can do to counter his righteous anger and grief. Mose thinks that there is nothing to argue about here, and Lydorn is, of course, right, but he can no longer retreat. He intends to continue the fight for those who are fighting for their future, hoping with all their might for the best. He also understands that he must fight for Kay. although the admission comes with difficulty. Mosey realizes that his Solar Fury skill isn't working, but that won't change his resolve to continue fighting with all his might. He decides that these atrocities must be put to an end at any cost right now. Immediately after this, he rushes into battle, and Lydorn responds in kind, hoping that the resistance will not last long. However, a serious fight begins between them again, which will determine the outcome. Mose notices that a weak spot has appeared in the enemy's defense, and decides to strike immediately. To do this, he maneuvers to avoid the attack and prepares to deliver a precise jab. Lydorn asks if he really thinks he has found a weak point, adding that it was intended. Mosey fails to dodge a powerful attack from behind, and receives a serious wound to the shoulder. His health drops below 20%, and he realizes that the man's attacks are causing colossal damage. Falling to the ground, he wonders if this is how it will all end, and he will simply die in this place. However, after a few moments, he hears Kay's voice, and realizes that she has come to help. Kia comes closer to him and tells him to hold on tight as she is already on her way to help. Lydorn watches her for a while, and realizes that she is not an immortal player. After this, he releases his cruel gaze towards Mose, hinting that he now has another goal. Mose turns around at him in surprise, hoping that Lydorn won't be incredibly mean. He immediately turns to his friend and tells her that she needs to leave now before it's too late. Lydorn suddenly turns to her and asks if she really knows this pathetic immortal. Kia continues to approach and calmly states that she does indeed know him and that they are friends. Lydorn asks her if she is really ready to sacrifice her only life for some player. Kia stops for a moment and stares at him with her emerald glowing eyes. Mosey tries to prevent the irreparable and says that she needs to leave and not engage in a duel with Lydorn. Kaya takes up the blade again and says that she is ready to sacrifice her life, since this man is dear to her. She also states that it doesn't matter that he is immortal, because she can't let his eyes close even for a second. She adds that she is ready to die for this man, and she does not care that he belongs to a different type. Lydorn tries to find out why she made such a decision, but Kaya states that the time for conversation has already passed. She prepares to duel him and declares that he can judge her as much as he wants, but it will not affect anything. Lydorn notes that she is powerless to resist if she decides to choose death over a normal life. Immediately after this, a sharp sword appears from the portal, rushing towards her. Mosey realizes that if he doesn't do anything, he will lose his friend, who, unlike his friends, will not be resurrected. That's why he increases his speed several times and throws his sword forward without fear of losing it. This maneuver proves to be timely, as he manages to block the powerful attack and protect Kay. Lydorn looks at this in surprise and wonders how he managed to suddenly find these powers within himself. Anger clouds his vision again, and he makes the mistake of assuming that the protagonist no longer has a weapon. He swings his sword at him and takes a few steps forward, unaware of how dangerously exposed he is. Mosey quickly puts his hand forward and summons the same sword that once belonged to Giratina. After a few moments, a very unpleasant sound is heard as the blade passes through the enemy's armor and body. Lydorn only now understands the scale of the mistake he made and feels his life melting away before his eyes. Mose's blade passes through him like a knife through warm butter without any difficulty. This is how the formidable career of this commander ends, who died because of his lack of restraint. Mosey looks at his fallen enemy and reflects on the fact that he has finally put an end to the pointless fight. Lydorn asks in a weakening voice if he really thinks this is the end, noting that he is just a spark. After this, he falls down and notes that his mission is finally complete, and others will take his place. Mosey and Kay look at their fallen enemy and realize that even if others take his place, the same fate awaits them. However, for Lydorn, his endless suffering over the loss of his friends is finally coming to an end. The quest ends, and Mose gains several levels at once, noting that they have finally overcome this problem. Kay carefully approaches him and asks if he is okay, noticing that his voice is starting to shake. He immediately grabs her by the shoulders and asks why she decided to risk herself so much. He muses that if she had died, he wouldn't have known what to do. But Kaya states that Lydorn needed to be stopped. Mose hugs her and tells her that she should never behave like that again, and she agrees with him. After a short pause, she closes her eyes and notes that it would be nice to pray for him. Mose understands perfectly well why she has such respect for this man, and even sympathizes with him. After this, he also closes his eyes and agrees with her proposal, beginning to pray. Lydorn was a bloodthirsty man, but there was a very human reason for his rage, and everyone understands why he acted the way he did. The tragic story of this prince changed the world greatly, because previously NPCs did not declare war on players. In the kingdom of Logis and its surroundings, followers of Lydorn appeared, who were NPCs and hostile to players. They decided to continue his work, and innocent players were once again suffering at the hands of a mad mob. Soon the White Tower established a magical mark that made it possible to identify trolls among ordinary players. Guilds placed bounties on the heads of such individuals, and some players and NPCs began to hunt them. A real headhunt began, while Mose was dealing with much more important problems for himself. The thing is that he became the subject of serious controversy over the ship in the sky, because he was considered the ruler of heaven. However, this quickly devolved into arguments about whether the man was an NPC or a player, which bought him some time. Mose wonders who cares who he is, and in the end it doesn't really matter. Kia tries to calm him down after the battle with Lydorn, and suggests that he take a vacation and go to her homeland. They are now on their way to her hometown, and the system reports that preparations for training are complete. Mose heads to a special section of the ship that has been reformatted to suit their needs. The system reports that the interior walls of the lower floor have been further strengthened with magic. Mose carefully examines the walls and notices that a special reinforced magical grid has appeared on them. After this, he puts his hand forward to check and test his old skill. He summons a rune sword and tries to see how long he can wield it after upgrading it. He also makes his first attempt to combine fighting styles by taking another weapon in his right hand. The thing is that the battle with Lydorn was not in vain. As a reward, he receives another very powerful sword. Mose speculates that this sword is named Karma, and has unique skills he has never seen before. It has a legendary effect that allows it to learn the skill of 2 engraved swords at once. Mose crosses them carefully so as not to cause a burst of energy that could be explosive. The thing is that Karma and Shara belong to the side of 11 swords, each of which strengthens the other. Mose can now control swords remotely, as if she had telekinesis skills. However, this skill has one serious nuance that cannot be ignored in this situation. The thing is that the blades return to their owner, but are directed with the dangerous side. Mose makes a sudden movement to catch the first blade, which was moving at a faster speed. Immediately after this, he realizes that he needs to quickly make one more move if he doesn't want to lose Karma. Somehow, he manages to grab the sword by the hilt and avoid serious consequences during training. Afterwards, he happily notes that he was able to cope with the rather harsh nature of this weapon. However, after a few moments he feels a sharp decline in strength and increased pressure from Karma. Unable to stay on his feet, he falls to the ground and realizes that 2 swords at once are still too much of a burden. This causes him frustration, as he thought he was already strong enough to handle them. Trying to get up, he thinks that this way he won't be able to protect his friends. He remembers the deaths of his comrades, and it still weighs heavily on his heart. Even though they were players, and in real life they were in no danger, he still didn't want to let that happen. Mose clenches his fists and thinks that he needs to train more and not stop there. Having risen to his feet, he decides to continue trying until success, expressing incredible determination. After a while, the training ends and he carefully leaves the room, feeling very tired. Mose notes that he can barely handle 1 sword, and 2 at once is the next level of challenge. Mose suddenly stops and notices that his good friend has been following him this whole time. Kay holds his outerwear in his hands and asks him if he has finally finished his grueling workout. After this, she throws him some clothes, noting that he should look at himself and see that he is all dirty. Mose catches the clothes and looks at them carefully, trying to understand why she decided to give them to him. The system reports that the shirt is a rare artifact, and, in addition to being beautiful, has useful bonuses. Kia explains that he should wear it once he gets cleaned up, and that the clothes are from her city. Mose thanks her and says that in that case he's heading to the bathroom right now. Mose really appreciates this attention from her, and understands that he must become much stronger than he is now. He notes that he needs this in order to protect his loved ones and Kia, because she, unfortunately, is mortal. After some time, they are transported to an unknown room, where 2 people discuss various issues. One of them explains that he received a very important thing today, and brought it here as soon as he could. An unknown man in glasses receives the item and notes that it is a completely different matter, feeling a bright warmth. He smiles and notes that this is precisely why one cannot stop playing this game, thanks to its possibilities. Mose is on the scene and is amazed that someone could build such magnificent structures here. Azarus is a free city, and it has a developed infrastructure for a comfortable life throughout life. Mose remarks that the city is surprisingly big, and he expected much less, to which Kay only giggles. She explains that this is the White Tower of the alchemist Ruz, who is a secret servant of an empire with a rich history. She tells how this place was once turned into a lifeless void, so that it could be blessed by the wise guys. The elf sacrificed his soul to give this place a second chance, and that is how the city was born. Mose wonders why this city is constantly called free, and Kia explains that there is no ruler here. Mose is very surprised by this information and asks who deals with the criminals in this case. Kia says that power here belongs to a conglomerate, which includes a representative of each race. She also says that this is why you can hear a lot of different opinions from different races in the city. Mose is impressed by this idea of freedom and inclusivity, noting that it is through this that justice can be achieved. He adds that not long ago, this game was his chance to escape poverty, and he went through many difficulties. However, now the game begins to seem to him like something much bigger than he initially imagined. Much time later, he can boast that these months were not wasted. He even made new friends and completed his first team quest without joining the ranks of an elite organization. Despite the grueling training, it helped him meet some nice characters. Mose reflects on how fortunate he is to have built relationships with wonderful people. He understands that this is why he made an important decision for himself in the last battle with Lydorn. Mose firmly declares to himself that he is obliged to protect those dear to him at any cost, even at the cost of his own life. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by the ringing voice of Kay, who loudly calls him by name. Kia asks him what he's thinking about, and Mose becomes embarrassed, explaining that it's nothing. Kay immediately grabs his hand and remarks that this is just great, as she wants to show him a lot of things. Mose obediently follows her, at first surprised by the girl's incredible assertiveness. Looking at her smile, he swore that he would always protect her and would not be afraid of anything. After a while, they are transported to a tavern where they can relax and have a good time. Mose and Kay clink glasses with giant mugs filled with a specific drink. Mosey tries the treat and comments that it is incredibly delicious, to which Kaya smiles and nods. After a while, some dwarf comes up to them and says that he hasn't seen Kia for a long time and greets her. Kia greets a dwarf named Lorad cheerfully, and notes that they really haven't spoken for a long time. She immediately shows it to Mose and explains that it has the biggest ears in the whole city. After this, she compliments him, noting that he could become a singer thanks to his voice. Mose extends his hand and says it's nice to meet him, and Lorad notes that the feeling is mutual. After taking a closer look, Lorad notices with surprise that there is another swordsman in front of him. He asks him if he is one of those fighters and wonders what brought him to the city. Kia explains that they are not here for work, but simply on vacation, and Lorad immediately apologizes to them. Kia says that everything is fine, because many people think that the Eternals come only to stir up problems. Lorad explains that he thought they were there on business, and Kia asks what he means. Lorad lays out a piece of paper with a black ball lying on it, and the heroes ask what it is. Lorad explains that this thing is called Venetnik, and it is a prohibited substance that is absorbed through the skin. He adds that in this city, it has become too easy to get, and even children can find a small portion. Kia notes that the city elders had banned such things and could not allow them to spread. Lorad says they should know that many immortals have arrived in the city and have changed it significantly. According to him, new factories are being developed here, and everything was fine until a certain point. He notes that he doesn't know when it started, but Venetnik started being sold in every bar. Lorad also explains that those behind this are probably nearby when suddenly the doors open. Immediately after this, several people come inside who look like real bandits and don't hide it. Kay and Mose immediately notice how much their comrade's appearance has changed, trying to figure out the reason. Lorad quietly explains that these guys are the ones who are selling the poison he just showed them. He notes that they have their own guild and a large factory, and apparently they produce the drug in these factories. Mosey takes a closer look at these people and realizes that they are far from being NPCs who carry out evil orders. Almost instantly, he realizes that these are players taking advantage of their immortal status. Kia cautiously approaches Lorad with a question about the name of the guild these people belong to. Lorad reports that they call their guild the Pickup Artists, although it is a rather strange name. They move to the habitat of this guild, which is a large club. Despite the entertaining atmosphere, there are actually some dark things going on here. The employees approach the director of the enterprise and inform him that only 3 half-elves will be working today's shift. The director notes that this is unacceptable, since he ordered that at least 5 be obtained. One of his comrades comes inside and reports that today's guests, apparently, came from Valum. The villains ponder this information and note that 3 half-elves is still not bad. After this, he smiles nastily and says that this arrangement suits him perfectly. He adds that he will take them at night and order them to be brought here so that there is not a single scratch on them. Immediately after the boy runs out of the office, another thug enters and addresses the principal. He asks if the director has decided on the choice of guests, and the director asks what he wants to offer. The leader calmly explains that he saw something interesting in the bar yesterday and took some photos. He adds that the pictures showed a half-elf in the company of a strange player, and the director's eyes immediately light up with interest. The director demands a photograph, and as soon as the bandit takes it out, he immediately snatches it from his hands to examine it carefully. Afterwards, he's practically salivating with excitement and says that this is exactly what he's always wanted. He then orders his thugs to track down the girl and bring her here as quickly as possible, preferably by evening. These scoundrels don't yet know that they have chosen perhaps the most unfortunate target, which will become the cause of their death. After some time, they are transported to a small house belonging to Kay, She hands Mose a stew that increases all stats by 1 for a full hour when consumed. Mose remarks that this is incredible, and asks her if she really made such a dish herself. Kia confirms that it is, and he thanks her before starting to eat, amazed at the incredible taste. Kay asks him if he liked the dish, and he sincerely admits that he has never tasted anything more delicious in his life. Kia, smiling, says that her friends named Shira and Farah will be arriving very soon. A few moments later, Lorad suddenly bursts into the room, startling Mose greatly, causing him to spit out his food. Kay is clearly not happy about this, and Mose asks what happened and why he came so quickly. Lorad explains that something terrible has happened, and suggests that they quickly get ready and follow him. After some time, they go to the hospital, the atmosphere of which becomes more and more gloomy with every second. Doctors perform emergency surgery, wondering what happened and suspecting food poisoning. Kia watches the picture with horror, and realizes that in front of her is her friend Shira, who was supposed to come here. Mose wonders what's going on, and suddenly they discover that Kay's second friend, Farah, has also been harmed by Venetic. These poor creatures show clear signs of severe poisoning from a toxic, addictive substance. Mose takes a few steps and tries to analyze the condition of the unfortunate girls in order to at least somehow help them. He looks closely at the neck of one of the girls and discovers traces of a strange substance. Kia immediately turns to Lorad and asks what is going on here, but he doesn't say a word. After a while, he sadly explains that those girls were forced to take drugs from those guys. Kia becomes even more gloomy, and Mose realizes that an operation to infiltrate the guild and destroy it is coming. It becomes clear that the main target is the guild called the Pickup Artists. His gloomy thoughts are interrupted by the desperate cry of an unfortunate girl asking for Venetique. Mose grits his teeth, realizing that these scoundrels are not only distributing drugs in the city, but have also hooked Kay's friends. He decides that there is no forgiveness for this, and immediately turns to his battle comrade, who is already in tears of hatred. Mose declares that whoever did this to her friends will receive the punishment they deserve, and he will personally see to it. Kia asks if he is ready to swear on the name of Bellica herself, who created this world. Mose says firmly that he can swear on anything, because he will still complete the task. Around the same time, the community on the forums is thrown into chaos by two simultaneous events. The Information Guild search team finds a sacred treasure, the fossilized eye of a giant. The second hot topic in the community is the production of Venetique, which has begun to spread. If the new drug is not introduced into the body within 24 hours, severe poisoning with seizures will begin. These powders can cause death, and there is no antidote to get rid of it yet. It is known that only high-level alchemists and mages can remove the effect. But it is very expensive. Finding a sufficiently experienced magician is always difficult, as they can be counted on the fingers of one hand, which creates a bleak picture. After a while, they are transported to the entrance to the main building of the guild, which is guarded by only 2 guards. Mose and Kay slowly climb the stairs, realizing that a real massacre is about to begin here. Mosey asks Kay if they've come to the place Lorad spoke of, and she nods. Lorad managed to tell Kia in the hospital that Shira and Farah received an invitation from the troll's henchmen. Lorad is very upset, noting that the girl's birthday is coming soon, and a bard was supposed to come to town. He claimed that it was all his fault, because he had been too careless, and should have stopped them. Kaya remembered that the cause of everything was the troll's minion, and in this situation, it was the players. Kia thanked Mose for deciding to go with her despite having to go against the players. She also stated that she wanted to inform him that she was going to chop everyone here into small pieces. Mosey stated that he completely agreed with her, since such creatures cannot be forgiven, so that new Lydorns do not appear. As they got closer, they realized it was time to really stretch their legs and let off some steam on those guards. However, as soon as they came even closer, the guards stopped them, informing them that there was nothing for them to do there now. One of the security guards noted that only web personalities were allowed in today, and the space was reserved for the evening. However, he suddenly announced that an exception was made for half-elves, and she could use any of the premises. The security guard explained that this was the organizer's order, and they would follow it without question. Mose said he would be her escort, but the guard said they didn't care at all. He began to look sternly at the protagonist, and noted that he was not a half-elf, and therefore of no interest. He advised him to leave quietly and peacefully, and Mose was already preparing to smear him across the stone wall with his bare hands. Kaya suddenly walked on, causing Mose to be greatly surprised, as this was not how he had imagined this trip to go. Mose asked her where she was going when the guard tried to push him aside and not let him go any further. Kia explained with a smile that there was nothing to worry about. She just wanted to see what was going on and come back. Mose said that if something happened to her, he wouldn't be able to come to her aid because he wouldn't even know about it. Mose clenched his fists again, preparing to simply knock out this bastard who was bothering him. Kia suddenly came closer to him and gently took his fist in her hands to calm him down a little. She explained that she only needed 2 hours to sort everything out and take care of all her affairs. She looked at him worriedly and informed him that if he did not return within this time, he should act at his own discretion. Mose looked back at her with mutual surprise and realized that he would hardly be able to stop her with words. Despite his desire to go with her, he knew perfectly well that it would be ineffective. After this, he carefully shook her hand and informed her that in that case he agreed to follow her plan. Kia made characteristic gestures, explaining that the truth is revealed only to the blade. Mose returned her greeting and repeated the quote word for word. Kia turned and headed inside, explaining that she would meet him again soon. After she stepped inside, the doors behind her slowly closed with a characteristic stone rumble. Mose thought about how he was itching to turn everything upside down, but he had to wait patiently. Kia went inside and looked around carefully when suddenly one of the criminals noticed her. The atmosphere in this terrible place remained just as cheerful, despite the creatures that lived there. Kia continued to examine the place to figure out where the person in charge of production was. She made a mental note that as soon as she found those who did this to Shira and Farah, she would finish them off. Suddenly one of the thugs appeared behind her and asked if she had come here alone. He greeted her politely, but had no idea that Kia had already fully analyzed him for danger. Kia pretended to be a simpleton, despite the fact that she understood that this was the same bandit she had seen before. The bandit decided to immediately approach her closer, noting that if she didn't mind, he was ready to show her everything. Kia thought that one more wrong move and someone would be left without an arm for the rest of their miserable life. However, she decided that now was not the best time for this, and smiled, noting that it was a very sweet offer. She gradually looked around, trying not to reveal her true intentions, and decided that this was great. Meanwhile, Mose continued to wait for his moment a few dozen meters from the tower. He paced back and forth, wondering how much longer he would have to remain in this place. Suddenly he heard Kay's voice and immediately turned towards her, noting that he had waited for her. He asked if she was okay, and she explained that her ears were a little numb, but otherwise everything was fine. Kia pointed her finger at the space behind her, and announced that the young man had agreed to talk. The bandit asked them if they had any idea who they were dealing with, and ordered them to let him go immediately. He also said that he is a very famous big shot, and they have no idea what awaits them next. Mose looked at him with disdain, realizing that now he would have to talk to him in a bad way. He dealt a brutal blow with his sword right on his shoulder, so that the bandit would feel at least some pain. The young man fell to the ground and admitted that he had never experienced anything more painful in his life. Mose noted that he better tell the truth about what happened here, otherwise real hell awaits him. The bandit gnashed his teeth in unbearable pain, and realized that he would have to cooperate to survive. He began to bow and admitted that he was guilty and would never repeat it again. After that, the bandit showed him the drug and asked if they were its producers. The bandit looked at Mose's shining sword and confirmed that everything was exactly as he said. Mose immediately read his intentions, noting that he could clearly see the eye movement and understood his idea. The bandit said that Venetic is made by a guy named Jason, who doesn't really know anything about making it. They asked if Jason was the same player, and the bandit confirmed that he was. He also stated that this alchemist works for Sofo, and Mose realized that he knew this name, because he was the director of the N-Tech company. Kia noted that this is one of the player groups that Lorad recently spoke about. The bandit said that he told them everything he knew, and added that if this became known, they would finish him off. He asked them to be merciful and give him the opportunity to escape from here. Kia turned around and noted that they had found out everything they wanted, so they should leave this bio trash here. Mose agreed with her, then slowly walked off to the side, and the bandit watched them. He thought that it was the end for them all, since the bandit remembered them well, and would now find them and finish them off. Mose suddenly stopped and noted that this guy probably had some bad deeds behind him. After this, he stated that in order to prevent the scoundrel from thinking about the place, he would nevertheless deal with him right now. Coming closer to him, he said that there was nothing personal in it, and he simply had to answer for his sins. The bandit tried to beg them, but all requests were absolutely in vain. After that, they were transported back to the guild's headquarters to continue watching the story. Sofo wondered where his comrade had gone, noting that as soon as he had been released, he had immediately run away. The director said that there was no need to worry, since soon everything they wanted would belong to them. Sofo irritably poured a drink in his guard's face and asked when they would bring him what he needed. Sofo told Jason that he was a good man for making the substance, but he also had to deliver it on time. He added that as soon as Jason took the required dose, he should immediately get some for him too. Jason apologized to the director and said that he would order his people to handle the delivery faster. Sofo ordered him to get out of there, adding that the only thing he knew how to do was clean with his tongue. Immediately after this, he turned an irritated glance to the servants and wondered what they were doing here. Grabbing the bottle, he ordered them to leave the room immediately before it was too late. The unfortunate servants quickly ran out of the room, realizing that a little more and things would have been much worse for them. Sofo tried to figure out where his henchman was by checking all the other people. Meanwhile, Jason and his henchmen finally reached the location of the bandit they were interrogating. All this time he was banging his head on his knees and repeating the same meaningless phrases, as if he had lost the thread of the conversation. Jason took out a special ampule, noting that this thing cost a fortune, and asked to look at him. Immediately after that, he roughly grabbed him by the cheeks and poured a small portion of truth serum into his mouth. After the bandit cleared his throat, Jason ordered him to tell what exactly had happened. The bandit fearfully declared that the half-elf and the player were to blame for everything, having kidnapped him and brutally beaten him. Jason listened carefully, and realized that he was talking about those that Director Sofo had spoken about. Jason looked at the time and noted that it had happened recently, meaning they hadn't gone far. He ordered his people in the village to be contacted, and declared that all buildings in Azurus must be destroyed, leaving no stone unturned. After some time, real anarchy began in the peaceful town, and all the guards were incapacitated. Civilians also suffered greatly, and many of them were left in critical condition due to the bandits' raid. Mose suddenly returned to the city and looked in shock at the apocalyptic image that had taken hold here. They wondered what was happening here, and how they managed to destroy half the city. Mose noted that he would definitely not leave this unanswered, while Kea discovered something very important. He asked her what was wrong, and she replied that he should come closer and see what was written on the wall. There was writing on the wall that Mose and Kay needed to come to the guild building if they wanted to save the pathetic gnome. Mose noted that apparently, the Pickup Artists Guild decided to take revenge and deal with this village themselves. Kea gritted her teeth with hatred and added that she would never forgive them for what they did. She declared that she would tear these creatures into small pieces and get them wherever they were hiding. They both turned and headed towards the giant tower to put those scoundrels in their place. Ji-hyun once again connected with her audience, announcing that she would be hosting a special broadcast this time. She stated that she was in the place where the guild would bring the holy treasure they had recently obtained. She also noted that soon a new generation of humanity will show them its power, and it will be interesting to see what happens. A few moments later, she felt an incredible earthquake that prevented her from staying on her feet. After this, it turned out that the holy treasure had fallen onto the roof, and now one could see what it was really capable of. A few moments later, the strange sphere, resembling a giant eye, froze in place. After a short pause, there was a powerful flash of light that spread for many kilometers. People nearby felt the arrival of a powerful shockwave and tried to cover their eyes to avoid being blinded. Some symbols appeared in the sky, and all the correspondents tried to quickly decipher them in order to understand the message. The message said that someone was revealing all the secrets of this world, and people would see the greatest miracles they had ever seen. The system announced that the popularity of each player would now be revealed, and Mose was at the top of the leaderboard. After some time, they were transported to the headquarters of the Pickup Artists Guild, which also received news about the popularity ratings. They wondered what it was all about, noting that similar functionality was in every game. After some time, they realized that this was most likely a new rating system that had only just been released. They immediately began to look at the player in first place, noting that he probably had nothing better to do. Meanwhile, Sofo approached Jason and asked when the package would arrive, to which he replied that it would arrive soon. He also noted that he had heard that the package was a bit unusual and might require a lot of effort to tame. Sofo stated that taming is his specialty because he gets bored when victims are docile. After that, he said that another person was needed, who needed to be brought here, but he was settling in. The door opened and Kay and Mose walked in, carefully assessing the situation, preparing for battle. Kia also came here empty-handed, and brought her sword so as not to stand on ceremony with her opponents. Sopo noted that it was incredibly fast, and added that Kay looks even cooler in real life than in the photo. He also noted that he had expected much less, but then he received such a gift that he no longer wanted to wait. Immediately after that, he ordered Jason to bring them here as quickly as possible, and he stated that it would be done. Coming closer, he announced that he was the guild master, and noted that they had had a good time with his subordinate. After this, he stated that if they go where they shouldn't, he must tell them what the consequences would be. Snapping his fingers, he noted that the girl needed to be alive, and it was advisable not to harm her. After some time, the system notified him that the N-Tech Guild and Mose were receiving the status of potential enemies. Jason looked closely at the inscription and wondered if he was really fighting against the legendary Mose. The whole point was that the hero was the most popular player who took first place in the ranking. Mose, of course, was completely indifferent to such a confession, and he only wanted to avenge his comrades. Summoning 2 blades at once, he launched a powerful attack at all his opponents, incapacitating them in seconds. Jason realized that if a player who was in first place in the ranking came here, then this was very bad. Watching him brutally hack apart all the guards, Jason realized it was time to get out of here. He understood perfectly well that he did not have a single chance when fighting against such a strong enemy. However, a few moments later, he discovered that the time for escape had already passed, and a projectile was flying towards him. To at least somehow protect himself, he used one of his most powerful spells, creating a barrier. It didn't take long for his barrier to be destroyed, and his wand to be cut into pieces. Jason couldn't believe that his defense had been broken by one blow, and wondered how it was even possible. The system notified him that he was being attacked by the legendary sword, and Jason realized the magnitude of his mistake. The moment Karma's sword pierced him, he realized that he had messed with the wrong guy when he challenged him. Mose, meanwhile, had increased the level of his skill, which allowed him to use telekinesis to control weapons. Immediately after that, he realized that he had only one goal left and tried to find Sopo. However, the occupant of this vile den was too busy with his miserable life to die like a man. He ran away in panic, wondering why the person at the top of the list had come here. He quickly got behind the car, noting that he was too important a person to die like that. He then contacted his company's emergency security system to relay the message. He tried to assemble an emergency team of bodyguards right away, adding that he needed everyone he had. He said that he was coming to them right now, and if they didn't have time to prepare, he would rip their heads off. After a while, his security team quickly arrived at the house and he greeted them. Everyone bowed their heads before the director and declared that they were ready to carry out any of his orders. The head bodyguard noted that the director woke them up in the middle of the night, despite the fact that there seemed to be no reason for this. He asked if something had happened already, or if there were drug problems again, and Sofo told him to shut up. The senior bodyguard noted that this could not continue for long, because if the president found out, problems would arise. Sofo lost his temper and said that if he didn't shut up right now, there would be much bigger problems. The bodyguard asked if he knew that the Information Guild had announced the need to destroy the pickup artists. Sopo said that it was not worth talking about it now, since the company was on the verge of collapse for other reasons. He added that he should solve this problem on his own and stop mentoring him. He also ordered the door to be opened so that he could escape from there in time. After some time, he opened a heavy door with several locks and disappeared to a safe place. He noted that anyone who tried to enter here needed to be stopped, and the bodyguard stated that he would do so. After some time, he found a special decoration and noted that it was made just for such occasions. This item turned out to be an earring that allows you to activate the body strength skill and gives many bonuses. After some time, Mose and Kia reached the headquarters where Sopo had been located all this time. The senior bodyguards approached them and informed them that they had to stop immediately and leave that place. Other guards came out with them and stated that they would not go any further under any circumstances. Mose noted that he was not against this, but in that case, they would have to deliver Sofo to them themselves. He also noted that in this case they would remain alive, when suddenly his parents turned to their friend. The comrade showed them a small suitcase containing a huge amount of money. He asked them what they thought about it, noting that it was a very large sum to live on. Kea ordered him to shut up, adding that Sopo should answer for everything, because he ruined the lives of her friends. The bodyguard smiled and noted that these were very serious accusations that required strong evidence. He also said that the company would suffer losses due to such actions. But Mose said that they did not care. He ordered Sofo to be brought immediately, and after that the bodyguard became much more strict. He added that he had no idea who was standing in front of him, but he had to know his place. Looking at Kay with disdain, he called her a pathetic NPC and said that she didn't understand anything. Mose stood up for his friend and said that he would make them pay if they treated her like that again. The bandit guards looked at Mose with a smile and noted that the guy probably thought he was the coolest one here. They also added that one of the senior representatives of this city is on their side. Mose ignored the idle chatter and pulled out his weapon, wondering if they were done talking. The senior bodyguard looked at him in surprise when suddenly the system popped up in front of him and created a notification. Seeing that Mose had declared war on them, he asked with a smile whether they had to fight with 2 people. He wanted to ask who they thought he was, but his comrade was killed almost instantly. Kia rushed forward and cut through several opponents who stood in her way. Kia looked menacingly at her future victims and declared that she had made an oath to the god of blades. Pausing for a moment, she announced that she would kill absolutely every one of them, and if not, her soul would burn. She has significantly improved her level recently and has now achieved the new title of Flash. The senior bodyguard still did not have enough reflexes to respond to these blows. Kia neutralized several of his comrades and realized that it was time to deal with the main enemy. Mose also quickly cut down the opponents who dared to challenge him and approach the elders. The bandit looked at them in surprise and declared that this was some kind of misunderstanding and everything needed to be resolved differently. He advised them not to get involved in anything they couldn't handle, as they would greatly regret their decision. Mose ignored his warning again and delivered a powerful blow straight to the unprotected body. Looking at him rudely, the bandit noted that this is exactly what he does when someone dares to cross his path. He added that if they hope to fix everything just by re-logging in, then that's a mistake. After this, he raised his sword and declared that he would leave no stone unturned in this organization. After a while, we are transported to a secure room where Sofo cowardly fled. He was breathing very tensely, and even the earring pulled onto his ear did not help much to calm his spirit. He said he didn't want to do it, but apparently he had no choice. Taking out a lighter, he noted that there was no other way, since there was a lot of evidence left in this place. Coming closer to the boxes containing a huge amount of goods, he declared that everything needed to be destroyed. Throwing the lighter forward, he noted that the player who had infiltrated the factory could definitely be blamed for this fire. He also said that the investigation would be carried out by one of the city's senior residents, nicknamed the Swamp Sage. He smiled and noted that this man was on their side, so they had everything under control and nothing would happen to them for this. Meanwhile, Kay and Mose had entered the warehouse and continued to search it, trying to find Sopo. Sofo appeared in their path and, armed with a knife, said that he did not expect to meet them so soon. Rubbing his neck, he noted that in front of him were some of the most famous players nicknamed Moose. After that, he turned his gaze back to Kay and fell silent for a while, as if he had forgotten about her. He noted that she had a very cute face, adding that the elves that were brought yesterday were not even half as beautiful. Kia immediately lost her temper upon hearing such insolent words addressed to her and rushed forward to destroy him. However, just as she reached the distance to strike, there was a bright flash of light that stopped everything. Sopo smiled and noted that she was indeed nimble, and this even surprised and impressed him a little. Kia looked at her target in shock and tried to understand why she couldn't pierce him completely, since he wasn't that strong. Sofo noted that having a powerful weapon is great, but it is not enough to deal with it. After that, he swung his giant cleaver and announced that it was his turn to return the favor. Mose knew that now was clearly not the time for the villains to triumph, and he rushed to the attack. With one powerful movement, he interrupted Sofo's attack and dealt him a fatal blow. The incident caused chaos in the city, and the local branch of the Information Guild launched an investigation. They investigated everything from an attack on a village to a serious arson nearby. They also came to the attention of the distribution of a strange drug that was being produced at the factory. This series of events shocked the entire world and the public, so an emergency meeting was called. However, despite this, Mose and Kay were charged as suspects in the drug distribution case. When they appeared at the court hearing, they reported that they had caught Sofo, but for some reason the blame was placed on them. People noted that first it is necessary to find the channels through which drugs are distributed and stop them. After some time, one of the jurors intervened, banging her gavel on the table and demanding immediate silence. She announced that the elder would now speak. The venerable elder noted that he would like to hear from all sides before making a final decision. He added that now the Swamp Elder will ask all his questions first. The Swamp Elder looked at the heroes with undisguised contempt and sternness, as if he knew something about them. Mose wondered why he was acting like this when the Swamp Elder was ordering him to begin. He suddenly asked them if they had any connection to a small guild called the Pickup Artists. Kia noted that she did not understand what they were talking about, and the Elder stated that they had set fire to the publication on their orders. The Swamp Elder noted that if his memory serves him correctly, Mose and Kay were swordsmen. People, having heard this information, immediately began to whisper to each other, trying to understand the essence of what was happening. Mosey said that they were swordsmen, but that didn't mean they came here to carry out missions. The Swamp Elder explained that they usually act secretly, and this time they were supposed to commit arson. Kaya was outraged by such assumptions, and stated that it was absolutely untrue and seemed like speculation. The Swamp Elder noted that he had not expected anything else, since for them, this mission was supposed to be secret. After this, he suggested that the two swordsmen were tasked by the Pickup Artists to set fire to the factory, and Mose was surprised by this statement. However, a few moments later, he remembered the words of the senior bodyguard that they had their own man in court. Looking at the Elder, he assumed that it was probably he who was acting in the interests of this office. The Swamp Elder said that the villagers were attacked, but no one knows who is behind it. Residents located here reported that all witnesses point to the Pickup Artists Guild. The Swamp Elder continued with his absurd speculations, noting that they had hired the two to start the fire. He suggested that the Pickup Artists were grooming Venetic and needed someone who could distract the public's attention. Kia noted that the elder should not boldly insult the swordsman, as they would not tolerate such accusations. The swamp elder stated that the swordsmen hide behind their secrecy even if it threatens their reputation. After this, he noted that the scoundrels will be able to deny the accusations only because they have no evidence. Despite the obvious absurdity of what was happening, the swamp elder demanded that they be brought before a tribunal. Mose looked around and wondered what was going on here and why they were being sentenced. He tried to understand how this was possible, and how deep the corruption had gone in this city council. Suddenly, a thin man entered the room and calmly noted that they really had no evidence. After that, he said that he had only heard some fragments, and if they discussed it among themselves, it did not mean anything. The handsome young man noted that he was in a hurry to get here because the situation was serious, and a highly qualified researcher was needed. Mosey took a closer look at this man named Zeke and discovered that he was level 211. Zeke stated that he was the platinum head of the Information Guild, and that he had looked into the case in more detail while he was on his way here. He noted that the case is very complex and requires a thorough investigation, unless there are pressing reasons for haste. Mose noted that the atmosphere in the courtroom instantly changed, and everything was said briefly and to the point. He was still impressed by the man's level, as well as his position in the guild, which was not so easy to earn. He assumed that it was unlikely that this was an ordinary person, but it was unclear why he still decided to help them. The swamp elder noted that they have absolutely everything to deliver a guilty verdict. Zeke stated that in that case he would be very happy to get acquainted with the evidence of the prosecution. The swamp elder wondered if the words of these accused did not automatically confirm their guilt. Zeke asked if they were on vacation, and Kea noted that they had finished their work and gotten some rest. Zeke asked why they were at the factory when the fire broke out, as it was a dubious vacation. Kia reported that a close friend of hers had been affected by a recent drug spree, so she began her investigation. She also added that, according to their information, the head of N-Tech was covering for the pickup artists, which is why they went after Sofo. She also stated that they learned about the fire and arrived there to rescue those who still remained. Zeke asked if they had any evidence, but Kea sadly noted that it had all burned. The swamp elder noted that they had no evidence, which meant it was all a fabrication, and they could be put in jail. Zeke suddenly turned to the junior officer and advised him to shut up a bit so as not to interfere with the proceedings. After this, he said that the matter was serious, so one should not make hasty conclusions. He noted that, at the request of his superiors, he contacted a special investigator, but for some reason the investigation was not carried out. After this, he ordered to start all over again and interrogate the swordsman in detail to find out everything. The swamp elder began to get nervous, while the other villagers noted that this sounded logical. After some time, an employee of the Information Guild approached them and asked them to come with him for questioning. Suddenly, a loud voice of a familiar friend who had come to help was heard in the courtroom. Mose and Kay turned around and realized that Lorad had decided to come here to testify after all. Quickly entering the hall, he asked everyone to wait a little, as he had very important information. He said he was kidnapped by Sofo on the night his village was raided by a pickup artist guild. He also said that he had valuable evidence for the special investigator. Mose and Kay couldn't believe their ears and tried to figure out what kind of proof he could give them. Lorad looked carefully at everyone present, especially at the swamp elder. The swamp elder lost his temper and noted that now was not the time for this, and that he was late for the court hearing. He added that they had already reached their logical conclusion, so there was no point in provoking the crowd. Lorad, in response to these attempts to hide the truth, showed his neck, on which was a brand. Zeke looked at him in surprise and noted that it was a memory crystal, which meant that Lorad was a special person. He showed respect and informed Lorad that he had the title of voice, and noted that he had fought in the past. He also said that he installed the crystal to work for reconnaissance and information transmission. After that, he gently massaged his ears to activate the memory crystal's effect. Mose and Kia heard a voice belonging to Sopo, and realized that they could now find out the truth. Sopo said in the memory crystal that investigators would focus on finding the cause of the fire, and his man would help them. The swamp elder began to get nervous and wondered what it all meant and where the recording came from. The others looked at him with genuine horror, realizing that they had been next to a traitor all this time. Sofo from the memory crystal reported that the case promises to be very interesting, and he will have everything under control. Lorad reported that N-Tech had kidnapped him, and then he decided to record everything they told him. He also said that his kidnapping was revenge on the part of the corporation for starting the investigation. Lorad specifically emphasized that if he had not escaped, he would have burned alive in the fire started by Sofo. Zeke became very angry and declared that this was not the way to go and took out a small handkerchief. He angrily accused the elder of deciding to deceive the special investigator and destroy the beautiful city. The swamp elder tried to justify himself, but it was too late, and Zeke decided to take action. He landed right next to the corrupt elder to ask him a few clarifying questions. He said that 52,000 people have suffered from drug addiction, 110 of whom have already died. Zyke wondered if it really meant that the elder was involved in this drug trafficking and facilitated it. Leaning closer, he noted that he would do everything possible to put him behind bars as soon as possible. He also promised that all those involved, including military knights and guards, would be sent there with him. Finally, after this, he turned around angrily, so that everyone could see that he was extremely determined. Mose and Kay were surprised at how easily this man's character could change, because he had just been calm. Zyke suddenly became softer and smiled, looking at the heroes, realizing that they were not to blame for this situation. After this, he jumped down and apologized for his behavior, noting that he did not immediately recognize the heroes of this city. He then cleared his throat thoroughly to announce his final verdict on the case. He announced that, on behalf of all the elders, he was closing the proceedings, since the whole essence was already clear. He noted that the main blame for the production of the poison should be borne by the N-Tech Company and the Pickup Artists Guild. He added that the veracity of the swordswoman's words was proven, and all charges against her were dropped. He also stated that based on her testimony, he declares Kay and Mose to be heroes who helped correct the situation. Mosey suddenly felt an incredible surge of power, and was very surprised that NPCs could even do such a thing. His level has increased many times, and he has received a title that increases stats as if it were a unique effect. Smiling, he realized that he had completed a series of seemingly simple missions, but the result was amazing. Following the incident, an article appeared on the forum in the Incidents and Occurrences section, also known as IIP. The article featured the company N-Tech, and it immediately shot to the top of the news cycle, becoming a hot topic. This happened because it said that it was Mose who exposed these scoundrels, being a popular player. The article was so popular that the site crashed, and news of the feat spread throughout the game. Mose, meanwhile, addressed the townspeople and reported that they had always been extremely kind to him. The town elder noted that the residents should be grateful to him, since they were in his debt. They also apologized for treating him poorly, despite Mose's obvious good deeds. As an apology, they decided to prepare a small gift for him, consisting of a valuable artifact. They noted that such an artifact, since ancient times, could only be possessed by elders who deserved it. They added that although the item was related to the swamp elder, this did not in any way diminish its value. This magic stone, when used, can transport the player to the Olenotri location, and Mose was very happy about this. They added that it was a small gift considering how much he had helped their people and city. Mose noted that this gift was very important to him, and he would feel a sense of pride about it. After this, the elder waved his hand and wished him a safe journey and success on his difficult path. Mose returned to his flying ship to set off for an unknown destination. Kia decided to join him since her vacation was also ending, and it was time to return. After that, they looked at each other and thought about where they should go now. After some time, we are transported to an unknown place, where the swordsmen fight with their brother. Despite the obvious betrayal, at this moment the forces of evil achieved a confident triumph. The unknown man, who looked like an evil wizard, wielded the sword incredibly, and some decided to swear allegiance to him. Some swordsmen realized their hopeless situation, and declared that they would kneel before him. The evil swordsman reported that the immortal he was looking for had decided to become a swordsman for some time. After this, he noted that they still had a lot to do, and it became clear that their target was Mose. We suddenly found ourselves in an unknown place and realized that someone had managed to deceive Sharan. Kellyan reflected that he knew these idiots hated him, but he had no idea of the extent. He was also surprised that the villains dared to use a device called Telop to determine coordinates. Kellyan was surprised that they hid the device in the White Tower, where it would be quite difficult to find. He wondered if this much talked about boy would be able to find them. Of course, he had Mose in mind, but it was not yet clear whether he would succeed. Mose, meanwhile, suddenly came to his senses after being asked another clarifying question. Kea asked him where they were going next, and he thought for a moment about his choice of route. He asked if she remembered his friend Sharan, and Kea noted that she was an archer from his squad. Mose said that since she disappeared with the mage, he has not been able to contact her, and this worries him. He added that as long as the player is in an area he has visited at least once, he can be contacted. He also noted that now he has only one blind spot left, the city of entertainment and gambling. He emphasized that the city has stunning contrasts and splendor worthy of its reputation. However, if you go down a little lower, you can immediately notice the opposite side, completely opposite to the external splendor. Mose was in this city along with other ships that could also fly thanks to magical powers. He used a special device to save the coordinates of this location. He noted that the ships here were so luxurious that even the skyway looked rather drab in comparison. Suddenly their thoughts were interrupted by loud cries that the poor fellow had lost all his money again. He turned around to see poor people trying to use slot machines to make a little extra money. It seemed like a rather pathetic sight, since the organizers had specifically created this casino to profit from ordinary people. Mose and Kay understood that a thorough investigation would also be useful here in order to improve life. Kia noted that Lorad had spoken of something similar when he warned them that the infection had spread. She also said that Tikris is a beautiful, but at the same time cruel city, where hope and despair live side by side. Suddenly, a small rabbit appeared with them and asked if they were interested in arcade games. He claimed to be a guide to the local alleys and could tell me where the best machines were. Mosey asked if it was possible to win something serious in these machines, and the rabbit said that Ormacon was lying somewhere there. He also noted that there is no point in playing slot machines for this purpose, since one can gain much greater wealth. Mose and Kay looked at each other cautiously, trying to figure out what exactly the boy meant. Kia looked closely at the boy's legs and noticed that they were covered in some scratches. After that, she came down and said that she would like to buy 10 tokens to participate. A rabbit named Foshi turned around and ran to fulfill the order of another customer. Mose asked her if she really wanted to play, and Kia added that it was okay to try once. She also noted that it appears that Limpu's children are being exploited here, and this needs to be investigated. Mose was surprised by her attentiveness, and realized that she had noticed something that he had missed. Kia added that there were no alternatives for them, because if you were a Limpu, you couldn't really count on anything. Foshi, meanwhile, quickly returned to Kea, hoping that he would be paid good money for his services. He handed her all the tokens, and said that he hoped the lady would have a good day. Foshi was about to leave when Mose stopped him and said that he had something for him. As soon as the kid turned around, Mose handed him a gold coin, noting that it was his tip. Foshi was immediately delighted, and asked why he was given such a generous gift for no reason. Mose explained that it was for his kind heart, and expressed hope that he would not lose it and use it wisely. Foshi immediately beamed with happiness, because no one had ever been so kind to him. He said that with this money, he would finally be able to pay for his little brother's treatment and help him get back on his feet. After that, he turned around and ran away happily, hoping that no one would rob him along the way. Mose, meanwhile, turned to his partner and said that it was time to deal with this. He chuckled and noted that he first needed to check if he had luck in his inventory and head to the gaming district. After some time, he said that he understood perfectly well that he would have no luck and would lose everything. After some time, they finally reached the place where the Tikris Information Guild is located. The manager greeted them and reminded them that they had recently contacted them on various issues. The girl also noted that she had already prepared everything and would move them to the designated room. Mose and Kay looked down in surprise and noticed a portal opening next to them. The portal activated quite quickly, and the heroes only had to wait for the procedure to complete. As soon as they entered the appointed room, they heard a voice that rejoiced at their arrival. He held out his hand, on one finger of which were 2 rings of different metals. The young man turned out to be the head of the city's information guild. His name was Viren. He asked if they had come to find someone suitable for their tasks. Mose and Kaya said that they wanted to find the immortal mage and immortal archer who had disappeared here. Viren noted that this is a rather rare case, but there is information about one White Tower student who is suitable. He thought for a moment and said that the only person who came to mind was a young man named Kellyan. He added that the White Tower initially welcomed immortals, but the situation changed dramatically over time. He also noted that Kellyan had dropped his status as a player and started behaving like everyone else. Viren assured that despite this, many mages hated him, and Mose wondered why. Viren suddenly announced that he could very well find out where Kellyan was now, but he needed a favor in return. Mose and Kay looked at him indignantly, trying to figure out if they had heard any strange demands. Kia noted that the guild is generally committed to disseminating information freely. Viren explained that this information was too special, and he would be extremely grateful if they could get some help. Mose nodded reluctantly and said that in that case they would listen to him and ask him to tell them what he wanted. Viren stated that there was a mountain nearby called Malak, which was of great value. He added that its summit is crowned by ancient ruins known as the Pass of Olives. Viren suddenly turned his gaze to Mose and said that he must destroy all the ghosts that lived there. Mosey looked at him in surprise, and the informant noted that all they needed was a sword, and they wouldn't even need magic. He also noted that all preparations have already been completed, and all that is needed is to demonstrate all of one's skills and abilities. After some time, Mose and Kaya wondered why the head of the Information Guild had given them such conditions. Kaya stated that they couldn't waste time on this, so they needed to come up with a workaround. Mose asked rather nonchalantly what would be the harm if they did agree to it. He added that it was more interesting than going back and just returning to the duties of swordsman. Kia interrupted him with a loud scream to get his attention. Mose looked at her with fear and asked what was wrong, trying to understand the nature of her anger. Kia noted that she and Sharan are actually friends, and that Mose is only so attached to her because he is immortal. Mose paused for a moment to reflect and realized that he had indeed said too much. He realized that he was not talking to someone random, but to Kia, for whom this world was real, and not some kind of game. The gap between Mose's normal personality and his alter ego in this game became increasingly unbridgeable. Kia stated that she believes he is at least a little different from other immortals due to his personality. She reminded him that he was one of the few who truly empathized with ordinary creatures. However, she noted that he was still immortal, which meant that he could easily one day adopt the attitude of the majority. Kia said she wanted him to remain the Mose she once met. Mose nodded sadly, realizing that he needed to act more dignified in front of his fellow soldier. After that, his head started to shine, and he admitted that it was stupid of him to say such a thing. After that, he took her hand to squeeze it properly, and expressed his gratitude for her help. He also made her a promise to remain the same as she was used to seeing him. After some time, they reached another block that might be of interest to them. Kia looked around and suddenly noticed something strange that immediately caught her attention. She found Foshi standing somewhere in the corner, looking rather rumpled for some reason. Kia came closer to him and said hello, noting that it was high time for him to return home. However, looking at his face, she discovered that he was all wounded, as if someone had been kicking him for a long time. She immediately dropped to her knees and asked what had happened to him, while the boy tried to speak. Mose reassured him that he could tell them what happened, and that they wouldn't torture him. Foshi was still hesitant, and they asked him who dared to do such a thing to his face. However, after some time he realized that there was no point in trying to deceive these good people. He reported that the coin they were given was taken away by a man named Shayaman when he saw it in his hands. He also stated that they wanted to sacrifice him to the ghost of Malivkov Pass, and Mose and Kea were immediately surprised. After some time, the setting sun rose over the city, and the clouds turned into beautiful shades. Guards were stationed near the main residence of the next rich man to ensure that no one got inside. Kia and Mose had been quietly keeping an eye on this building and realized that this was where the very same Mirzavets Shayaman lived. Mose clenched his fist and noted that there were a lot of guards here, but that wasn't the most important problem. He didn't care at all who stood in his way, as he would destroy any enemy on his way to the building. Shayaman, meanwhile, was living his best life and noted that he needed a person who would be of some use. He also said that he didn't care how they did it. The important thing was to make sure the new servant didn't die. He added that his comrade received the position of head thanks to the society, but he was the one counting the money for them. He also said that they had barely earned 4,000 gold this month, and that they needed to spread the word that there were 10 Ormacons in the machines. He added that the little creatures had dared to rob him, and half of them had to be killed in public. Kia immediately rushed forward, and Mose tried to stop her, but it was too late to change anything. The scoundrel turned around, hearing a strange noise, and asked who had decided to invade them. However, almost immediately he saw a powerful fist rapidly approaching his face. Of course, this fat bastard had no time to react to such a powerful blow and received full damage. Kea exerted so much force that she was able to knock her opponent down, despite the fact that she was physically smaller. The scoundrel immediately grabbed his broken nose and began screaming loudly, trying to understand the reason for the attack. He tried to call the guards for help, but Kea noted with a smile that he had realized it too late. She added that there was not a single guard left conscious now, as she had already taken care of them. She also stated that all the guys who once helped him were now either asleep or had wasted their energy licking their wounds. After this, she began to beat him brutally, and Mose made the tactically correct decision not to interfere. Afterwards, she noted that she needed to let off some steam, and Mose said he was glad she felt better. She then looked over what was left of the villain and said that it was time to have a proper talk. Coming closer to him, they said that he should tell them about what was happening at Olive Pass. Shayaman, irritated and offended, asked why they thought he would open his mouth at all after what had happened. Kia noted that she knew at least several dozen more ways to loosen his tongue. Shayaman realized that it was better not to joke with this girl, and noted that there was a gambling place there. He added that people played with ghosts on this pass, and Mose asked how that was possible. He stated that there was a society of silver cats, which included the city's nobility, who had access to the necromancer. He added that the necromancer sent a powerful ghost to Olive Pass and staged gladiatorial fights there. He also stated that no one had yet been able to defeat this ghost, and no one had even lasted 3 minutes against it. Kia asked how many people he had sent there, probably to their deaths for the sake of gold. Shayaman noted that tomorrow everything will be different, since a powerful ghost will come with Russia. Mose said it was now clear how this was connected to the Information Guild they had recently interacted with. He added that apparently the Information Guild is in cahoots with these scoundrels and is interested in gambling. Shayaman began to ask for forgiveness and stated that he would do anything if they did not kill him. Mose stopped his comrade and noted that in this case there was no point in getting her hands dirty with him. Mosey states that this man has already lost everything, and that he will be finished anyway when people find out that there are no Ormacons in his machines. From his point of view, as soon as this news becomes public, he begins to be judged by deceived citizens. After this, he says with a smile that it is time to start completing the task. Then he reflects on how the scoundrel Viren will regret several more times that he dragged him into this mess. She goes to a huge library, which was built even before the city itself, to restore her memory. This secret place, as he notes, can only be reached with the help of special magical stones created from the Avec tree. Mose asks her if she wants to go there, but she immediately becomes shy and refuses. She states that the stone was given only to him, and that as a resident of Azkarus, she wishes to follow his laws. However, she asks him if she can ask him for a favor and have him find a book for her. Mose asks her what book exactly she wants, and she tells her that she wants a book called The Minstrel of Kafir. Moments later, a portal opens in this mysterious place, heralding the arrival of Mose. Mosey quickly passes through the portal and looks around, trying to study this place in as much detail as possible. He is immediately impressed by the scale of this majestic building, and he understands that it is very beautiful here. Almost immediately, he receives a system notification that he has discovered a secret quest and a new task. According to this quest, you need to find the diary of the great blacksmith Lavager, who forged those very 11 swords. Mosey happily says that in that case he will go and complete this quest right now. He states that the library search needs to be used and calls for a special assistant who should be here. However, contrary to his expectations, no one answers him, and he is left only in a rather soft but deafening silence. He wonders in surprise whether he will have to go through each book himself to find the diary. This immediately demoralizes him a little, because the size of this library is simply incredible. These searches take up a lot of his time, although time here seems to flow completely differently. Mosey says he's never seen a game give a quest to find a book in an open world. Luckily, the books in this library are organized by section, but there are hundreds of thousands of them, and the shelves here are simply enormous. Thus, he has to look through many books before he figures out where the one he needs is. Mose says that he doesn't have endless time, but he will still try to find the book he needs. After a few moments, having chosen a completely random book from an infinite number, he finally finds what he was looking for. The system informs him that he is receiving a humble blacksmith's diary, and that now, after using this item, he will have access to new quests. However, in the end, he gets 5 quests at once instead of 1, and this surprises him greatly, because he expected something a little different. His attention is drawn to a quest that leads him to Olive Pass, where the sword of Zherva is hidden. Smiling, he says that he is very lucky, because he might not have found it due to his reluctance to dig through a sea of books. After that, he thanks Kia for sending him here, because only to her can he be grateful for this. He then reflects that everything seems to be going well for him, and now he just needs to find a couple of books for her. After some time, he leaves the library, happily turning to Kay and telling her that he has a surprise for her. However, looking around, he discovers that she is nowhere to be found, so he tries to figure out where she went. He goes around several rooms at once in an attempt to find his girlfriend, but this does not bring much success. It's only after he enters the common room that he realizes she is there. Mose finds her lying on the couch, already asleep because he has been gone for too long. Mose reflects on how she shouldn't be doing this, as there are proper beds here to sleep on. Nevertheless, he decides to sit next to her for a while and carefully examines her beautiful face. Looking at her, he feels his heart begin to behave a little strangely, and his face turns slightly red. Mose admits to himself that he is sure that he likes her, but there is an obvious obstacle to their relationship. He wonders if he has the right to reveal his feelings to her, being an inhabitant of 2 worlds at once. All this time he keeps his mouth shut, because demanding an answer from her would be too selfish. After some time, he realizes that the reason for his anxiety is that he takes this world too seriously. He decides he needs to pluck up some courage when suddenly Kay wakes up and looks at him in surprise. She asks him how long ago he arrived here and notes that he should have woken her up immediately after his arrival. Mose states that he just walked in and hands her a book, which immediately brings genuine joy to her. Kaya says that this is the first time she's held it in her hands, and Mose suggests that she must really love this book. She begins to smile very sincerely and sweetly, after which she thanks the hero for such help. She grins and declares that she is very glad that they are the best friends in the world. He says that the sun is setting, which means it's time to move out. Kia and Mose quickly get dressed and get ready to go on a mission to finish this off. After a while, the host says that something seems to be going on with the swordsman Mose, since he is showing himself in this way. The presenter, who is watching this, notes that those who bet money on him were very unlucky. Kia, using a mask to disguise herself, is among the other aristocrats and comments that what is happening looks amazing. Mosey is clearly struggling and is made to understand that in this world, he can't become as good as them anyway. Meanwhile, in front of him is a giant ghost who possesses one of the 11 swords. Mosey decides to try again, because giving up in this situation is definitely not an option. To understand how things got to this point, the story moves back a few hours. A horse-drawn carriage travels calmly through the night forest, and its passengers are not worried about anything. This carriage contains many aristocrats, each of whom uses a mask to hide their identity. These aristocrats proceed further into the ruins as a special leisure event is organized here. They all go under a special energy dome to keep what is happening in the strictest secrecy. Also present is the head of the local information guild, Viran. Mosey and Kay watch him closely, thinking about how only those wearing a cat mask are allowed inside. Mose smiles as he says that it looks like all the guests have come here to place their bets. Kay needs to get a mask to get inside and blend in with the crowd, and this becomes a bit of a problem for her. She calmly lies in wait for an unsuspecting guest who decides to go into the forest to smoke. His fate turns out to be quite unenviable, since few people can remain conscious after a powerful blow from a fist. After she knocks him out, their plan is for her to simply change into his clothes. Mosey declares that after this, she must put a whole 100 ormacons on him to stir up the crowd's interest. Kia asks him in surprise where they got such a large sum of money to bet on it. Kia asks him if they even have that kind of money, and if they can pull off this bet. Moose says that this is a very good decision because he definitely does not lose this fight. Kay is impressed by Mose's incredible self-confidence and confidence, and is even speechless for a while. However, after a while a smile spreads across her face and she says that she is confident of his victory. Mosey asks her to just trust him, and adds that there is always a way to win if this place really is ruins. After some time, the disguised Viran tries his best to pretend that he sees Mose for the first time. He asks him if he is the same person about whom so many legends and rumors have been circulating lately. Mose decides to play along and says that this is indeed the case, after which he simply says his name. Viran tells him that he can come in, noting that the participants must leave in order of queue. Once inside, he discovers that the ruins have been converted into a makeshift amphitheater. Kia also manages to sneak in here to watch this carnage and make a very big bet. Viran says he sees incredible passion and a desire to enjoy the show in the eyes of his audience. He declares that this night will see a duel the likes of which these walls have never seen, despite their long history. He tells us that in the left corner is the Olive Pass champion, who already has 31 victories to his credit. Viran solemnly says that the evil spirit Sumen has never suffered a single defeat and always emerges victorious. He states that it is one of the most powerful spirits in the Silver Cat's possession, created from the soul of a swordsman. After a dramatic pause to heighten the tension, he announces that it is time to welcome the second participant. He states that this participant is the Immortal, who knows no fear and takes shooting lessons at Black Spire. Mosey watches this and wonders if the other fighters here are also regular players. He muses that they might be coming here to make a killing, but this battle certainly won't be an easy one, given the spirit's reputation. As soon as the leader announces the start of the battle, the archer does not waste time and immediately makes several shots. However, his opponent easily deflects the arrows using his sword, which moves very quickly. After a few more moments, the spirit decides to use a skill that takes a long time to learn. He launches his sword forward and begins to control it telekinetically with incredible precision. Mosey takes a closer look at the Revenant's weapon and realizes it's one of those engraved blades. The poor archer is shocked, and Viran begins to mock him, saying that this is the best sight. A few moments later, the sword flies towards him at incredible speed, and the archer has no time to dodge. He receives serious damage and flies to the side, unable to withstand the incredible weight of the blade. Mose understands that this is a very predictable development of events, but he still feels sorry for his colleague. Viran, in turn, begins to mock the archer, and says that he is deceiving the crowd's expectations. The fighter falls to the ground, and his body begins to gradually disappear, sending him into a long process of revival. Viran says that once again the evil spirit wins, without even using 10% of its power. The aristocrats wonder what is happening to this stupid boy who goes up against a real giant. Others start laughing and saying that they knew this boy would lose. But he loses faster than expected. Viran says that only 4 ormacons are placed on him, noting that this is too little. Kia observes these aristocrats and realizes that they are people who are already bored with the ordinary joys of life. Viren, meanwhile, says that it seems that the evil spirit finally has a worthy opponent. Mose steps forward, and the announcer announces his name with a flourish that takes everyone else's breath away. Mose remains calm and looks around carefully, trying to gauge how impressed everyone is. The aristocrats wonder why such a man, who is also a swordsman, is here. They also say that betting in this case is pointless, because you won't be able to make money on it. Kia pauses briefly, then stands up and loudly announces that she is ready to bet a whole 100 ormacons. The aristocrats look at her in surprise and say that this is simply an incredible amount to bet. After a short pause, Kay declares that he wants to place this bet exclusively on the swordsman. Filled with incredible confidence and determination, she repeats that she is ready to bet 100 ormacons on Mose. The aristocrats are wondering if this girl is afraid of failing, because it looks like a very stupid decision. Viren says that this guest is not afraid to take risks, which means this fight promises to be very interesting. After a while, the host starts the fight, and now Mose has to rely on his fighting skills. The evil spirit almost instantly performs a ranged attack to hit the unprotected Mose. However, he counters with a mirror skill to summon his two swords and block the blow. Viren is surprised to hear that Mose uses a similar skill and his swords can also float. He then aims his blades directly at his opponent, causing them to quickly pierce him several times. However, once these swords pass through the ghost, it becomes clear that he is using incorporeality. He also quickly finds himself behind the main character, causing Mose to be very surprised by such incredible agility. The evil spirit doesn't wait a single second, and immediately delivers a powerful attack right into Mose's back to knock him down. Mose realizes that this ghost is immune to physical attacks, and is only surviving thanks to its decoration. Meanwhile, the ghost continues to quickly maneuver and tries to hit Mose with the next blows. Mose responds with mirror measures, hoping that he will be able to do something with his blades. This battle looks absolutely incredible, considering that neither opponent gets close to each other. Mose muses that only Karma and Sharma can stop their brother, who is also attacking from a distance. However, these swords are designed primarily for thrusting attacks, and he cannot adequately parry slashing attacks. Mose realizes that to do this, he needs to turn to his patron, who uses special skills for help. This skill allows you to encase any object in a sphere, and in this case, it can work with the spirit bound to the sword. However, it is not clear from the start how feasible this idea is, so it needs to be tested first. Mose, however, understands that in order to even get close to the enemy, he needs to wear him down considerably. While thinking about this, he takes several blows, causing him to be thrown to the side, but he remains on his feet. Mose looks closely at his opponent again and realizes that he needs to somehow break the distance and touch him. Viren begins to mock him, wondering if the great swordsman has decided to give in to weakness. He also says that he feels very sorry for the aristocrat who decides to bet money on him. Mose reflects that right now he should focus not on the ghost, but on the sword it holds. He then summons his blades, and the ghost responds with mirrored measures in the hopes of deflecting his blow. The ghost looks at Mose carefully and delivers a quick slashing attack to force him to dodge. This sword takes an unusual trajectory to deflect Mose's blow and wound him at the same time. Mose doesn't have time to react in time and receives a powerful cut right in the chest area. Blood begins to gush from his body, but he still has enough strength to stay on his feet. Kia quickly jumps up from her seat and realizes that she needs to do something to help him. Meanwhile, the spirit already assumes that he has succeeded in winning and raises his hand up. Thus, he commands his sword to finish what it started, and the blade is sent towards Mose to pierce him. Mose muses that this is a very reliable way to stop Zerva, even though it will be quite painful. The thing is, his plan is to not resist this blow and let the sword pierce his body. The blow turns out to be exactly as painful as he imagines, but suddenly the sword begins to stop. Mose decides to take advantage of this moment and mentally wraps his hand around this blade. After this, he uses the skill Lucky Destruction to initiate the capture procedure. There is a bright flash, after which the sword begins to gradually disappear, as does its effect on Mose's wound. After the bright flash of light dissipates, everyone discovers that Mose is still standing. The evil spirit suddenly begins to talk to the protagonist and says that he is grateful to him for freeing him. After this, the ghost begins to cry tears of blood, and his body gradually deteriorates. Mose exhales tensely and realizes that his plan is turning out to be perfect, and he is finally achieving what he wanted. Looking at his hand, he discovers a special sphere in it, which contains this weapon. After this, he raises his hand up and happily reflects on the fact that he is still winning this fight. Viren says it's incredible that Mose is beating the undisputed champion who has never lost. The aristocrats clutch their heads and cannot believe that they are spending so much money, and that all their funds are disappearing. Viren happily turns to the pleased aristocrat and says that he completely forgot to congratulate her. He states that the person who bets 100 will receive 231 ormacon as a reward as a win. Viren reflects that he expected such large stakes, but that this money will still circulate within society. After some time, dawn comes, and all the aristocrats go their separate ways. However, this certainly does not apply to the same aristocrat who loses consciousness due to a powerful blow from Kay. Viren finds him during a random walk and wonders what a community member is doing there. After this, he assumes that the person who bets such a large amount is an imposter. Unable to cope with his incredible anger, he says that he will get to this scoundrel and take revenge on him. Meanwhile, Kea returns to the ship and happily places the bag on the table, saying that this is their winnings. She also emphasizes that she was very worried, and asks him about what kind of magic he uses in battle. Mose says it was a pretty risky gamble, and that if it hadn't worked, it would have been the end of him. Kea says that since everything worked out for them, they could go to the slot machines. But Mose stops her. Looking at this money, he says that the last thing in the world he would want to do is get involved in such a thing again. The Information Guild quickly learns of Vireen and Shemayan's machinations, and takes appropriate action. She puts a price on their heads the very next day after these events, but they manage to cover their tracks and disappear. After some time, the narrative moves to this very building, in which of course the new head now sits. Muzu and Ki give them a warm welcome and invite them for a cup of tea to discuss business. Before them appears the new golden head of the Tikris Information Guild, named Ryron. He asks them what exactly they want to know, since they come here and also help solve the problem. Mosey says that they are looking for two immortals, one of whom is a male mage, and the other is a female archer. Ryron says that this magician is a fairly well-known person, and it is not difficult for him to understand who is being talked about. He states that they know that during the previous move he teleported, and that they are establishing a point of departure. He also states that they will learn that someone is using a forbidden spell to hide the coordinates. Mosey wonders if it could be a kidnapping, and the head of the Information Guild says that it is possible. Ryron emphasizes that this is just a guess, which they cannot verify, and adds that no murders are known yet. The narrative, meanwhile, moves to the dungeon, which is located somewhere in the White Tower, where Shiran still sleeps. The evil mages here say that at least they will be able to interrogate this arrogant immortal. Kellyan looks closely at his teachers and understands that these are far from the best times for him. He reflects on the fact that he originally planned to teleport with her to the Toka space. However, for some reason, everything goes wrong, and as soon as he moves, he immediately realizes that he is in the wrong place. At this moment, they are suddenly attacked, causing Sharon to lose consciousness. Before Kellyan can even realize what's happening, the person currently interrogating him attacks him as well. Kellyan calls him Hospit and tells him that he should stop. Then he won't tell about the teleporter being used here. Hospit looks at him with irritation and wonders if he is really going to pretend and not say anything. Immediately after this, he delivers several powerful blows to Kellyan's body to cause him even more suffering. He smiles and declares that this boy is incredibly cheeky for a man who has 1 foot in the grave. Hospit says that pride is a sin and that he is now going to carve this lesson into his body. Immediately after this, they begin to inflict multiple blows on Kellyan's body in order to assert themselves. Such pathetic individuals, as noted, are never capable of anything serious, so they are left to content themselves with such actions. Kellyan bravely endures all these blows, despite the fact that each of them is painful. After his body starts bleeding profusely, they stop for a moment and exchange cowardly glances. Hospit is asked whether he leaves the prisoner alive, and he declares that they are dealing with a magician who is also immortal. Kellyan muses that, unfortunately, he can't log out, even though it would be logical to do so. After this, he turns to his former colleagues and says that they are becoming pathetic lackeys of Hospit. He accuses them of always trying to keep up with him because they themselves turn out to be pathetic nobodies. He reminds them that they are studying the same curriculum, but they cannot succeed because of their laziness and stupidity. He states that they even dare to mock him only because he is one of the immortals. He angrily accuses them of dishonoring the name of the White Tower with their rather miserable existence. Hospit says that these are very beautiful words, but they do not change the situation in any way. He says that they have to spend a whole year paying attention to his antics in front of teachers while he talks their ear off. He also states that if the commission had known that he was immortal, he would never have received the title of magician. Hospit slaps him across the face and declares that it was his existence that tarnished the name of this tower, and that it must be rectified immediately. Smiling, he says that the time has finally come to tell him about their grand plan. Smiling, he adds that they will start, of course, with the girl he brings here. Kellyan says that the girl has nothing to do with it, but Hospit says that his reaction doesn't suggest that. He adds that there is a laboratory for homunculi in the basement of this tower, which turns out to be very useful. He says with a smile that this immortal will surely be able to withstand a dozen experiments or even more. He smiles and declares that this will result in an excellent final thesis that will allow him to receive his diploma. Hospit also states that if it comes to him, this game can help them get the titles of magicians. Kellyan looks at them in surprise, while Hospit orders his henchmen to bring that very thing here. Kellyan realizes what they are about to do and tells them they are complete and utterly heartless bastards. These scoundrels are bringing here a legendary device that cannot be used unless absolutely necessary. This artifact opens the way to incredible knowledge, but the price for it turns out to be very high. Hospoid says that thanks to this, they take a step into an unknown direction of magic. Kellyan immediately receives a system notification informing him that he is activating the secret quest of the fighting spirit. The city of Lundavarun is a true shrine for all magicians, because in its very heart rises the White Tower. The city itself is filled with various aristocrats and very rich buildings. Mose and Kay arrive in this city in search of their comrades and carefully look around. Kia says that at first glance it is clear that this is a city of magicians, since there is a specific architecture here. Mose is also amazed by the peculiarities of this city, especially since it is located around a fountain. He notices people stepping on strange circles on the ground, after which they slowly disappear into thin air. Suddenly a young man appears behind him and whispers that this is a detour. Mosey, jumping back in fear, says that social distancing is necessary, and the boy apologizes. He reports that he appeared suddenly and did not want to scare them, but recently there have been reasons for this. He explains that the Information Guild sent him there on their own, so that he could help them. After waiting for his interlocutors to calm down, he says that his name is Zaire, and that he is an inquisitor. After this, he, with a characteristic smile, informs them that they should follow him so as not to attract attention. Mosey realizes that this man is incredibly strong and can match Lydorn. After that, he asks him how he knows that he is really from the Information Guild and is not a planted spy. Zaire again asks for forgiveness, and says that he is always in a hurry because he is still studying. He opens his eyes and reveals that he was created by the mages of the White Tower and given to the Information Guild as a homunculus. He also states that the marks on his face are proof of this, and Mose is very impressed. Zaire says that artificially creating life is very difficult, but the mages from the White Tower are capable of it. He explains that the city was founded by magic because its residents and visitors can freely use portals. These bypasses are part of the city's infrastructure, which is why there are so few crowds of people here. Zaire says that he knows everything about this, and is ready to be a guide in order to dispel their doubts. Mosey and Kyoya follow him and quickly reach one of these portals to test them. Zaire says it's time to hit the road, and they move to the Information Guild. Right in front of the guild entrance there is one of the portals that lights up blue and materializes heroes. Zaire informs them that they now need to follow him, as the Golden Guild leader is already waiting for them. Mose and Kay walk inside and are amazed at how artfully and designerly the rooms are decorated. The guild leader confirms that there was an incident of teleportation inside the tower. Mosey says that it was thought impossible to get there, and the guild leader confirms that this is indeed the case. He notes that the White Tower's territory is controlled by mages, so information cannot interfere. Zaire leans carefully towards the heroes, and says that this looks very similar to the Swordsman's Shrine and other organizations. He states that unfortunately, there is no other way to get into the White Tower except by passing the trial of the mages. Immediately after this, the head of the Information Guild announces that this is where his powers end. Zaire sits down across from Mose and Kay and states that there is actually something else that can be done to get there. Zaire says that money opens all doors, and this is true even for the White Tower. Mosey approaches Zaire and asks why the guild leader said it was impossible to get in. Zaire replies that in the territory of the magicians this is indeed extremely difficult. After that, he shows them his crystal balls, and says that he is here to help them get in there unofficially. After some time, he contacts his colleague named Raiden, and says that he has a request. He adds that he would like to introduce one person to the magician, and do it fairly quickly. In a nervous and slightly irritated voice, he says that they need to go to the southeast building to discuss this when they meet. Zaire rises to his feet contentedly and says that in that case, he needs to meet with the magician who will become the key. In order not to waste time, they immediately get up and go outside to get to the right place. Zaire informs them that they need to get out of the spatial stone zone, emphasizing the importance of this aspect. After some time, he hears loud cries that the immortals must leave this place. They are not welcome here. Zaire immediately puts the hood on Mose's head and says that it won't take long, apologizing for the inconvenience. He explains that a rally is taking place here dedicated to the expulsion of immortals from their world. A popular demonstration demands that the external intervention of unknown beings finally stop. Mose looks at the people in surprise, and Zaire calmly says that these are the Lidornovites who decided to protest. Mose watches the demonstration closely, and is even a little shocked by its scale. Zaire states that they follow the will of the late prince, and their strength grows every day due to specific circumstances. According to the Information Guild, he has approximately 3 million followers, and this number is constantly growing due to the crimes of the immortals. Mozu is informed that he is an immortal who killed this very prince, so it is better to hide his face. Zaire recommends going to another place before they run into trouble, as it will be difficult to resolve. Mose understands that he did not commit any actions, but there will still be many people who defame his race. They immediately change several turns to quickly get to the right place. Kay asks him if everything is okay, to which he replies that everything is fine, although he feels a little nauseous. Zaire remains calm and takes out the crystal ball again to contact his comrade. He turns to Raiden and asks how things are, to which he responds very nervously. He reports that there is currently a swordsman in the building who calls himself a master. Raiden manages to say that this master came from here, from Luswan, and soon his voice breaks through the connection. Zaire continues to try to shout to his comrade, but no one answers him anymore. After some time, a dark voice is transmitted through the crystal ball, which says that he is looking for 2 swordsmen. Mosey and Kay hear their names and realize that apparently some kind of hired killer has arrived here. The crystal ball transmits a few more fragmentary words, and the fate of Zaire's informant turns out to be unenviable. Mose wonders why a master from such a distant city suddenly decided to come here in search of them. Zaire asks them if they broke the rules of the swordsman, and Mose states that it is impossible. Kia emphasizes that if they broke the rules, the mentor would come for them, and this master has no reason to do so. Kia states that they need to go there immediately to find out what the problem is on the spot. Zaire asks them what they will do, hoping that he won't turn them over to some strange swordsman. Zaire says that this will not happen, as his job is to help them both. He also says that he trusts them more than the swordsman who attacked the Information Guild headquarters. Kia states that they need to take a detour because something absolutely terrible is attracting other attention. Mose and Zaire try to figure out what surprised her so much and turn their heads in the direction where her gaze is directed. The whole point is that the sky suddenly begins to take on a bluish tint, and the clouds thicken. Kia asks his comrades what is happening to the tower and why it is flickering so strangely. Zaire realizes that something is wrong here, and says that they need to leave immediately and use the bypass. Meanwhile, the tower turns into a real fireworks display, as if some device had detonated inside it. Beams of fire begin to fall from above, damaging everything around them, and panic begins. However, amidst this fire, a strange figure appears, slowly approaching Mose and his comrades. Mose immediately notices the approach of a stranger, and tries to understand who he is and what he wants. This man turns out to be the same swordmaster who destroyed a large number of swordsmen. He is missing one eye and also wields a very unusual blade made of a special material. He immediately fixes his gaze on Mose and announces that they have finally met, calling him by name. Mose looks at him in surprise and wonders who he is, since he has never seen him before. Instead of normal explanations, the man takes out a special stone to summon his students. He declares that he has found his targets, and the stone flies into the air, emitting a purple glow. After this, 2 portals are created, from which his new disciples, who have submitted to him, jump out. These students are named Agera and Larif, who decided to answer the master's call and arrived here at the first command. Kia realizes that there is a swordsman in front of her and wonders what the master from Luswan is doing here. She claims that this is the very voice she heard from the crystal ball a few moments ago. The man reports that for a long time he turned a blind eye to what was happening in the Aspargan sanctuary. After this, he wonders if Mose actually killed Lydorn and became a folk hero. He then draws his sword and declares that the prince was young and foolish, but he was doing the right thing and freeing the world. He claims that immortals are parasites in their world, and they too will do what is necessary. Immediately after this, the swordsmen remove their rings to perform a demonstrative gesture. Kia asks them if they have any idea of the consequences of such a betrayal. One of the swordsmen wonders what the problem could be if they decided to leave the organization. He asks her if she doesn't know that immortals mock and kill people for fun. He also states that his comrade died after being accused of breaking the rules, and an immortal was accepted in his place. Larif says that they have been through a lot, and keeping secrets and carrying out missions is their duty. He also states that they have been maintaining the world balance for a long time with all their might. After this, he throws away the ring and announces that they have accepted into their ranks the one who is disturbing the world balance. Kia asks him if he has any idea how disgusting this is and what the retribution will be. Taking advantage of the moment of calm, the chief swordsman pathetically announces that he does not see a problem. After this, he states that this is just a statement of facts, because the one who remains alive today will be right. Immediately after this, he immediately rushes off to challenge Mose. Mosey is amazed at his opponent's incredible speed, as he has never seen anything like it before. However, his reaction is developed to a sufficient level, so he decides to summon his swords. At the last second, he blocks the blow, but has no idea how great his opponent's strength is. He immediately begins to feel the incredible pressure that is placed on him by one blow. After this, he takes off and flies to the side, crashing into the wall. Mose clears his throat and realizes that if this had happened in the real world, he would probably have been crushed to a pulp. Kei looks at his friend with fear and asks if he is okay. After this, she tries to gather her strength, since she also has an enemy. Ajira decides to challenge him and uses a blade style called Showdown to enter the fight. Kei dodges the subsequent attacks as he is too slow to hit her. However, he is clearly a serious opponent, so she decides to break her distance. Ajira boasts and declares that this is far from all that he can do. He puts his weapon forward and decides to use the Aura Strike skill to reach her. However, Zaire comes to her defense in time, creating a special magical barrier that blocks the attack. Ajira looks at the homunculi in surprise and notes that he feels like a pathetic bastard for siding with them. Larif orders his comrade to step aside so he can deal with this scoundrel. He thrusts the knife into the ground and several spikes emerge from the ground. Zaire reacts too late to this attack and only manages to partially dodge the line of attack. Thus, one of the spikes hits him directly in the head, causing significant injury and bleeding. Mose and Kei immediately run to their comrade, hoping that he has not been fatally wounded. Zaire immediately turns to them seriously and tells them that they are in a very difficult situation. He states that the three of them could defeat these two idiots, as they are interfering with each other. After that, he turns his gaze to the chief swordsman and says that they will never defeat him here. He calmly explains that they need to get out of here and do it as quickly as possible. He notes that their magic only delays them for a second, but that's enough time for them to escape without leaving a trace. He adds that he will have a chance to create a passage for them. But there is one small nuance. He reports that his eye has been damaged, so it will take 3 minutes to cast the spell. He explains that once everything is ready, they should try to keep the main swordsman at bay. After that, he suggests freezing it, and they will run through the passage as fast as they can. Kia asks if they can do it, because if they don't make it in half a second, they're done for. Meanwhile, the swordsman simultaneously moves forward and notes that Zaire is doing quite well for a homunculus. He claims that the White Tower scientists are not sitting idle and are actually doing their homework. Mose suddenly feels an earthquake and realizes that the city is starting to shake. Bright energy beams begin to emanate from the tower, creating strange seals right in the sky. This spectacle turns out to be so amazing that it attracts the attention of everyone around for a while. Mosey asks his opponent if this is really his doing, and he says that he has nothing to do with the affairs of magicians. However, he immediately says that the outbreak, like everything bad in this world, most likely occurred because of the immortals. Mose wonders why he has such a strange attitude towards immortals, suspecting a personal grudge. The swordsman is incredibly surprised to ask such a question and is speechless for a while. After this, he takes a few moments to recount the events that took place 17 years ago. He states that he was tasked with protecting the mountain village at any cost, because it was of great value. For a long time they tried to fulfill their duty and help ordinary people out of honor. After this, he sternly reports that now all the inhabitants of this village are dead due to the actions of the immortals. He explains that the immortals decided to turn this place into a base for their guild, and drove the inhabitants into the mountains. He also claims that he saw it personally, but for some reason did not have time to do anything to prevent the injustice. He argues that swordsmen should destroy immortals, not accept them into their ranks. And then Kei stands up for Mose. With her body, she shows that she will not allow her friend to be attacked in front of her. She decides to talk to the people and tells them that they are absolutely right that the immortals are dangerous. She recalls that with the advent of the immortals, problems came into the world that were previously unknown. She also states that it can't be denied, but the immortal they pointed the gun at is Mose. She tells them that he fights evil and protects the inhabitants of this world more than anyone else. She accuses her former colleagues of being blinded by anger and unwilling to look into the situation. Suddenly, the black swordsman declares that there is nothing more meaningless than fighting for ideology. After this, he abruptly changes his point of view and says that only the one who survives will be right. It becomes clear that he simply wants to kill the immortals, and everything else is just convenient excuses that he does not believe in. Mosey and Kei understand that they won't be able to negotiate with him, so they accept his challenge, since they have nowhere to run. They both rush to attack, hoping to delay him for at least a few minutes. The swordsman waits patiently for them to get close enough for him to repel them. At a certain moment, he makes a slight movement with his blade, and quickly knocks down the attack. Kia put all her strength into a dash and subsequent attack and finds herself in an awkward position. The swordsman was expecting just this, and prepared for a powerful counterattack. Mosey realizes that the situation is critical, so he uses his telekinesis skill again. This time he attacks not directly at the swordsman, but nearby, in order to break his concentration. However, this hardly surprises the swordsman, and he only jumps back. Immediately after this, he returns the sword, changes his stance, and prepares to strike with a different style. He also looks menacingly at his opponents, hinting that they would be better off stepping aside. Gradually, he accumulates more strength, and it becomes clear that if he draws the blade, an explosion will follow. Mosey watches him in surprise and tries to understand why he suddenly changed his stance. Zaire understands the possible consequences perfectly well and orders his comrades to step aside. It finally dawns on Kay that this man has a completely different style of sword fighting. The one-eyed swordsman states that he is using the 7th move skill called Feather. After this, the swordsman slowly draws his sword, which creates a bright flash, and the air around him begins to rise. Then a giant black sphere appears and destroys everything in the area. This sphere is so destructive that it even destroys houses that fall within its area of effect. Kaya manages to run to the side, but the sphere expands quite quickly and begins to destroy her cloak. At the last moment, she still manages to make a sharp jerk and jump, after which she lands on her feet. Kaya lands a bit awkwardly, but her bones remain intact and her vital organs are undamaged. Meanwhile, Mose and Zaire watch what is happening and realize that they have never seen such a skill before. Kia also tries to get up quickly to prepare for the next round of a tough battle. Gradually, the sphere begins to dissolve into thin air, and it quickly becomes clear that this is not the end. However, before the swordsman can make his next move, a magical seal appears in front of his head. Zaire managed to use a spell to freeze him for half a second, and the timer started. Mosey and Kia rush forward to evacuate and escape. These portals attract them with bright flashes, and safety is almost in their hands. Mosey, having reached the portal, reflects on the fact that there is only a little time left and he will make it in time. At the last moment, he manages to turn around and sees that Zaire has received fatal damage and died instantly. The swordsman managed to escape from his control and is now cutting up everyone who comes into his hands. This time his target is Kia, who was a little slower and didn't manage to reach the portal. Mosey realizes that she needs to immediately cancel her evacuation plans and go to the aid of her ally. After a few moments, the unpleasant sound of an iron blade passing through bodies is heard. Bright red blood spills across the snow-white pavement, creating a very unpleasant contrast. Mosey manages to shield his friend with his own body, despite his health level dropping to 3%. Kay looks at his comrade with fear and wonders how this is even possible. Mosey immediately pushes her aside so that she doesn't waste precious time. He shouts at her to run away and not to appear here again for some time. He also states that he will definitely find her as soon as he returns, because he is immortal. Kia realizes that now is not the best time to argue and runs away. The swordsman tries to run after her, but Mose grabs the blade and prevents him from moving. This behavior turns out to be very unexpected for such a callous swordsman. Mose reminds him that he's not finished with them yet, and for now, they remain adversaries. To delay him for a little while longer, he summons his 2 swords, which fly into the air. The swordsman understands that he must first deal with this boy, and makes a sharp movement. He then removes the blade from Mose's body, causing him even more serious damage, which proves fatal. Mosey feels intense pain and his body begins to refuse to obey. A few seconds pass and he falls, blood still spraying from the open wound. The swordsman looks around indifferently, trying to figure out if he can catch up with Kay. Looking at the portal that was just used, he realizes that they have missed one escapee. After this, he turns around and says that they need to leave here, since they are finished here. Meanwhile, Mose receives a system notification that his health has dropped to 0%. This is his first death in his entire career, so he will have to face the unpleasant consequences. In this game, the death of a character results in a penalty that prevents the player from logging into the game for 7 days. Mosey quickly comes to in the real world and feels an incredible deterioration in his condition. He is overcome by very unpleasant sensations, mixed with nausea, which interfere with his orientation in space. The nausea almost instantly reaches unbearable levels, and he realizes that he needs to run to the toilet. Luckily, the toilet is nearby, so he won't have to dirty the apartment. After a while, he feels better as his stomach gets rid of the unpleasant substances. Mosey realizes that his death in the game has seriously affected his physical condition in the real world. After this, he wonders if Kay managed to escape, and these thoughts remain in his head for a long time. He then learns that the master he fought is named Jinir, and is a very formidable enemy. Furthermore, this formidable enemy understands that Mose is immortal and will hunt him down again and again. It is becoming clear that something must be done to prevent further deaths. After this, he again decides to become even stronger in order to deal with this man. Meanwhile, we are transported into a world of schemes, where a series of grand and frightening changes are taking place. The Wanderers walk next to the knight and ask if everything is all right with him, trying to understand his condition. The knight swears in the name of the goddess that he will escort them to their destination safe and sound. One traveler notes that this sounds rather self-confident, given the circumstances. They claim that the guild is unlikely to be able to deal with such a serious problem that has arisen. Suddenly, someone asks the knight if he has decided to return there. The knight turns to his comrades and says that these guys could use some help. Meanwhile, the strange spatial anomaly in the tower gradually subsides and diminishes. However, this does not mean that the problem is over, but rather that it is the beginning of a terrible era of discord and carnage. The thing is that after the anomaly in the tower subsides, portals appear in many places on the continent. From these portals emerge creatures that are far from friendly. Real monsters that have been waiting for just this moment. These creatures resemble trolls, and according to eyewitnesses, thirst for blood on their island. The leader of these creatures reports that he has finally opened the passage to the world they so desperately desired. The main source of the problem turns out to be the device they used on Kellyan. Kellyan himself calls Hospoid a pathetic bastard who doesn't understand the disaster he just caused. Hospoid's minions and Hospoid himself realize the consequences of their actions, and are a little scared. Kellyan claims to have opened a passage to another dimension where the Great Master resides. Hospoid doesn't believe this and claims that the portal apparently didn't open, and that the gates only appeared for a short time. Kellyan explains that this is not an empty dimension where you can simply place and retrieve things, but a portal to the real world. Hospoid cannot believe his own incompetence and grabs his wand, ordering Kellyan to shut up. Kellyan claims that he succeeded, so there is no point in discussing the rough edges of the experiment. Kellyan realizes he's had enough and charges in to knock out Hospoth. He manages to knock the wand out of Hospoid's hands, which falls onto the stone floor and bounces off. Kellyan quickly lunges for the wand to intercept it and gain a tactical advantage. He takes aim at Hospoid and uses several spells to strike. Hospoid doesn't have time to react and receives a powerful charge of energy right to the chin. This is enough to make him lose consciousness, and Kellyan calls him a pathetic worm. After this, Kellyan claims that the boys will not be able to compete with what came from another dimension. However, now he is more concerned about someone else who has been next to him all this time. We are talking about Sharan, who was unconscious all this time and was never able to wake up. Kellyan approaches her and asks if she is okay, realizing that she is still unconscious. It becomes clear that a special spell was cast on her, and he decides to awaken her antidote. After reading special prayers, he lifts her sleep state and she comes to her senses. Sharan wonders in surprise if she had been unconscious for that long. Kellyan asks if she's okay, and the girl admits that she doesn't understand how they got here. Kellyan apologizes and explains that a lot of time has passed since then, and he will tell her everything later. An earthquake starts, and Kellyan says they need to get out of here as quickly as possible. After that, he grabs her hand and says that there is no time, so they need to hurry. Sharan quickly comes to her senses and tries to understand what is happening here, and what happened before she passed out. She remembers the mage's name and realizes that she met him during the battle with Lindor. She remembers that at the last moment he came to her aid to teleport her. She thanks him, but he says that now is not the time, since because of him, they fell into the clutches of the enemy. He claims she was unconscious for nearly 10 in-game days, and Sharan notes that this is nearly impossible. Kellyan explains that the teleporter she used was fake and led them here. After this, he claims that he knows how to get out of here and shows a special arch. He asks her if she is afraid of heights, and Sharan nervously asks why he brought this up now. Kellyan picks her up and says that he is very sorry that everything is turning out this way, but now there is no other choice. After this, he rushes towards the wall with a confidence that many would envy. Sharan looks ahead in fear and notices that there is no visible portal, so it seems like they will just crash into each other. For a second she becomes scared, because it looks extremely dangerous. However, it turns out that this is a hidden portal that can transport them to another location. Sharan closes her eyes and hopes to be carried away, feeling the breath of wind. After this, she carefully opens her eyes to see if she is okay and where she is. It becomes clear why Kellyan asked about the fear of heights, because they are now flying down. Sharan starts screaming and claims that they are falling down and will simply crash. Even though Kellyan has lost a lot of strength, he still has enough mana left to float. This way he lands softly on the ground without getting injured, and also touches Sharan. He explains that they teleported to another location that is relatively safe. He states that he would like to tell her a lot, but now it is better to say goodbye, since she needs to leave the game. Sharan confirms that this is indeed the case, since she has not been in contact for 3 days, and they are probably looking for her. Sharan turns to leave, but he stops her, saying that he would like to say something. He states that he was making sure nothing happened to her, and if something did happen, they could contact her. Handing over the crystal ball, he says he would be glad to meet her and apologizes for dragging her into this. Immediately after this, he turns around and quickly walks away, as if he has a plan of where to go. Sharan looks after him in surprise and tries to understand what it was. She is a little confused by his kindness and wonders why he keeps apologizing for what happened. Meanwhile, we are transported to a place near the city, where portals continue to open. The leader once again declares that the passage to the world they so desired has finally opened. He claims that they were born to conquer other worlds and colonize them for their own purposes. He informs that most of them have been given a new task and a new goal to accomplish. After these words, the strange creature pauses briefly to give weight to his words. After this, it menacingly declares that they must subjugate another world and sacrifice it to their goddess. Following him, a huge number of other creatures with blue skin enter the land. Their leader creates 2 giant blades that can destroy entire squads of lightly armored fighters. After this, he commands his legion, which arrives at high speed to go forward. A global quest to destroy 1,500,000 enemies is created, and the action is moved to the surrounding area. The justice forces that arrived here number only 300 people, which greatly upsets their leader. One of the chiefs informs his colleague from the Imperial Army that their 300 men are stronger than the enemy army. The Imperial commander points out that they have homunculi at their disposal, which are essentially weapons as well. His colleague reminds him that this weapon is created by magic, and recommends remembering who started this incident. The wizard claims that all they could find out was that since the portal opened, many scavengers had come to them. He admits that he himself wonders whether the problem is really that serious. After this, he reports that there is no point in disputing orders, when suddenly he hears cries of an enemy attack. The first thing they are attacked by is a large number of scavengers, which are vile 4-legged creatures. The Imperial commander orders his troops to move forward to take the first blow. The vanguard army is armed with spears to meet the enemy from a distance. With their incredibly sharp and deadly weapons thrust forward, they destroy defenseless opponents. The real massacre begins, and in this situation, it is necessary to maintain the formation at any cost. The Imperial commander notices that something is wrong here, as these enemies are far fewer than 100. After a while, another soldier approaches him and says that he would like to say something. The soldier notes that there are strange wounds on the bodies of these creatures that could not have been inflicted by their weapons. The commander suggests that immortals might have interfered, but the soldiers dismiss this idea. He claims that it looks more like the monsters were actively running away from something. It becomes obvious that this very thing that the monsters were running from is now moving towards them. The ground begins to shake, and a huge number of monsters begin to descend from the plain. The Imperial captain notes that the number of these opponents is disproportionately large. However, he orders everyone to take up combat readiness, as the formation needs to be rebuilt. However, these creatures, which have not yet been named, turn out to be much more intelligent. Their leader gives orders in his own language to coordinate the actions of the troops. He orders the otherworldly barbarians to destroy everyone they meet on their way. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guard changes formation so that the rested soldiers can bypass the vanguard. The captain also orders the homunculi to build a barricade to slow down the enemy's advance. The otherworldly barbarians rush into the attack as if they had no regard for their own lives. Most of them immediately run into giant spears, but this does not stop them. Soldiers on the front lines note that their strikes have no effect. Each otherworldly barbarian who receives a seemingly fatal wound does not die, but is only briefly stunned. Soon each of these warriors experiences a surge of strength and begins to feel even stronger. Thus, the front wave of the Empire's defense is crushed without any particular problems. The barbarians break through the defenses and destroy everyone they can reach. Mages at the back of the line try to use their power to stop the enemy's advance. They use the Star Rain skill to deal massive damage to their enemies. However, despite this, it would be premature to claim that the tactics were definitely successful. A significant portion of creatures that have suffered serious damage quickly heal their wounds. The Imperial soldiers wonder what these creatures are and note that there are too many of them. Suddenly, the otherworldly barbarians turn around, hearing a strange noise approaching from the side. The Imperial soldiers do the same, realizing that another force is eager to join the fight. A guild of players comes to the aid of humanity, seeing this battle as an advantage for themselves. They immediately intervene to properly farm new mobs they haven't encountered before. The commander grinds his teeth and irritably thinks that the presence of immortals is indispensable. The whole point is that they are absolutely fearless in the face of mortal danger, because they do not risk anything. However, when there is a real threat of defeat for the Imperial army, their assistance proves extremely useful. Despite the wounded pride of the fighters, it is much better to live to old age than to die for no reason. After some time, another squad of otherworldly barbarians appears in the vicinity. A group of travelers, who have been walking together the whole time, notices a threat and realizes they need to hide. However, they have nothing to fear, since there is a guy nearby who looks like a player or a high-level NPC. He reads a prayer and dons armor to gain attack and defense boosts. After some time, he reaches a squad of otherworldly barbarians and wonders where they came from. Watching them closely, he reveals that their lives may be the key to resolving this conflict. After this, he apologizes to them and informs them that, unfortunately, he is not ready to offer them mercy. After some time, the system informs him that 1.5 million of these creatures must be destroyed. He reflects that he doesn't know where they came from, but they certainly pose a threat to this world. After this, he expresses regret that he has to say this, but they are all forced to die by his hand. The otherworldly barbarians do not take him seriously and realize that he is much stronger than some pathetic knight. They also claim that he is nothing but dust underfoot and speaks too much for a future corpse. However, suddenly the knight flies up, despite being dressed in heavy armor. A few moments later, he decides to launch a powerful attack from the air. The otherworldly barbarian archer doesn't have time to react and receives a lethal dose of lead directly to the head. The paladin understands that in order to finish off this scoundrel, he needs to turn the mace clockwise. Immediately after this, he rushes into the attack to deal with the other monsters. In a very short time, he manages to brutally destroy several otherworldly barbarians at once. The remaining monsters watch him and note that this fighter's strength corresponds to the level of 1,000 seals. They also suggest reporting it to the leader and wonder what these 1,000 seals mean. After thinking for a moment, he guesses that this is a rank designation and tightens his grip on the weapon. After this, he states that they will not have to leave this place, as he will kill every creature on the way. Meanwhile, the robbers continue to fight the otherworldly barbarians, hoping to receive a good reward. Some of them point out that it is better to wait for other guilds to join, rather than start a war. After some time, one of the warriors reports that the otherworldly barbarians have decided to return again. Their leader explains that the enemy's numbers have decreased slightly, and he's already started to warm up. However, he orders everyone to maintain combat discipline and stick to the same tactics. He adds that it is necessary to stop this threat and, most importantly, not to lose anyone, if possible. However, after a few moments they see a very strange structure in front of them, which changes their plans. The guild leader wonders what this structure is, and how these people were able to bring it here. The whole point is that from the outside it might have seemed like a giant stone wall was approaching them. The commander notes that this is some kind of madness, and orders the use of reconnaissance crystals for a better view. One of the scout archers uses a crystal to rise into the air and scan everything around. The crystal quickly does its job and displays the image to all other players. The players understand that these creatures are planning to break through to the gates in order to hold there. However, they notice that the back wall is somehow lower than the others, which seems strange to them. However, they decide not to delve into this too deeply and attribute it to the stupid behavior of the mobs. They do not come to the conclusion that the world of the scheme works on the principles of strategy against programmed crowds of mobs. The squad leader sends a message to the other captains that they will take command of the troops on the left. He points out that the archers need to be concentrated in the rear, and does the same with the mages as the wall approaches. These walls are created with the help of mysterious magic, so they do not need to be dragged, but move on their own. Players discover that the wall is actually much larger than they thought, and this can create problems. Meanwhile, the wall is getting closer and closer, but no one is trying to open it to get out from under its protection. Over time, the situation becomes dangerous and strange, as it seems that the wall can outsmart the players. The warriors watch the wall approach and wonder what these creatures' plans are. After a while, it becomes clear that this is a tactical trick, as black smoke comes out of the wall. A few moments later, reinforcements emerge from behind this smoke and are dropped directly onto the defenders. The archers, who thought they were safe all this time, are caught off guard. Other players also understand that they are in for a very difficult fight at close range. Not all players yet realize that the world of the scheme operates according to the rules of the real world, and not according to the rules of the game. This battle will be legendary, and will go down in world history as one of the bloodiest and most brutal. However, he briefly deviates to be transported to a flying ship that belongs to Mose. Since the owner is not on the ship, someone has to look after it, and Kay takes on this responsibility. Even though Mose is immortal, Kay is still deeply distressed by his disappearance. The tree fairy in command of the ship asks her if everything is all right. Kia, having partially calmed down, discovers that Elsha has decided to visit her. She wonders if Kay grieves for his master, despite him being immortal. Kaya looks around carefully and says that her master is ready to die for her. She also begins to reproach herself for the fact that at that moment all she could do was run away. Elsha reminds her that the master is immortal and will overcome death for her sake and quickly return. Kia explains that's why she wasn't shocked by the deaths of his comrades, but his death is different. Hearing this, the local fairy falls silent for a while to analyze everything properly. Afterwards, she says that this only speaks to how important Mose is to her. Kia understands that the tree fairy means it, but they find the strength to answer directly. After this, she states that she would like to someday convey to him the words written in the last chapters of this book. Pressing her to her chest, she says that when he comes back, she will definitely tell him this. Suddenly, she rises to her feet, turns to the ferry and says that she has an important task. She turns on the light on the ship and notes that she needs to head to a certain place urgently. Meanwhile, Mose decides to get himself together and resolve a few issues in the real world. He finishes his haircut, as all the time he spent playing the game had left him looking sloppy. Mose feels a little awkward and says that he is basically happy with everything. He is also surprised that the haircut turned out to be quite expensive, despite the fact that it took less than 10 minutes. When he goes outside, he surprises himself, because he would never have thought that he would go to the store to spend money. After his first death in the scheme, he decided to try to enjoy reality, and only now felt his luck. First of all, he moved out of his cramped apartment and signed a lease for a more prestigious one. He also gave his parents 10 million each, despite their strong grumbling. He didn't even think about things like a penthouse or an expensive car, since he didn't need them yet. The average user level turned out to be quite high during the time he was away. The world saw the average player's stats increase and rewards decrease, making it harder to earn tokens. The real value of one Ormacon token has approached 180 million. Moose traded in 2 of these tokens and had 137 left, making him a multi-billionaire. Due to high prices, volume restrictions were also introduced, but he didn't need to spend that much money. That's why he decided not to withdraw his remaining tokens and save them for better times. Suddenly, one of his real-life friends tried to call him to talk. He was very surprised that Mose finally picked up the phone and shared his excitement about the move. Mose replied happily to his comrade, and reported that his father's affairs had been going very well lately. However, he is in no hurry to invite friends to his housewarming party, since he doesn't even have a refrigerator yet. He became so engrossed in the world of the scheme that he forgot about everything else, and the sense of reality gradually returned. He suggests that perhaps his death in the game was even a little beneficial to the reality he returned to. However, after some time, he hears a discussion of the news regarding the completion of quests in the scheme. Some report that over 12,000 otherworldly barbarians have been destroyed so far. They also note that very high-level players are still actively participating, and the chances are high. He adds that, unfortunately, the city of Lundavaroon is half-captured by superior enemy forces. He also reports that the floating ship is one of the destroyers, but most of them were shot down. Some remember the most famous user, nicknamed Maz, who disappeared somewhere. They specify that it was the user with the golden ship, which was also presumably destroyed. They add that it is a shame that almost the only user ship was shot down. Mose runs home in fear and thinks that this simply cannot be true and refuses to believe it. He quickly puts on the VR glasses and demands access to the game. The system informs him that 7 days have not passed since the game, so connection is impossible. He again orders access to be granted, but the system repeats that connection will be impossible. Mosey thinks about how he thought he sent Kay to safety by hiding her on the ship. He still can't believe that his dear friend could die and hopes that it's a mistake. Meanwhile, Kaya is indeed in a safe place, and there is nothing to worry about, but Mose doesn't know this. Elsha turns to her and asks why she is suddenly so deep in thought. Kia smiles and says that she thought she heard Mose's voice. The fairy notes that they crossed a mountain and asks who she is looking for in these deserted places. Kia announces that she is going to find someone who means a lot to her. She adds that this man was once the master of the sword Aspargan, although those times are long gone. After some time, we are transported to a city that is still trying to fight off the barbarians. Players are reporting that they are running low on the greenery they need to continue the battle. The captain notes that the further away, the more protected the attack of these creatures is. He explains that only a small guild is fighting against them, and the larger ones simply fled. They declare that this cannot continue, and form groups of 10 people to break through to the portal stone. He also reports that some of the guild members will have to work tomorrow, even though one of them was shot. Otherworldly barbarians manage to quietly plan their next attack. Players note that these creatures are quite resourceful, and the tanks were caught off guard without having time to recover. However, one has to repel attacks even in such inhumane conditions for the sake of reward. The captain says they need to get to the portal stone to get back, and he will hold off the others. His comrades watch him warily, but he reminds them that death in the scheme is not the same as death in real life. He also notes that everyone performs well in these activities, so one cannot retreat, despite the difficulty of the task. After this, he tries to encourage his squad and rushes into the attack along with the tanks, despite the fact that he is an archer. However, after a few moments, the squad of otherworldly barbarians that were heading towards them is quickly destroyed. The system reports that the number of monsters killed increases significantly within a few moments. The squad captain and his tanks wonder what could have caused such destruction. A mysterious man comes to his aid and has finally reached the main field. A girl came with him, who had been accompanying the little rabbit all this time. She asks if he needs help, to which he replies that she knows he can handle it himself. He then charges forward, crushing the heads of any creature that dares challenge him. In battle, this man looks like a real deadly hurricane, destroying everything in his path. His fighting skills are at an unmatched level, and he is definitely a top player. The squad captain watches this and tries to figure out who this player is with such power. They ask his friend about his level, and she tells them that this paladin is level 84. She adds that if you add in equipment bonuses and buffs, his level is actually around 200. The guild captain reflects on how, after level 60, the difference in stats increases significantly with each level. Thus, a person at the 200th level is actually equal in strength to the gods. Looking at the successes of this paladin, one can assume that it is unlikely that there will be anyone equal to him. Enemies constantly attack him, but they do not suspect that they are within the radius of his deadly ability. The guild captain understands that a person like him can never compare to this monster. All this time, his actions are being watched, and it is noted that if the left guild gets a share, it will be bad. After carefully analyzing the combat effectiveness of this fighter, they realize that this can only be a certain player. This player's name is Manhwa, and to make sure of this, they decide to analyze his actions. One of the squad's scouts reports that he sees something that could greatly help them. He looks closely at Manhwa, trying to figure out what enhancements have been placed on him. A few moments later, he informs his comrades that the buffs placed on him will soon expire. Meanwhile, the otherworldly barbarians begin to retreat, realizing that they cannot cope with such an enemy. Players note that they truly thought they would die here, and are surprised that they managed to survive. Manhwa stands still when suddenly one of the squad captains approaches him, wanting to talk to him a little. He sincerely thanks him and informs him that after completing the quest, he will give him their share. He refuses, but the captain says that if it weren't for him, they would have been destroyed long ago. Manhwa praises his dedication and notes that his guild fought without hesitation. The captain says he is shocked by the words, and tries to figure out whether the person in front of him is a user or an NPC. Suddenly he asks if he is a member of any guild or organization. Manhwa claims to be a knight belonging to the Order of the Knights of the Smoky Flower. The captain notes that this is the first time he has seen a user belonging to any order of knights. He explains that the selection criteria there are several times higher than those of any army. It also requires living according to a schedule and undergoing tests of devotion and righteousness every day. Such difficult conditions force the captain to change his mind about going there and choose the easy way out. However, the person who has gone through the whole process appears to be a true celestial being with an impeccable reputation. He can't help but notice that Manhwa is incredibly strong, causing him to look at him in surprise. However, after a few moments, his combat instinct tells him that he needs to dodge immediately. He turns around and knocks down his comrade, warning him to watch out. A few moments later, there is a powerful explosion that pushes everyone aside. Manhwa realizes something is wrong, as this is not an attack by otherworldly barbarians, and the boost time has ended. Questions arise about what happened, suggesting that they were attacked again by otherworldly barbarians. However, the situation turns out to be much darker, as another player emerges from the smoke. He notes that he did not expect such selfless help to others from the exalted knight. After this, he looks closely at Manhwa and says that he already knows who is in front of him. He adds that, unfortunately, he needs to get it out of the system so that it doesn't interfere with his alcohol-addicted plans. Meanwhile, we return to the real world again, finding ourselves in Sharan's house. She contacts her friends and tells them she can't believe she slept in the game for 10 days. She also notes that it would be a good idea to contact Maz, but it's not worth writing to support right now. She reports that when she heard about the crash of his ship, it seemed as if her heart had broken. She tells what happened to her in the White Tower while she was sleeping. Having sorted everything out, she announces that she is going to try to connect again right now. Her uncle, who used to be a tank in their unit, notes that he understands her zeal. He adds that he hopes to see them again soon, noting that everyone is connected tomorrow. 2 more days pass, which seem incredibly long and tense to the protagonist. Dawn gradually breaks, signaling that his temporary penalty is coming to an end. During this time, he managed to acquire several remarkable devices to make the game easier. Mose reflects on how all the money he spent means absolutely nothing to him anymore. After this, he sits in a special VR capsule, which makes his movements even faster. He reflects on the fact that he has gained a lot in real life, but most importantly, he has lost. Mose realizes that it is too late now, but he needs to go back to help the others. He initiates the connection procedure to get to the place where he became a real hero. The system returns him to a location near the city, which is still under attack. In the church, priests note that the goddess's mistress dreamed of an immortal being who was resurrected. They add that they cannot believe it, since the temple is so small that it cannot even be called a chapel. They explain that the resurrection of the dead usually takes place in large temples, not small ones. Hearing a strange noise, they turn around and see that one of the immortals has appeared in their chapel. Mosey gradually comes to his senses, and the VR capsule system synchronizes with his brain quite quickly. After the process is complete, he opens his eyes and looks around, trying to figure out where he is. He lands carefully on the ground, and finds that his body feels even more responsive. He suggests that the feeling of being reborn gives him short-term but effective boosts. A few moments later, he sees two priests in front of him who look at him as if he were a god. He takes some time to explain his situation to them, and listen to important information from them. They tell him that resurrections usually take place in large temples, not small ones. They also claim that each such resurrection is manifested by a bright flash of light, similar to a real miracle. After this, they fold their hands in prayer and say that they are grateful to the goddess for this. Mosey watches them with a slight smile and understands that they also need his protection. He reflects on the fact that it has now become clear to him what he needs to do to never die again. However, before he starts training, he wants to find Kay to avoid any unpleasant consequences. He understands that heavenly rules can influence fate, and perhaps she died and is in that city. He hopes that she is still alive, and then rushes towards the expected city. Meanwhile, Manhwa asks his opponent who he is and why he came here. His opponent replies that it doesn't matter, since he just has to rush into battle and that's it. After this, he asks with a smile whether the enemy was afraid to fight without reinforcements. Manhwa pauses briefly, then confirms that this is indeed true. After this, he rushes into the attack, declaring that he will fulfill the enemy's wish to fight each other. A few moments later, he delivers a quick jab, but the opponent manages to jump aside. He smiles and notes that swinging a heavy weapon like that will make it very slow. However, a few moments later, he pays for his words and suffers a severe fracture of his arm. The impact is so strong that he feels discomfort even through the gaming device. The observers are surprised that the opponent pretended to be tough, but in reality, he is not equal to Manhwa. Falling to the ground, he begins to get indignant and wonders how the enemy managed to strike while dodging. A moment later, his comrades approach him, asking if he can't cope alone. The squad consists of several fighters and a healer who help despite doubts about his abilities. His comrades ask why he is laughing at him and order him to do something about his hand. The squad leader says that we need to somehow get this fighter to stop screaming loudly. The healer gently touches the affected hand and casts a special spell to heal it. Within moments, the wounds and fractures are completely healed, and the mercenary is back in action. He smiles and notes that they have a good healer, to which she replies that it was a waste of time. Manhwa realizes that these people are clearly mercenaries and asks them who they are. The pompous leader of the squad reports that their acquaintance was delayed because of an impatient guy. He claims that they are mercenaries, willing to provide necessary services for money. After this, he adds that when you order, they do everything quickly, easily, and at a fair price. Manhwa asks them who and what they ordered, assuming that they came for him. The mercenary states that this is not directly related to him, but he is required to stop the quest. Manhwa asks why he should do this, since the disaster affects the entire world. The mercenary says that he doesn't care about noble causes at all, because he acts differently. He explains that large guilds wait for personal requests from owners without interference. From his point of view, the appearance of Manhwa, who dealt with the problem on his own, interferes with their plans. Manhwa notes that the catastrophe can be overcome now, without dragging it out over time. Other players realize they are in big trouble against serious enemies. The squad captain reminds that small guilds, including them, fought to the death for several days for this. He also asks that if they had done just one thing, things could have ended much better. The mercenary smiles and says that he doesn't care, since money is important in any world. Smiling, he approaches them, adding that they are still losing and he will give them another chance. Meanwhile, we are transported to the besieged city, which presents a very sad sight. Almost all the houses in this city are destroyed and burning, and squads of otherworldly barbarians roam the streets. Mose enters the city and wonders what this all means, as it seems like some kind of joke. The city he had recently seen in perfect condition was now turning into smoldering ruins. A little boy is stuck in one of the burning buildings and is trying to save his friend. The building is gradually falling apart, facilitated by one of the otherworldly barbarians prowling here. He notices the children and thinks that there are some creatures hiding here that need to be destroyed immediately. Their plan does not have time to come to fruition, since they die almost instantly on the spot. Mose comes to the aid of unfortunate people and understands that their creatures must be killed without trial or investigation. After this, he carefully examines the ruins and realizes that the children need to be evacuated from here immediately. He asks them if they are okay and shows them the way out of the castle. He watches them go and understands that now they will definitely be able to get out of here safely. He briefly considers that if he were with Kia now, she would tell him what to do. However, right now he cannot tell himself exactly what is the best way to act in this situation. That's why he decides to trust his intuition and destroy as many opponents as possible. At this time, the mercenary captain decides to try his luck and rush into an attack on Manhwa. Despite his outstanding speed, he cannot match him, even when they are equal in numbers. Manhwa continues to confidently block attacks, and gradually unravels the enemy's behavior pattern. At a certain point, his head drops down and it takes him a little while to raise it again. Another mercenary decides to take advantage of this, and rushes into the attack with her sword. Manhwa partially manages to dodge, although he receives a small wound from the blow. He then delivers a powerful kick to her with his armored leg, incapacitating her. However, his difficult fight does not end there, as he has to fight other opponents. The pyromancer tries to attack him again and thinks that now he can knock him down. After a few moments, it creates a powerful fire blast to block vision and deal damage. Manhwa takes light damage, but his combat stamina can gradually run out. Taking advantage of an improvised smokescreen, the mercenaries attack him. Manhwa doesn't have time to dodge and receives 2 hits from powerful blades at once, which reduce his health. He falls to the ground and with great difficulty holds his head, which helps him stay upright. After this, he turns to face his opponent so as not to miss another blow. The mercenary assumes that it was a heavy attack and that fighting in this situation will be difficult. Manhwa lets go of thoughts about difficulties, realizing that for a knight, fighting is possible even without weapons. After this, he waits for the mercenary to come closer and grabs him by the armor to prevent him from returning. Immediately after this, he introduces the enemy to a heavy armored fist right in the stomach. This time, not only the pride of the arrogant mercenary leader suffers, but also his health. However, he still has reinforcements ready to use dirty tricks against the knight. Manhwa's arm becomes entangled in chains, preventing him from freely attacking his opponent. The short robber declares that he has finally caught this enemy and will not let him move from his place. He claims that the battle with the Devil's Lake will be over, but a powerful shot pierces his head. A few moments later, the system kicks him out of the game due to him receiving fatal damage. The guild captain understands that he cannot simply stand by while someone tries to kill a comrade. He says he won't let the damn cowards play unfairly. He adds that he doesn't need to worry about his sister and Limpo, as they have already been evacuated. He asks if his comrade is okay, after which he discovers a serious wound on his arm. Manhwa notes that a series of attacks will not help now and recommends getting out, since he will be their target. However, the leader of the mercenaries says that one of his comrades was killed, and now it is a personal matter. He states that he should have left earlier, but now he will make sure that they both log out of the system. Manhwa says he appreciates the offer, but refrains from such risky actions. All the mercenaries try to attack at the same time and declare that there is no need to waste time, but to simply finish off the enemy. Manhwa and his comrades take defensive stances, preparing to repel the attacks of their opponents. A few moments later, they receive a notification that someone has carried out a real massacre of barbarians. The number of creatures killed quickly increases, and this forces them to change their tactics a little. Manhwa and the guild captain receive the notification and are surprised who was able to destroy so many creatures. The mercenary says that first we need to stop the one who is killing the creatures, and then attack Manhwa. The mercenary nods and turns to Manhwa, who understands where this is all heading. He states that he is lucky and hopes that next time they don't run into each other like this. The guild captain asks why they are running away, and advises them to leave the place as quickly as possible. Manhwa feels his strength gradually leaving him and he can hardly hold on to his weapon. The captain of the small guild runs to him and asks if everything is okay, wondering what happened. Manhwa says he's not sure who to thank, but they are indeed lucky. He notes that he should thank only Mose, who continued to destroy the creatures and went out into the open field. The system warning appears before his eyes again, informing him that he has activated Solar Rampage. All this time, memories of Kay and how he first met her keep popping up in his head. He remembers that she declared that she would be his partner, but that did not mean that she recognized him as a true swordsman. Gradually he remembers that she began to recognize his skills and was pleased with his persistence. Mose also recalls how they managed to pull off that interesting auction story. During this time, they got to know each other well, and he even managed to see her from a more vulnerable side. Finally, the last thing he remembers about her is the warm memory of him bringing her that very book. Despite the pleasantness of these memories, they cause true rage in his heart. Because of this rage, he continues to fight, regardless of his health indicators. Any monster that comes within dangerous distance of him is instantly destroyed by him. Mose moves from side to side like a fighting moth, burning everything in his path. In this state, he can barely distinguish between allies and enemies, but fortunately there are only enemies around him. He tries to understand why everything is so unfair, destroying tens of thousands of these creatures. Mose reflects that even if he completes the task, he knows he will never get her back. He feels a rejection of the loss, but understands that this is not a reason to give up. From his point of view, it is precisely because he cannot return anything that he is obliged to destroy all enemies. After this, he thrusts the sword into the ground again, and creates a powerful fiery funnel that cuts through the space around it. Gradually, he also creates a solar storm, which destroys more monsters than an entire guild. Meanwhile, we are transported to the southern region, which is almost destroyed by the barbarians. Players receive notifications about an increased number of killed barbarians, and try to figure out who is doing it. They realize that the monsters are dying at a rate of 500 per second, and they can't believe their eyes. They try to connect to the broadcast from the battle site and realize that the guild is not to blame for everything. They note with horror that there is only one player there, who destroys everything that comes near him. Speculation quickly spreads among players about who this person is and why he is so powerful. Some smart players realize it could be Mose, who still holds the top spot. They report that they are seeing him for the first time, emphasizing that they have never encountered such fire skills before. Small guilds understand that now is not the time to admire, and they realize that they cannot stand still. The appearance of such a hero significantly raises the morale of the soldiers, and they rush into the attack to continue his work. Meanwhile, Mose continues to think about how to destroy as many of these creatures as possible. His sword periodically catches fire as the number of enemies killed is too great. If things continue at this rate, his fiery attacks will cause gigantic fires. However, unfortunately or fortunately, his physical body has limits, and his strength is gradually running out. Mose struggles to stay on his feet, feeling as if his whole body is on fire. The system informs him that the skill he uses due to rage constantly deals damage. Of course, this significantly improves its characteristics, but it will not be able to burn forever. The flames are so powerful that even the regenerative properties of the equipment do not allow it to ignore the damage. Mose wonders how much longer he can hold out before he dies again. Looking at the approaching enemies, he confidently tells himself that he will not be afraid and will not retreat. He understands that even if he dies, he will have time to destroy all enemies before his health drops to 0. After this, he again rushes into the attack, significantly increasing the number of killed individuals and sowing terror among them. With every second, the enemy's losses grow exponentially. However, this does not mean that they are ready to surrender right now, and they try to shoot him. Mose doesn't have time to dodge the powerful projectile, and it hits him right in the back. He realizes that he has been hit, and despite the fact that his armor is not penetrated, his health drops to 12%. However, this is still not enough to break his fighting spirit and fierce determination. He decides to use the Solar Storm skill again to push back the enemies. Flames rise rapidly upwards along with the ashes of fallen enemies. After some time, the entire battlefield turns into giant craters along with many bodies. Mose senses that his strength and health reserves are critically low. Looking at the approaching enemies, he understands that even if he falls here, it will not change anything. He assumes that all this is for the sake of meeting his beloved, for whom he returned here. After a while, the sky above him becomes even darker, as if something is approaching. The otherworldly barbarians first notice a giant ship floating in the air and heading towards them. After this, rather short and thin figures armed with swords descend from it. Due to the speed of the fall, it is impossible to see who it is, but the barbarians assume that they are targeting them. Just a second after landing, an unknown figure destroys them with one powerful blow of his sword. This technique proves to be incredibly effective, as well as extremely bloody and brutal. The figure, who has just dealt with many enemies, notes that Mose is causing a lot of trouble. It turns out to be a strange dwarf, who apparently is the elder that Kia was looking for. Mose reflects on how a familiar dwarf always greets him from the moment he opens his eyes after moving. He reflects on the fact that the everyday life in the real world to which he must return is still waiting for him. He notes that there is no point in continuing life in a vicious circle, now that Kay is no longer with him. A memory of Kay's smile appears in his mind, a smile he will probably remember for the rest of his life. After this, he decides it is time to wake up and slowly opens his eyes. To his surprise, he sees in front of him the ceiling of the ship on which he usually travels. He wonders how he ended up here, when suddenly he hears the familiar voice of Kay, who had been nearby all this time. There are tears of joy on her face, and she says that he has finally woken up. Mose can't believe her eyes and is surprised, asking if she is really here. He jumps out of bed and looks around, trying to figure out if he is dreaming. After this, he makes a dash to take her into his arms and make sure that it is really her. Mose is relieved to know she's alive, and glad he didn't feel like she was gone after all. Kaya starts crying with happiness, and with a trembling voice says that everything is exactly like this, and she is fine. Mose gently releases her, and they have a moment to look at each other calmly. After a while, Kay starts to smile, looking at his face. She asks him why he looks so strange and what happened to his face. Mose tries to explain, saying that all this time he was worried that something bad could happen to her. After this, he calms down and says that he missed her very much during his absence. Kay gently takes his head in her hands and carefully lifts it, looking at him carefully. Smiling, she says that she also missed him very much, because for her this time seemed like an eternity. After some time, he tells her how he ended up on the battlefield, noting that he thought she was dead. He also says that he tried to destroy as many of these creatures as possible, and then lost consciousness. After this, he asks her if it was she who came to his aid to deliver him to the ship. Mose is surprised that she decided to do this while she was in the midst of a giant army. Kia explains that this is not entirely true, and adds that she was going to tell him about it as soon as he woke up. After this, she mentions that she would like to introduce him to someone, hinting at that very master. While he was unconscious, his tasks were almost entirely completed with the help of caring players and large guilds. The barbarians didn't stand a chance, as the players they had to fight were immortal. No matter how fierce the waves were, in 21 weeks all the immortals would return to fight again. The future was predetermined, and so, having lost half of its army, the barbarian army decided to flee. However, at the moment, Mose is doing other things to improve his fighting skills. All this time he was being beaten mercilessly with a hard stick while he fought with a real sword. These training sessions were conducted by a mentor whom Kea had found, and who was very attentive to the training. Mose tried to at least do something against this mentor, but he couldn't keep up with his attacks. At a certain point he takes so much damage from the wand that he simply falls to his knees. He muses that he doesn't see a single damn hit, as if he lacks dexterity points. The man Kay invited as his new teacher was named Gant, and he was a retired swordmaster. However, according to Kay, he willingly joined them when he learned that his best student had turned to the dark side. Ganta's best student, the one he was most proud of, was Ganir, which explains his level of power. It was Gant who saved Mose from that battlefield, almost instantly slaughtering several squads of barbarians. However, Mose now has reason to believe that this teacher is going to kill him with a stick. Gant declares that Mose has no time to take a break and delivers a powerful punch to him. Mose is thrown aside, unable to withstand the incredible force of the master's blow. Kia stands next to the gym and flinches in fear every time Mose collides with the walls or doors. Mose takes serious damage, but still has the strength to get up. His thoughts are tormented by the question of how one can achieve such incredible results with an ordinary stick. Gant is level 260, so even a simple pencil in his hands turns into a deadly weapon. Gant notes that he observed Mose while he was fighting against the otherworldly barbarians. He also adds that during the battle, Mose's body was burning, but he did not pay any attention to it. Gant asks if he was fighting to stay alive, or if he was acting for other reasons. After a pause, the master asks if Mose is afraid of death, being immortal. Mose thinks for a moment and admits that he hadn't really worried about it before. Looking down, he realizes that he truly is not afraid of death in this world. Gant sums it up for him and says that he is not afraid of her because he is immortal. After this, he notes that the one who values his life will always be a stronger fighter. From his point of view, if an immortal does not value his life, he may die again, but will not become stronger. Gant takes a few steps forward in his determined attack, and Mose knows he has to act. There is a thought in his head that if he dies, he will have to miss another 21 days. That's why he grabs his weapon and rushes forward, hoping to inflict at least some damage on Gant. However, he miscalculates the balance of power, and the old man easily trips him, causing him to lose his balance. Mose falls to the ground and lies there for a while, trying to recover from such an intense fight. Gant notes that he understands perfectly well what Mose was just thinking about, and the reason for his concern. He adds that what really worries Mose most is what will happen while he is gone from this world. Gant notes that he has no intention of contributing to Mose's senseless death, as it certainly isn't worth it. After this, he turns and leaves, explaining that this will be the end of their lesson, at least for now. Mose falls to his knees and states that he needs another chance, asking Gant for wisdom to show him the way. Gant stops and gives Mose a cold, stern look, calling him immortal again. He takes a good look at Mose and notices that the determination in his eyes isn't actually that bad. Gant also states that the reason Mose boarded that ship was far from just because of Ginir. He says that he lives in a mountain range that is not far from this city, but it is very difficult to get to. Gant claims that this was certainly not entirely impossible due to the characteristics of the ship, but that it was not an easy feat for Ki. He explains that he saw Kia take this dangerous route to get to him, and became curious to know her motive. He wonders where this child's genuine sadness over the death of an immortal comes from. Gant asks Mose carefully how much the weight of his death can even remotely compare to the grief of this child. Mose speculates that the first death for immortals serves as a starting point for the creation of overconfidence. Mosey realizes that this NPC is an ordinary person who has completely grasped the essence of all players. He further bows his knee before the incredible wisdom of this being. Gant notes that Kay is afraid to see himself constantly coming face to face with death. He also points out that this could lead Mose to take life lightly and lose touch with reality. Gant assumes that this moment will inevitably come, as it is logical for any immortal being. After this, he hints that in the end, Mose might kill her with his own hands. After a while, Kaya hears the door to the hall, which she had been guarding the whole time, suddenly open. She immediately thanks Master Gant and asks him how the lesson went and how Mose is feeling. Gant tells her to go inside, adding that he is absolutely sure that Mose needs her now. Kay looks into the hall and sees that Mose is completely exhausted from training and has received a lot of injuries. She asks him if he's okay, but quickly realizes he's been in serious trouble. After a while, she bandages his wound and asks what it was like to be hit by the Master. Mose says that so far he feels like he just can't find the answers to the questions the Master is asking. Kay smiles and notes that this is logical, because it would be quite strange if he understood everything right away. After this, she places her palms on his hand and tells him that he does not need to rush to find the answer. Mose pauses for a moment and looks straight at her face, thinking about how the Master knew everything. It also becomes clear that Kaya understood perfectly well that Mose had a very difficult fate. Despite the discrepancy between the two worlds, Kaya still didn't want to let him go, and Mose is grateful to her for that. After some time, they are transported to the magical city where the energy emission originally occurred. Inside this tower, there is a secret conference room where magic professors have gathered. Professors express dissatisfaction and question whether they understand the seriousness of the threat. They also say they cannot prevent the consequences of this incident because it is too large in scale. One of the professors is Urindal Darien, who is also the father of Hospoit, a renowned mage. Darien notes that as long as they take proper care of the reversal bowl, it can still be fixed. The reversal bowl is a device that has magical powers to see the past. Darien understands that this cup never lies, so his son's guilt is absolutely obvious and has already been proven. However, he proposes to manipulate this cup in order to shift the blame onto the immortals and gain profit. He adds that he must tell his son about this in any case, so he will have to take his leave. The magic professors are left alone with each other and try to figure out how to get out of the situation without losses. They assume that there is some truth in Darien's words, since shifting the blame onto the immortals will not be so difficult. They add that this is an excellent idea, because they will simultaneously eliminate the greatest humiliation of their academy. Their conversations are overheard by one of the magicians, who has been behind closed doors the whole time. After a while, the doors suddenly open, and the professors immediately fall silent so as not to give themselves away. However, this magician turns out to be a random messenger who apologizes for the intrusion. The professors ask him how he dares to interfere, but he states that it is very urgent news. He adds that while they are talking, the prince is on his way to the White Tower, which frightens all the professors. They note that in this case, it is not the time for something like this, and they need to urgently change their plans. After this, they disconnect from the magical gathering and leave the messenger to sort out his thoughts. Realizing that there is no one else here, he exhales tensely and understands that he can stop worrying. The shadow release wears off and he falls to his knees, trying to regain his strength. His appearance also begins to change back to what it was originally. Kellyan notes with irritation that the words he said were pretty close to the truth. Even though he is the victim in this situation, all blame will be directed at him. So he had to gather evidence on his own, and he prepared a shadow potion. No one could expect that anyone would dare to use this potion in the White Tower, as its use is prohibited. But since the scheme was practically this man's second life, he had no other choice. After a while, we are transported to the central hall of the White Tower, where numerous professors have gathered. Darien notices the crowd and wonders why there are so many people here. He is informed that information has been received that His Highness is heading to the White Tower. The elderly mage explains that he assumes the prince wants to get to the bottom of the situation, due to the seriousness of the incident. Darien looks at him in surprise and wonders why the prince decided to return so suddenly. Although in reality, he understands that this is not such a bad incident, because it will be a good opportunity. He plans to publish the evidence in a way that makes it look like it's the work of an immortal, and play it out here. He also expects that in return for his investigative work, he will receive a promotion and new rewards. He is already beginning to imagine himself as a future member of the imperial family, who will jump over several levels of the ladder at once. Darien notes that it would be a good idea to show the Cup of Change to His Highness, and the professor agrees with him. Darien slyly suggests that in that case he will bring something, and hopes that his son has already figured it out. However, a few moments later, a hooded figure appears before him, informing him that the prince will not be coming here. Kellyan slowly removes her hood and explains that there are much more important matters to discuss. He appears before those present and declares that he has brought the cup of memories here to show everything. Darian calls him a pathetic cur and asks how he dares to appear here before the arrival of His Highness. Kellyan reports that His Highness will not be coming here, as the prince's visit was a lie that he made up. Everyone else present looks at him in surprise and wonders if this is true. Kellyan notes that he will be punished for posing as a messenger. But first he wants to show something important. Immediately after this, he opens his inventory and takes out a cup that shows the past. Darian wonders where he got this relic from, since it should have been with Hospoid. Darian claims his son was supposed to store it in storage, but Kellyan says his son suddenly became dizzy. In fact, he used the shadow potion to pretend to be Hospoid and get closer to Darian's real son. Immediately after this, he delivers a powerful blow to Hospoid's head to stun him. Taking advantage of the enemy's temporary absence, he managed to remove the bowl from the warehouse and prevent it from being damaged. After this, he turns to the chairman and says that he has something that he would like to show to the others. Darian orders Kellyan to be seized immediately, but the chairman gestures for him to be silent. Meanwhile, Kellyan reads the correct spell to activate the past currents. Everyone is shown images of Hospoid deciding to tell Kellyan about his brilliant plan. The same applies to threats and bullying from women and the homunculus laboratory. Finally, Hospoid specifically laid out a plan on how to open the gate to another dimension. Other magic professors not implicated in the corruption scandal are wondering what this means. Their gaze falls on Darian, and they ask him why his son is behaving so badly. Kellyan continues to show the memories so that everyone can enjoy the crimes of Hospit. Darian understands that such irrefutable evidence will be almost impossible to refute. After this, Hospoid is captured, given a fair trial and imprisoned for a long time. Kellyan closely monitors the processes to prevent fraud. After the meeting is over, he receives a notification that he has completed his quest and cleared his reputation. Meanwhile, we are transported deep into the continent to remote mountain ranges. There is a mountain there, and in that place there is a small, very peaceful village. Mosey notes that he didn't expect the swordsman's final hometown to look exactly like this. Shining Mountain is a place where retired swordsmen remain with their swords until their last moment. Swordsmen who no longer wield their swords finally find a stable life and the opportunity to retire. Even though they are retired, they are still creating new blades. Kea reveals that her sword was created by a great swordsman named Garam, who now resides in this village. Mosey looks closely at her blade and realizes that he never thought about the quality of her equipment. After a while, he turns to her and asks if he can look at the sword she wields. Kei hands him the weapon without hesitation, telling him he can examine it carefully. Mosey calmly receives the rapier and carefully analyzes it to understand its quality. Despite the lack of special characteristics, it contains a fragment of history. Mosey hears the thoughts of the blacksmith who forged the sword, and reflects on how kind and brave Kaya is. The blacksmith hoped that she would not be afraid of simple beauty, which people call a curse. He believed that she was a unique person, and gave her this sword, which would be her first and last gift. Mose reflects that Kea is truly one of those people who can't help but receive love from those around her. After this, he assumes that Garam really loved her and treasured her very much. Kei looks at him in surprise and asks if he really figured it out just by looking at the sword. Mose is briefly stunned, realizing that only he can see the weapon's history and understand its meaning. After thinking for a while, he notes that this sword is too good to have been created without warm feelings. After some time, the main fairy approaches them and says that she wants to discuss something with them. She happily says that it was a long journey, but they finally reached their destination. Their ship begins to slowly descend, heading towards that very village in the remote mountains. After a while they descend, and now you can truly enjoy the local scenery. A giant ship in such places is a real curiosity, since no one is used to such a thing. The swordmasters watch the proceedings and note that the dear guests have finally arrived. Gradually the ship slows down and very carefully descends like a feather. Short women with red hair see their dear lovers and immediately rush to meet them. Gant is her lover and runs to her, explaining that he apologizes for making her wait so long. Mose and Kia are amazed that such a tough man like Gant is capable of a real relationship. The elf watching them notes that they are making quite a scene in front of the young people. After this, he says that they should go inside, as they are probably tired from the journey. After some time, they enter the guest house where they will be able to spend the next weeks. Kea reveals that the elf next to Gant is Master Shirin. Mosey bows to him, explaining that he is a swordsman from Asparagon, and Shirin waves him off, laughing. Shirin reveals that he is now just a blacksmith hiding in the village, and Mose looks at him in surprise. Shirin explains that he came to greet them as a villager, but also at Kia's request. After this, he asks to show him the equipment and notes that Mose has obtained priceless items. He then says in surprise that he has never seen anyone treat them so rudely. He grins and notes that this is definitely not just any ordinary equipment, but the people who created it are no match for him. After this, he says that in 2 or 3 weeks, he will make equipment for him that will correspond to the scale of the upcoming battle. During this time, Mose and Kia go about their daily routine, helping others with the housework. Mosey also learns blacksmithing, as maintaining equipment is a responsibility for any swordsman. Over time, he manages to make a real spoon that can be used for cooking. After a while, we are transported to one of those quiet nights that are felt especially sensually in this place. Mosey, next to Kay, remarks that he is honestly very surprised, and she asks him what exactly surprised him. Mosey explains that he is surprised that everyone here was once a swordsman, but despite this, they live peacefully. Kay asks if he thought all swordsmen die tragic deaths, and Mose laughs. Kia adds that she doesn't blame him, since there is little information about them, and the participants are very few and scattered. After this, she notes that, in the end, they are all ordinary people with their own needs. She also adds that they desperately continue to live despite having to fight for survival. She also states that if they survive long enough, they will be able to age normally and return to normal life. From her point of view, living in urban areas is not an option, since a difficult past will inevitably affect a person. Kaya enthusiastically recounts how she, too, initially experienced complex emotions when she first arrived here. However, she later notes that over time this place became a source of hope for her. She adds that she hoped to live a normal life too, if she had lived to see the end of it. Mose is very impressed with what this formidable warrior, who has trained her entire life to kill, wants. Kia talks about things that were given to her naturally, since she was born in another world. However, over the years she clung to her dream to survive, and was constantly forced to kill. What she was striving for, despite the discrimination, was just an ordinary life. Mose realizes that this is a wonderful dream, and decides to help her make it come true by any means necessary. He turns to her and says that she will definitely find the life she dreams of. He explains that no one else can tell her how to live this life, and he will make sure that everything is exactly that way. He also adds that if she wants to live a normal life, she can do so at any time. Kaya says that when she came here alone, she felt like it was just a dream, and that she was imagining things. She notes that, given the current situation, such a life is the furthest thing from her mind. Smiling, she says that now she promises to survive, because with him by her side, her dream becomes closer. Mose empathizes with her true feelings. As for him, life here is still risk-free. After this, he carefully touches her face, and says that he too will live until the very end. Mose promised her that he would never die, and leave her here. And at that moment, the weight of his life seems almost unbearable. He understands that there will never be a second death, and now we are transported to distant places. Several swordsmen report that yesterday traitors appeared again in the Pantheon and killed 2 more comrades. They wonder if there are now no more swordsmen left but traitors. They note that ultimately the master is the leader of the rebellion, who kills his own. One of the swordsmen reports that some have already gone over to the traitors' side, and the situation is getting worse. His friend replies that he should keep it to himself, and that the most negative predictions are best left for later. They continue to run away to convey information to their pantheon and warn the others. They note that there are only a few traitors, so they need to hurry. However, suddenly one of the comrades is decapitated by an unexpected blow from nowhere. The surviving swordsman looks around in fear to understand from which side the blow was struck. However, before he can counterattack, another blade pierces his body. This wound proves too severe to continue fighting or fleeing. Falling to the ground in front of the traitor, he tries to understand how they were able to be discovered. He adds that these routes were completely secret, and only the relevant guild had access to the information. Jinir notes that it doesn't matter whether the routes were top secret or not, information can still be extracted. He emphasizes that there is nothing that will not eventually yield to overwhelming force. Larif says that even for a remote information guild, this place is too teeming with scoundrels. After this, he also notes that the apartments here are too modest, and it would be better to ask for better conditions. He approaches the unfortunate creature and says that in the next life, perhaps it would be worth behaving better. He even laughs at them a little, explaining that asking for mercy is useless, because everyone here has already died. However, he decides to have some fun, and asks why he shouldn't get it tattooed. After this, he smiles and declares that this strange creature has indeed proven that it can work effectively. He also notes that the dead elf only revealed one piece of important information. The whole point is that this unfortunate man was used for torture to beat information out of his friends. Larif states that the people from the Information Guild are truly inhumane and behave terribly. He wonders how they can only communicate 1 or 2 pieces of information despite trying. Guilds value information more than the lives of their princes, or to put the life of one above the general idea. Larif, however, says that he would like to play a little longer, but he needs to finish everything before the pests arrive. After this, he declares that he will kill him with one blow to grant him a quick death. Meanwhile, we are transported back to the village, where Mose is currently undergoing a test. He goes out for another training session with Master Gant, but this time he is better prepared. Gant once again takes out his signature twig, which he uses to test the students for worthiness. He declares that it is time to test whether he is afraid of immortal death or has remained the same. He notes that Mose's attitude has changed a bit, perhaps due to the baby, and Mose is starting to feel shy. After this, he makes a characteristic move and says that if he has become better, he must prove it. Right after that, he quickly closes the distance to deliver a powerful blow to the face with his wand. Mose reflects that, frankly, he still has no idea what to do. This time, however, his movements are a little more precise, although they are still not without their flaws. These shortcomings prevent him from effectively defending against Great Master Gant. Gant continues to confidently dominate the fight and actively dodge all attacks. Gant notes that if he attacks in this situation, it means he is still not in his right mind. As punishment for another misbehavior, he delivers a powerful blow with a twig. Kia and Shiaran watch the training and realize that it is a real rookie beating. Gant again knocked the protagonist to his knees and incapacitated him for a while. However, despite this, his determination has not faded, and he understands that he must fight no matter what. Gant immediately notices this and realizes that it is time for another piece of wisdom to be spoken to give him strength. He asks the protagonist to imagine what he will lose if he dies again, since he will not return soon. Mose realizes there is too much at stake, even though his physical condition is not in jeopardy. For a while, he immerses himself in the memories of the past battle and understands that he cannot give up. From his point of view, if he died, Ganir would surely kill everyone around him since he would have enough time. However, unlike Mose, all of his comrades will not be able to resurrect from the damage they receive. His grief will be immeasurable, and even if he beats Ganir into a bloody pulp, Kay will not be resurrected after his revival. Realizing that there were things that needed to be protected more than one's own life, a change occurred in his character. Initially, the system does not convert experience points into numbers, and the player's experience is reflected abstractly. The changes that occurred significantly heightened Mose's senses and increased his combat reflexes. In a sense, this led to another epiphany that took his skills to a new level. Gant watches this closely and asks if he feels anything different now. Without waiting for an answer, he declares that he will test it in practice and rushes into the attack. Mose continues to stand in place with his eyes closed to let the enemy get closer. However, now he finally feels the frightening image of the approaching stick that is about to strike him. Now he sees it much faster than before, and manages to raise his sword in time to block the blow. Gant looks in surprise at the stick the student is holding and realizes that progress has been made. Shiaran and Kia are amazed that Mose was able to block the master's own blow. Gant is not very impressed with the result, and decides to test how well the student's skills have been consolidated. He then attacks with his legs to deal more blows, but Mose blocks them as well. Gant mentally notes that the student is ready for further attacks, and this is very good. After this, he continues to attack again and again, but Mose dodges in time. Only at a certain point does he allow himself to become a little confused, which can be costly. Gant delivers a powerful blow, but Mose manages to block it with his sword. Mose is thrown back by the force of his momentum, but retains almost full health. Gant looks closely at the student and notes that his behavior was different this time. He also notes that Mose didn't allow himself to be hit even once, which he considers very commendable. This training proves sufficient for Mose to earn the right to be called by his name, rather than his race. After some time, he goes with the master to conduct a training session on practicing ball striking. Mose watches his trainer and is amazed at how well he feels the blade's movement. Gant is so strong that he manages to cut even the thickest stones with his blade. He states that those who have transcended the boundaries of ball possession often find enlightenment in observing fundamental art. He asks Mose if he learned anything from what he just observed. Mose, having received the quest, reflects that now he will have to overcome the boundaries of ball possession. Gant muses that Ganir is undoubtedly the strongest master, and that it is impossible to surpass him. However, from Gant's point of view, if he can carry out the best attack, the situation will turn out favorably. The thing is that the efficiency of ball control in a straight line is unrivaled, even though it is incredibly difficult. Everything that happens after he strikes a single blow depends entirely on him. Mose spends most of his time in measuring training to gain this skill. Meanwhile, Kay continues to watch him, but is often completely alone. During one of these training sessions, she falls asleep and discovers that there is no one around except her and Mose. She peers out from behind the bushes cautiously and notices that for some reason Mose is acting very strange. If you look closely, it becomes clear that he is absolutely motionless. All this time he stood in front of a large stone, on which traces of previous attempts to hit him were visible. However, this time he decided to concentrate as much as possible to execute the strike perfectly. In this case, the attempt was definitely successful, as his blows passed through the stone. After this, he lands to assess how seriously the stone is damaged. To his surprise, the boulders shatter into small pieces, as if they were made of plasticine. Mosey receives a system notification that he has acquired the straight ball handling skill and is now stronger. Kia happily shouts his name and runs out of the bushes, not embarrassed that she was watching him. After this, she throws herself into his arms, saying that he finally did it, and expressing her happiness for him. Gant interrupts this sweet scene, grumpily noting that he is already here. He also states that it is too early to be proud, as this skill does not guarantee victory. Mose and Kay listen to him attentively, when suddenly they feel that the crystal balls begin to vibrate strangely. They are contacted by Master Robin, who has been absent for a very long time, as if she had fallen through the earth. She says she is pleased to see that everyone here is alive and safe. They ask her why she decided to call, and she adds that they can probably guess what it is. After that, she reveals that Ginir is far from the only one who is causing a stir among the swordsmen right now. She claims that, in addition to him, 2 more artificial swordsmen rebelled, thereby causing unrest. She adds that the swordsmen who joined them share anti-game views and took part in the rebellion. Mosey realizes that if skirmishes between swordsmen have become commonplace, it would explain why they were attacked. Also weighing heavily on his heart is the fact that he is the cause of this rebellion. Master Robin reports that the mission has already begun, but she only just announced it officially. She confidently addresses the heroes and says that they must destroy the traitors. Mosey nods briefly after hearing the order, after which he is given the quest to kill all the traitors. Mosey also notes that they were left with 2 masters against them because of Luswan. He recalls that he had once met warriors from this city, but that was a long time ago. This warrior's name was Kalar, and they met during a mission in Garnus. Mosey approaches Master Robin and asks about the fate of this swordsman, and receives the answer that he has already become a master. Mose is very surprised to hear the news, saying that he didn't expect to be able to move up the career ladder so quickly. However, in reality, he was in contact with many strong personalities at the time, so he did not notice that his level was high. Master Robin notes that the young man has recently acquired a title, and this is unlikely to shake him. She adds that now all that remains is to hope that he is safe. There is indeed something to worry about, as this master is in a difficult situation. She discovers that more traitors have come for his soul, hoping to finish him off. One of them states that even if he is a new master, he is still a difficult opponent. Mose understands that the safety of these people must be ensured, so the task must be completed quickly. He then summons a sword, which turns into a bracelet to minimize future summoning times. After this, his equipment also changes, having been noticeably improved after the blacksmith's work. Mosey muses that the armor is incredibly light and believes it to be the work of the finest swordsmith among swordsmen. He also notes that the main armor is coated with a new ore that is much stronger than the original plate. The blacksmith says it is the best gift he could ever give and is proud of it. Mosey asks the master why they decided to go so far for them. The master adds that he heard that Gant has some connection to Ginir, but he has nothing to do with it. The blacksmith says that perhaps he is right, and this gift is intended more for Gant than for them, but it does not matter. He states that he wants to help him in the fight as much as possible, because this is the only way to atone for the guilt for the student. After some time, the time comes to collect the last things to set off on an expedition. Shirin watches the preparations closely and notes that Mose looks quite impressive. Mose thanks the blacksmith and states that he really is the best at what he does and he feels great. He notes that he had no idea that such heavy armor could be light, as if he wasn't even wearing it. Shirin says with a smile that Kia would probably be very happy to see him in these parts now. Mose asks where she went, and someone adds that she needs some time to get ready. Mosey looks on in surprise and wonders what this all means when he suddenly hears Kay's voice. She also decided to change her clothes and asked if she had kept him waiting for too long. Mose is simply taken aback by the incredible beauty of his companion. Kyoya says that his new armor looks really cool, and Mose asks her what kind of armor it is. Kaya reports that Master Shirin found a suitable option for her and made it from parts of his equipment. She adds that he chose something suitable from his collection and used the finest leather. He remembers that the armor is made of black leather, which he received at the very beginning of his journey. Gant slowly approaches them and notes that preparations for departure seem to be nearing completion. Mose asks if Gant has decided to go on the trip with them this time too. Gant explains that he has business in the capital that he must take care of and asks what the problem is. Mose and Kaya say goodbye to the rest of the villagers, noting that they would be happy to return here again. Meanwhile, Gant says goodbye to his beloved and says that they will definitely see each other again. After a while, they all climb onto the ship and fly away, leaving the villagers alone with their problems. After some time, we are transported to the hideout of the swordsmen of Asparagana when the deep night falls over the city. It's quite quiet in this shelter now, but that doesn't mean it's safe. Master Robin realizes that they have most likely come for him, so he prepares to repel the attack. He reflects that he had encountered Ginir a long time ago. He recalls that when he first became a swordsman, Ginir was already a respected elder and taught him a lot. He recalls how the villagers thanked them for protecting the village. It was a very warm memory that he would always remember, as they worked together back then. Ginir had always been a rather silent person, but such gratitude even melted his heart. Master Robin wonders if it mattered that he recruited Mose. He turns to the man who quietly entered the room and asks if it affected Ginir. The dark silhouette doesn't move, but Master Robin believes that she's probably thinking about it too. After this, he turns to a swordswoman named Yoren, who is one of those who led the rebellion. Yoren says he has no idea and suggests he ask Ginir himself. She asks if he feels guilty, but Master Robin states that he has never regretted his decision. Yoren asks how he can kill the immortal if he decides to follow the path of heresy. Master Robin says that now is not the time to think about it, since he has not betrayed anyone, unlike them. Goran states that she really likes how some things, including Robin himself, don't change at all. After this, she charges again, but Master Robin quickly blocks her attack with a counterattack. From the outside, it seems that nothing is happening in the sanctuary, but in fact the battle is only escalating. A few moments later, a powerful explosion occurs, destroying several walls. Master Robin jumps aside, and it becomes clear that he was not badly hurt in the fight. He sternly notes that Yoren is also true to himself, and is behaving as ignorantly as ever. He asks her if she is going to destroy the sanctuary, but she does not answer. A few moments later, the battle continues and many explosions occur again. Yoren makes a sharp dash to quickly close the distance with Master Robin. Her self-confidence makes her take aggressive actions, but this suits her style. Master Robin has a more controlled fighting style and keeps a close eye on her. He prefers to act cautiously and catch his opponent in a mistake. However, despite Yoren's aggressive recklessness, she is still a very formidable opponent. Master Robin realizes that now might be the right moment to strike. After this, he takes careful aim and rushes forward at incredible speed. At a certain point, she makes an acrobatic jump to jump over him. She also realizes that this is a good moment for a powerful attack on his back. She uses her sword aura skill to send out multiple energy waves forward. Master Robin quickly delivers several punches to knock the energy waves off course. A small piece still reaches his body, and he manages to put up his shoulder pad to defend himself. After a few moments, he steps aside and notices that the shoulder pad has received serious damage. Yoren notes that he is still as reckless as ever and tried to block the move with his hand. After this, she states that she can try to block another blow with her hands. After a short pause, she uses her 7th move skill, called Feather. Master Robin understands that a very serious skill is about to be used, and begins to feel the wind flow. After this, he pauses briefly to punch through the sphere and observe the skill's effects. Using precise, extreme movements, he lunges forward to deliver a serious blow. The destruction proves incredible, and the shelter begins to gradually collapse. After the sphere ceases to function, only Yoren's motionless silhouette becomes visible. Master Robin notes that Yoren's sphere has become larger than before, and speculates that she is using that mana crystal. Yoren looks at him intently, and then one of her eyes begins to sparkle brightly. Mosey asks her why she became one of the leaders of the rebellion, if she only sought power for her own purposes. Yoren thinks for a long time and explains that there are several reasons for this. She states that ever since she became a swordswoman, she has only had one goal: to gain glory. She dreamed that her power would inspire others to greatness, but this power came at a price. She notes that when she achieved everything she wanted, she realized that this strength also became her burden. She adds that this was followed by the mistakes of those who followed her along her difficult path. Clutching the blade, she says that he knows very well how many young and foolish swordsmen lose their lives. She menacingly declares that everything they did now doesn't matter, because he has accepted the immortal into the ranks of the swordsmen. After this, she orders him to draw his sword again to accept her challenge to a duel. Master Robin grips his sword tightly, which begins to glow slightly from the tension. Yoren states his name and title, declaring that he will fight for a sacred purpose. Meanwhile, on another part of the continent, another duel between swordsmen is unfolding. Mosey's old ally dodges a powerful throw from an ancient weapon that would knock him off his feet. His opponent tries to limit his mobility in order to deliver a fatal blow with his scythe. However, the swordsman turns and prepares for a powerful counterattack with his weapon. Rushing forward, he delivers a sharp blow, but the enemy manages to dodge. After this, he makes several more movements, trying to shackle the enemy with chains. All this turns out to be in vain, as this swordsman's skills are too good. Jumping to the side, he carefully reads every movement of the enemy. Gradually, the green-haired elf comes closer, spinning the chain to intimidate. However, this is unlikely to have any effect on the new master, because he already understands how valuable his life is. After carefully assessing his opponent's fighting style, he realizes that he is using a chain sickle to grab the sword. From his point of view, if he lost the sword, the fight could end in his death. The elf states that the person in front of him is probably a master from the city of Rosban, and he is unlikely to try to run away. After this, he loses patience and says that if the enemy does not act, he will have to attack first. He jumps into the air, trying to deal multiple blows to the opponent. Despite the ferocity of each technique, he fails to achieve his goal. At a certain point, he still manages to entangle his opponent's hand with heavy chains. The elf happily notes that the enemy has finally been caught and victory is only a matter of seconds. The swordsman realizes that he has trapped himself, and now he urgently needs to do something. There is no sign of panic on his face, and he understands that the situation can be turned to his advantage. Straining his arms to the limit, he prepares to pull the chain towards himself to pull his opponent up. Meanwhile, he continues to celebrate his victory, realizing that he has immobilized the enemy's right hand. After this, he realizes that with a slight movement, he can hit his opponent on the head to end the fight. He pulls himself closer to the enemy and jumps into the air using the strength of his arms. He raises his sword high to finish off his opponent with deft movements. At the last moment, it becomes clear that he underestimated something when jumping into the air. The opponent suddenly knocks him into the ground, forcing him to hit his face. This blow has a serious impact, and the elf immediately feels much worse. The swordsman thinks this is stupid, since he too can pull the chain and win the tug-of-war. The green-haired elf jumps to the side and looks furiously at his opponent, realizing that it is too early to rejoice. He calls his opponent a bastard who will pay for his actions. The swordsman understands that it is too early to relax, and he grips his sword tighter. After this, they rush at each other together to carry out a series of powerful blows. The swordsman thinks it wise to switch to the sword, so that he will at least die as a swordsman. After this, he quickly knocks the weapon out of the enemy's hands, realizing that there is no longer any defense. He complements the attack with a powerful dash and blow that breaks through the green-haired elf's defense. This is the last battle of the arrogant scoundrel who decided to leave the valiant path. After this, the swordsman removes the sword from the enemy's body to finally get rid of him. He states that using a chain as a weapon is the way of a pathetic traitor, not a swordsman. Yoren continues his battle with Master Robin, hoping to make a difference. Master Robin, in turn, takes a fighting stance and prepares to continue the fight. The fight becomes more and more furious with every second, and here the fate of two ideas is decided. Yoren jumps to the side, landing several blows, but they miss their target. She once again uses the sword aura skill to launch a ranged attack on the enemy at a random moment. Master Robin continues to fight off these waves, as he has already learned to read his opponent's behavior patterns. He understands that his opponent is fighting seriously, so he will have to use several hidden skills. He makes a firm decision to take the fight seriously, as he does not intend to die. Yoren jumps to the side and looks in surprise at the enemy, who had previously fought completely differently. She continues to dodge, but Master Robin's aura gradually becomes more and more threatening. She watches his every move closely, and wonders if he's been pretending all this time. A few moments later, she receives a light blow that cuts off parts of her braid and causes a slight injury. Yoren looks at him carefully and notes with disdain that the years have not been wasted. She states that in his youth, during training, he was never able to defeat her even once. Master Robin states that it took him a long time, but he is grateful to her for giving him a chance. After this, the atmosphere between them becomes calmer, although tension remains at extreme levels. Master Robin watches his opponent's movements closely and becomes lost in his memories. He remembers how he first met her long ago and how he tried in vain to win her over. They used to be comrades in arms and went through many missions together, but now everything has changed. After this, he slowly lowers his weapon to talk to her for a moment. Master Robin realizes that they have known each other for a long time, and adds that he did not expect such a turn of events. Yoren grins and says that this is not true, because there is nothing unexpected here. She states that ever since they put the seals on their fingers, they have always been ready to kill each other. Yoren adds that the swordsman will be able to overcome the destruction of the world for a better future, or they will fail. Master Robin notes with a smile that this is indeed the case, although they see the world differently. After this, he states his name and title, saying that he came here to stop the traitor Yoren. Pointing his weapon at his opponent, he says it's time to start the duel for real. Yoren agrees and rushes forward, trying a new tactic. She quickly raises her hand above her head to deliver another punch. Mosey thrusts her weapon forward to collide with her opponent and break her momentum. However, it suddenly turns out that his weapon is not durable enough and it breaks. Yoren realizes that this is her only chance to lunge forward and kill her opponent. Master Robin receives a serious wound to the shoulder, but it is not enough to render him unconscious. After this, he makes a sharp decision and quickly rushes forward, directing the fragment of the ball. Yoren doesn't have time to react and ends up being pierced through and through into her vital organs. She says they fought each other for years, but it only took a moment to kill. After this, life gradually leaves her eyes, and she slowly slides down the enemy's body. Master Robin stands sadly in place, realizing that this was a forced measure to stop his comrade. The legendary quest Destroy the Rebels is updated to indicate that Yoren has died. Meanwhile, we are transported to the Tigris Information Guild, to the external department. A guild employee reports that the rebel was eliminated on the spot. He adds that according to witnesses, it was a swordsman who came from Rosban. While passing on the information, he turns to a colleague and asks what the suspect's name was. After some time, he reveals that his name was Agera. His fate was unenviable, as he lost both limbs before he was killed. A guild member notes that there was no seal on it, and despite a search, nothing was found. He adds that given the information the swordsman was looking for, they were apparently fighting each other. He is asked about the guild's losses in this battle. An exasperated employee reports that the guild has lost 47 employees. He adds that 18 people from the administration were taken hostage and killed. It is also reported that a total of 27 bronze, 2 silver, and several inquisitors were killed. Guild officials say the attackers targeted the Central Information Guild alone for unknown reasons. It is also noted that Agera put up fierce resistance upon the guild's arrival. The employee adds that it seemed he was ready to sacrifice himself in this fight. Approaching a colleague, he asks if there is any news and reports that he has not found anything new. They assume that there is no more evidence to be found here, but the employee continues to examine the room. The employee wonders why the swordsman suddenly started massacring. After this, she goes outside to make a drastic and important decision. Through the astral sphere, she communicates that she wants investigators to find out everything that is known about the swordsman. Meanwhile, we are transported to Asparagana Square, where the heroes have arrived in search of new targets. Kea asks where Master Gant went, and Mose states that he said he needed to go somewhere. He wonders if Master Robin has told him anything new, and Kay notes that the swordsmen are being followed. She adds that traitors use the gel to find someone who shares Ganir's ideology. She also states that the guild has likely already established systematic surveillance of the area. Mose wonders if it's related to the system, but his senses become heightened after he leaves the mountain. After a few moments, he suddenly freezes in place, and his face becomes as collected as possible. He turns to Kay and warns her to be on guard, as they have unexpected guests. Kay's gaze shifts to where Mose is looking and immediately understands what he means. She finds this strange, since there are too many people here to commit a massacre. However, Larif's silhouette quickly stands out among the crowd. Mose looks closely at the man and realizes that they have met him before when they saw Ganir. As if that weren't enough, a young girl appears next to him, also wearing a swordsman's cloak. Together they look at the heroes with a sly and insidious gaze, as if confident of their victory. Seeing Kia, the girl suddenly perks up and becomes joyful. A moment later, she makes a sharp lunge and draws her sword to deliver a fatal blow to the head. Kay steps aside as the reckless girl unleashes a powerful but futile attack. The heroes watch what is happening in surprise and wonder what is going on here. Mosey turns to Kaya and tries to help her, when suddenly one of the opponents shouts sharply at him to get his attention. He asks if his name is Mose, then takes a few steps towards him. Then he takes out a pebble and asks to transfer it to Langera. The ally happily does the same, but asks that the portal open to Darmont Hill. Immediately after this, they disappear into portals, leaving the heroes with a difficult choice. Leaning towards each other, they nod, and understand that there is no other choice but to stop these people. Each of them chooses their own portal, and jumps there to reach their opponent and stop them. Before this, they clap each other's hands, wishing each other good luck. Mose goes to the area around Langaroo, which is a low mountain range. He realizes he's been here before, then smiles and says he chose this opponent. Mosey explains that he simply saw his comrade go after Kea, so he decided to choose this portal. The opponent replies that it doesn't matter, since it is a great honor for him. He then states that his name is Zerave, and adds that he hopes that the immortal will reveal himself fully. Mose nods briefly and says that he will make him regret what he said. Their fight starts off calmly, with them exchanging blows to test each other's strengths. Mose feels confident in fighting Zerave because he has achieved a certain level of enlightenment. He carefully watches his opponent's every move to determine the moment to block. Any attempts by the opponent prove futile. Mosey tries to use Atoria's sword art skill to gain an advantage. He makes several precise and quick strikes, but Zarif manages to dodge them. Moose doesn't give up and continues to aggressively press, giving his opponent no time to rest. At a certain point, he manages to deliver a confident blow that goes through the block. Zarif jumps back and notes that Mose is truly strong, and not many people say that. He adds that he is on the level of Kalar, and perhaps even better. Mose looks at him in surprise and wonders how he knows this man. Zarif is mutually surprised and tries to understand how they know each other, to which Mose replies that they work together. Mose remembers that he used to be scared by the man's strength, but now everything has changed. He smiles and notes that many now consider him capable of surpassing this man. Zarif claims that Kalar is the most powerful swordsman in all of Rosban, but they find themselves on opposite sides. They note that in any case, he always wanted to defeat him in open combat and gain his respect. After this, he decides to continue the fight, intercepting the weapon to change tactics. Mosey is surprised that Zarif suddenly uses a reverse grip, as it is uncomfortable. However, judging by the precision of his movements, he had practiced fighting with this grip a lot. Mose speculates that his opponent is sticking to basic moves and adding variations to them. Looking closely, he realizes that Zarif is swinging his sword, but he doesn't sense the important aspect. Mosey realizes that this youth is not like either Ginir or Aegir, as he does not hate immortals. He takes a few steps to the side and decides to talk to him a little. Mosey asks why he betrayed the order, and if he has a score to settle with the immortals. Zarif smiles and says that it's a good question, but he hasn't really thought about it. He explains that acting without thinking is sometimes necessary and not necessarily a bad thing. He adds that he doesn't care what the immortals think, and he only chose Ginir because he started the rebellion. He adds that he had to fight many battles with such people, and this was the only thing he really wanted. Zarif claims that he acted in order to become stronger and gain even more fame. After this, Zarif says that he himself would like to ask Maz a question, since they decided to have a heart-to-heart talk. He adds that it has probably already become clear that he is seriously inferior to Mose in terms of skill level. Zarif correctly assumes that all this time he could have been killed long ago, but for some reason Mose does not do this. Mose hesitates for a moment, trying to understand the reasons why he hasn't done it yet. Then he realizes that the reason is that he just doesn't want to do it. The whole point is that in the scheme, Vision feels exactly the same as in real life, and it is unlike anything else. However, despite this sense of reality, Mose never kills anyone unnecessarily. The rebels choose their fate and run into the sword, and this applies to other villains as well. Sopo was destroyed because he had to defend himself from enemies and save his beloved partner. Mosey understands that when you have a villain in front of you that needs to be destroyed, the decision becomes easier. Zarif looks at him in surprise, amazed that he is taking so long to think about simple answers. Mosey states that Zarif is not his enemy, so he has no particular reason to kill him. Zarif asks in surprise why Mose is even looking for reasons, since he is a rebel. Mose states that he has no reason or purpose for the rebellion, and that it is impossible to control the killing of a man without reason. Zarif says that there is actually one very good reason for killing him. Mosey looks at him in surprise and tries to understand why this guy has absolutely no feelings. Zarif adds that immortals are especially aware of the reasons for killing others. He adds that he will receive experience points for killing him, which puts Mose in an extremely awkward position. Meanwhile, we move to the Darmont Hill, located near Lake Salodi, which looks magnificent. As soon as Kay passes through the portal, she finds her rival, who happily turns towards her. Smiling, the girl says that she was sure that it would be Kia who would come here, and not that boy. As she walks towards her, she states that Kay is really cute, which is why she decided to choose her as her opponent. A slightly crazy smile appears on her face, and she remarks that now they will finally be able to have a proper time. However, their battle does not begin immediately, as Kay acts very carefully and tries to understand the trick. The enemy wonders if she thinks this place is incredibly beautiful. She says she loves this place where the tutelata flowers grow, and that she was named after this flower. She then asks Kaya if she likes her final resting place, where she will die. Kia looks around and notes that the place is really beautiful, and it would be nice to live here. Carefully touching the flower with the blade, she says that she is forced to disappoint her. Pointing her blade towards her rival, Kaya declares that the name Tud will be forgotten in these fields, and only flowers will remain. Tutelata laughs sincerely and covers her mouth with her hand so as not to look indecent. After this, she suddenly jumps towards Kay and says that this was the worst joke she has ever heard. However, suddenly, instead of hitting her, for some reason she gently kisses her on the lips. Kay immediately jumps back and starts blushing at the unintentional close contact. A little confusion gives way to mild anger, and Kay wonders what that was. Tutelata continues to giggle and explains that she only did it because she is cute. After that, she rushes forward and says that she would like to stroke her head again, like a cat. Kay realizes that this time it's serious and jumps up to get back into the fight. At the same moment, she tries to attack with a sharp blow of the rapier, hoping to injure her opponent. Tutelata notices the blow in advance and dashes to the side to avoid the blow and gain an advantage. After this, the intense battle continues, but so far no one can emerge victorious. Kei jumps to the side and performs a characteristic move to stabilize himself. Tutelata does the same to take a little rest and prepare for the next round. Continuing to carefully analyze her opponent, Kei notices that she is charging up a special attack. Kia suddenly lunges forward, charging her sword with wind power, which accelerates her movements. Tutelata realizes that she miscalculated a little and tries to block the flying blows. After a few moments, she is thrown back, but she remains on her feet. Almost immediately, she begins to feel a strange sensation in one of her feet. Kia manages to grab her opponent during the rebound and takes off one of her shoes. She grins and notes that it looks like her opponent will need sturdier shoes. Tutelata covers her face and says that the shoes were expensive, and now she will make Kia pay for them. After this, Tutelata furiously runs towards Kei to attack her. Kia expected this move and turns around preemptively, which gives her an advantage. However, the girl's pressure proves too strong to carry out a counterattack. Tutelata notes that Kei dodges too easily, which is starting to irritate her. After this, she jumps aside and declares that it will now be impossible to return. Concentrating all of her internal energy, Tutelata uses her 7th movement skill to create the first sphere. Kei looks at her opponent in surprise and notes that she can also use this difficult skill. The sphere gradually spreads, seeking to destroy everything in its path. Kia jumps to the side to avoid being hit by the already active sphere. After the skill ends, Kei asks her rival why she is destroying the place she loves. Tutelata explains that there is nothing unusual about this, and that there is no need to regret this place. She adds irritably that the trees that grow here still grow back. After this, she jumps forward and creates a sword aura in the air, firing several projectiles. Kei performs a series of jumps to avoid serious damage. She looks at her opponent in surprise and notes that she has already released 4 blades at once. Pausing briefly, Kei notes that it looks like an unusual sword that someone has modified. Tutelata smiles and says that she must have a very trained eye to spot things like this. She explains that she modified the sword herself to make it perfect for Rosban's school of swordsmanship. Smiling, she states that this is a good reason to be careful. She then grips the sword tighter and says that there really isn't much point to it. Continuing to attack, she warns that caution will not help you survive. Kei continues to dodge, but the onslaught of energy cuts intensifies. At some point, she suffers a serious injury to her leg, which reduces her mobility. Tutelata smiles, realizing that her opponent has a chance to continue her series of attacks. Several more energy cuts fly towards Kei. Despite being wounded, Kei continues to turn around and tries to figure out what to do next. Tutelata gradually increases the speed of her attacks and asks if she is tired of running away yet. Kia understands that there is no way to dodge this and tries to parry the blows with quick lunges of the sword. However, despite this, she receives light damage that passes through the block. This also applies to her shoulders, face, and other parts of the body that she does not have time to protect. Kia ponders that her opponent is releasing too much aura with each swing of her sword. She realizes that it is impossible to parry, as Tutelata constantly uses mana, but hardly gets tired. Kia realizes that this is a completely unusual swordswoman in front of her, and perhaps one of the best in Rosban. Tutelata looks at her rival with a smile, and notices that she is already very tired, as she is breathing heavily. After this, she notes that fighting with her is no longer fun since Kei does not resist, and wants to ask a question. After a pause, Tutelata abruptly asks if Kei is dating an immortal. Kia feels awkward, and doesn't know what to answer to this strange question. She tries to mumble something, but Tutelata quickly understands and says that it is not necessary. Tutelata adds that she was simply curious, because why else would she keep an immortal as an ally? Kia says there's no need for a special reason for this, as Mose is her ally and an Asparagana swordsman. Tutelata immediately states that the fact that he is a swordsman is a problem. She claims that swordsmen are supposed to maintain balance in the world, and that is why immortals should never be won. Tutelata emphasizes that with the appearance of the immortals, they trampled their people, took away their jobs, and killed people. The girl angrily declares that all they do is sow chaos, and are not capable of anything else. Kia says that this is a misconception, since absolutely all people did such things even before the arrival of the immortals. Tutelata argues that there is still truth in this, since immortals can die. And this changes a lot. She reminds us that these people are cruel and reckless, and that they also become stronger much faster than ordinary people. In her opinion, the existence of immortals destroys the world, and they all need to be destroyed, although it is unclear how to kill an immortal. Kia states that this is not true, as there are immortals who work hard and sacrifice themselves. Tutelata replies that only a person who really has something to lose can sacrifice himself, Kia explains that Mose sacrificed his life for her and never hesitated for a second. Tudelata notes that this is of course commendable, but he soon resurrects anyway. Kia says that he really came back to life, but that doesn't change anything. Kia reminds them that the death process is no different for them simply because they are immortal. In her opinion, immortals feel pain just like ordinary people, and the torments of death are also very unpleasant for them. Kia remembered well the moment when Mose decisively shielded her from the sword strike with his body. Therefore, she says that the fact of immortality does not diminish the value of the sacrifice. Tudelata is worried and says that she has heard enough, and there is no point in continuing the conversation. She states that because of the immortals, many more people have died, and these people will not return. While enraged, Tudelata flies into the air to deliver a series of powerful blows. Kia continues to try to parry the energy cuts, but her performance is getting worse. Several shells hit the ground, causing a powerful column of dust that blocks visibility. Kia ponders, as nothing can be seen through the dust, and decides not to move so as not to provoke the enemy. However, in reality, Kei realizes that this is a serious mistake, since the dust makes it impossible to see the nearest projectile. The projectile passes straight through Kei's body, causing her extreme damage, making her unable to move and causing pain. She coughs, feeling the blood rushing to her mouth, and knows that in a little while she will die. Tudelata watches her opponent closely and understands that her attack was successful. She happily reflects that she has finally wounded Kei, and it is time to finish her off. She adds that it was incredibly stupid of her to try to sacrifice herself for an immortal. She also notes that she should have given up while she still had the chance. Tudelata charges his sword to release more energy waves. She states that as a reward for a good fight, she hits Kei quickly and doesn't make her suffer for long. The shells hit the spot where Kei had just been, raising even more dust and obscuring visibility. She remains in this place for some time and receives new wounds. Gradually the battlefield becomes quiet, leaving only the quietly descending smoke after a series of powerful blows. Tudelata mentally wonders whether she managed to destroy her rival or whether she needs to finish her off. She takes a few steps towards the smoking area, trying to figure out where Kei's body is. Once the smoke clears, she discovers that where Kei was, there is only a pool of blood left. Tudelata is frightened and wondering where Kei went, since she was just here. She understands that she has definitely hit her opponent, but for some reason her opponent's body simply disappeared. Meanwhile, the water behind Tudelata begins to part very easily, as if someone is approaching. Kia suddenly jumps out of the water, deciding to show her true and deceptive maneuver. Tudelata turns towards her opponent and understands that she will hardly be able to dodge. Kei takes aim for the final attack, combining it with a dash. Throwing the blade forward, she makes a sharp movement, realizing that there will be no other chance. The attack is successful, the blade piercing Tudelata's heart in just an instant. However, despite winning the fight, Kei cannot hide the bitterness on his face. Tudelata looks at her body and begins to cough up blood heavily. She then staggers a few times and falls gently onto her back, no longer able to maintain her balance. Kia can barely stand on her feet, but she still has the strength not to fall. Tudelata begins to slowly choke on blood, and such a wound cannot be cured without a healer. Kia decides to get closer to her rival to get a better look at her. This time she feels that her strength has almost completely left her, so she falls to her knees. Now that Kei has the opportunity to take a closer look at her opponent, she realizes something important. Analyzing Tudelata, Kei comes to the conclusion that the girl is still very young. Her age is even younger than her own. She suggests that Tudelata went through rigorous training to become the swordswoman she is. Kei begins to cry, thinking about why everything had to end this way, when there could have been a different choice. Tudelata places her hand on Kei's cheek and remarks that she never expected to see such beauty. She smiles and declares that Kei is several times cuter when he cries in this position. Tudelata adds that she was confident of victory, but chose the wrong path, which is why she lost. Kei carefully takes her rival's hand to support her as she leaves this world. She sadly reflects that they all went down the wrong path when they started killing each other. Tudelata dies, but Kei is seriously injured and needs immediate treatment. She tries to press on the wound to prevent the blood from coming out too profusely, but she has almost no strength. She doesn't even try to get to her feet, as her vision has darkened. Thus, Kei falls to the ground and loses consciousness, thinking about how much he misses Mose. Meanwhile, we are transported to an unknown village nearby. Ginir is walking through the dark streets when he suddenly feels his crystal ball begin to ring. He gets in touch, asking what happened and why they decided to contact him urgently. He is told through the crystal ball that the Information Guild's liquidation department has eliminated Ager for the attack. Larif also states that the Tikris swordsmen have apparently decided to begin hunting Ginir. He adds that he wanted to discuss with him the information that Ager managed to obtain before his death. Larif reports that the master and two swordsmen have gone to a small village, but the search for them continues. Ginir says that this is indeed the case, and he already encountered them a few minutes ago. He indifferently states that he has finished them all off, and there is no need to worry about them anymore. Larif feels goosebumps after these words and says that there is one more important piece of information. He announces that the immortal Mose has returned, and Ginir grips his sword tighter upon hearing this. Larif adds that Zerive of Rosban is currently fighting him, which makes Ginir smile. Ginir notes that this is very interesting, since this swordsman has always been quite strong. Zerive, meanwhile, states that the immortals he saw were always logical and rational. He emphasizes that he always liked it, because they understood what each fight would give. He adds that it seems like his people are gaining measurable experience by fighting others, and are leveling up from that. Zerive asks in surprise why Mose denies his primal urges, because one must be true to oneself. With these words, he rushes forward in the hope of gaining an advantage. Mose grips his sword tighter and realizes that there is no way to resolve the problem peacefully in this situation. However, despite his philosophical thought, Zerive still makes too many mistakes during combat. One of these mistakes causes him to strike at the wrong angle, causing the sword to break. The fragments fly in all directions and fall onto the snow, rendering him completely incapable of combat. Zerive, smiling, notes that this is what needed to be proven, believing that he was able to easily defeat Mose. He then says with a smile that it is time to finally finish him off and achieve victory. Mose says he has no intention of doing that, and would like Zerive to show him mercy. Larif smiles and reminds that Mose was always looking for a reason to kill someone. After this, the cutter takes out a short knife, which is barely suitable for combat, but still remains a weapon. He states that if Mose doesn't kill Zerive within 10 seconds, he will descend into the city and start killing people. Watching Mose closely, Zerive begins counting down 10 seconds, waiting for action. Mose still has doubts and orders Zerive to stop this nonsense and listen to reason. Zerive ignores him and continues to slowly but methodically count down the seconds to 1. Mose loses patience and asks if he really has to keep up the count. Zerive moves closer, spreading his arms to the sides to make it easier to deliver the killing blow. Mose feels his opponent's hands begin to shake and grips his sword tighter. However, as soon as Zerive counts to 1, Mose realizes there is no point in holding back. He steps forward and delivers a powerful blow that proves fatal to Zerive. Zerive falls to his knees and feels life gradually leaving his body. Mose is still trying to understand why the boy had to die when he posed no threat. Zerive explains that through death he will become stronger, so he doesn't understand why Mose looks at him like that. Mose breathes heavily, trying to recover from killing an unarmed and harmless enemy. Zerive falls to the ground and states that he feels as if he is immortal, and Mose dies, after which he loses consciousness. After a while, we are transported to Asparagana Square, where life has been in full swing all this time. Grandfather informs them that Sharon should arrive here soon and they need to wait a little. Guile suggests that they could use the communication crystal to find out where she is. However, before they can do so, they hear a familiar voice calling out to them joyfully. She runs towards them and says that she came as quickly as she could. She hugs her comrades and notes that they haven't seen each other for a very long time. The thing is, this is their first meeting after the battle with Redorn. Sharon asks how they are doing, and notes that she has heard about the consequences of death, which are quite unpleasant. Uncle says that they need to talk somewhere else so that they won't be overheard. Before they go about their business, she stops them and tells them that there is one more thing. She adds that there is a person whom she really wants to introduce to them. Gale asks if she has a boyfriend now, and Sharon immediately grabs him by the nose. After a while, Kellyan approaches them and says that he is glad to meet them. Sharon states that this is her new comrade, who will be happy to join their group. She adds that he is a high-ranking mage, which is very useful since such people are rare. Kellyan notes that his rank is not as high as it used to be, but he hopes not to let them down. Uncle and Guile are overjoyed, noting that a real magician will appear in the group. Gale and Sharon say that the rest of the business needs to be discussed in the tavern, but now they need to go. After some time, they enter the tavern and book a table for several people at once. Kellyan decides to tell why the reflection into this world occurred. That is, the invasion of an otherworldly race of barbarians. He also reports that some residents praise them for stopping the invasion. Sharon says people still can't stop talking about how impressive Mose was. He possessed the strength of an entire guild and single-handedly destroyed a huge number of invaders. After this, everyone falls silent, realizing that a tense silence has fallen. Sharon notes that since this battle took place, no one has been able to contact him. They wonder how he is doing, and at that point we are transported to Darmond Hill. Mose gets to the vessel and tries to find her friend very carefully. After some time, his gaze stops on a small river, where he discovers the bodies of Kea and Tudelada. It's hard to convey the terror that grips Mose, because this time he really might lose her. He runs up to her and shouts her name loudly, hoping that she will wake up. For some time he tries to talk to her, believing that she will wake up only from these words. However, upon closer inspection, he realizes that she has a serious injury that needs urgent treatment. Mose understands that every second here is too important, so he needs to act. He quickly takes out a small stone, thinking that he will never let Kay die. After this, he creates a portal that should direct him to Asparagon, where one of the best hospitals is located. The next minute he finds himself in the hospital, hoping that the staff is already at their posts. He runs inside and loudly announces that he needs urgent help. The doctors ask him what happened, and Mose explains that the girl was seriously injured. After looking at Kyoya, the doctor easily determines her race, after which he asks Mose if he is a user. Mose confirms that he is the user, and the doctor orders him to follow him. The doctor explains that people of this world cannot recover the same way as users, so the treatment is carried out differently. The doctor states that Kay is seriously injured and has lost a lot of blood, after which he asks Mose how stable her health is. Mose says he has nothing to complain about, and the doctor says he can give Kay some of his blood through a transfusion. Mose immediately agrees, after which a blood transfusion station is quickly set up for them. All this time, Mose hopes that his beloved will overcome her wounds and recover. Not much time passes, but for the main character it feels like an eternity. The doctor reports that the danger has passed, and that Kaya should now start to recover, as the stitches are holding. The doctor thanks Mose for the blood he donated, explaining that such a procedure usually requires 5 people. Mose leans over her happily, thinking that this is the biggest relief, because Kay will get better. The doctor also notes that she has lost a lot of blood, so recovery will take time. After this, they hand him a crystal, informing him that someone is trying to contact her. After answering the call via the astral crystal, he realizes that Master Robin is trying to contact them. Mose announces that he is on the line, and the Master is very surprised to hear his voice. The Master asks if something happened to Kaya, and Mose explains that they were fighting against the rebels. He adds that Kaya suffered serious injuries, but the doctor said that she would soon get better. Mose asks if the Master himself is alright, to which he replies that the swordsman shouldn't worry about him. After this, the Master suddenly announces that he is going to find Ganir and finish him off once and for all. He orders Mose to stay put and protect Kaya, but Mose turns to him again. He says that he wants to go with them, since he also has his own scores to settle with this vile scoundrel.